Chapter 2895, Paragons, Sovereigns, Heavenly Primal Fortune. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, Invincible Warrior mumbled to himself. That means I can only reach the Universe Supremacy Realm? Sigh, isn't this too weak? He said helplessly with a bitter face. That's enough, kid. The core members of the universe's peak races are only at this level. Rulers are the experts of the peak clans. Tianzhen patted Invincible Fighter's head and chuckled. Oh no, reporting to Lord God Emperor Wasteland, we received news from the Tianfa Ancient Heaven region. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is leading 9 divine dragons towards us. At the same time, in the center of the 8 wastelands, a protector of the 8 wastelands came to a study with a terrified expression and reported in a terrified voice. Is the news true? In the study room, Emperor God Desolation, who was sitting inside, immediately stood up and roared with an unusually embarrassed expression. Sir, the news is true. There are some pictures from that side. Protector Ba Huang said with a sullen face. Who? Emperor God Desolation closed his eyes and his face was extremely embarrassed. The Octoterra protector in front of him was a little restless. As the protector of a large faction, a peak God King expert, he rarely felt so uneasy. But this time, he really panicked. The Dragon King is here. The Dragon King could sweep across the heavenly witchcraft domain, and none of the immortal king experts could escape. If they came to attack Ba Huang, none of them would be able to escape. What should he do now? 8 desolate protectors looked at God Emperor Desolation anxiously. Inform the other God Emperors and all the disciples of the 8 desolates to prepare to retreat. After a few seconds of silence, God Emperor Desolation's voice was filled with unwillingness. The protector of the 8 desolations was slightly taken aback, but he immediately nodded. Yes, my lord. He immediately walked out and heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid of going against the Dragon Palace. Running away was the best choice. He immediately began to inform the other God Emperors and God King's disciples. In the next few hours, everyone in the Octoterra cosmos discovered that the God Kings of the Octoterra cosmos flew towards the central planet. This caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly surprised. What were they trying to do? However, they soon discovered that the disciples of the 8 desolates seemed to have disappeared. Dragon King, the world is just ahead. One day later, in the void in front of the 8 desolations and 6 directions, Tianzhen stood up slowly. He looked at the chaotic 8 desolations and 6 directions and spoke to Wang Xian. En. Wang Xian nodded his head. Boss Wang, I saw on the communication network that the experts of Ba Huang seem to have disappeared. At this moment, Invincible looked at his communication stone plate and frowned. Oh. Wang Xian opened the dragon sedan and raised his eyebrows. The news from the heavenly witchcraft domain must have reached here after such a long time. After understanding our strength, Ba Huang can only flee, haha. Tianzhen smiled coldly. However, now that my strength has broken through, I want to see where they can escape to. When the 9 divine dragons entered the 8 desolations and 6 directions domain, dragon roars resounded throughout the entire starfield. It represented the arrival of the Dragon Palace. The 9 divine dragons swayed their huge bodies and flew straight to the base of Ba Huang. They flew at high speed. Soon, in the starry sky of Ba Huang, someone saw the 9 divine dragons pulling a dragon sedan shuttling back and forth. Seeing this mighty and vast scene, everyone's faces were filled with shock. SSS, this is the divine dragon of the Dragon Palace. The one in the dragon sedan must be the Dragon King. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace is here. Are these the divine dragons of the Dragon Palace? How terrifying. No wonder all the experts of Ba Huang seemed to have disappeared. They must have received news of the Dragon King's attack. The Dragon King of the Dragon Palace didn't send many people over. Is the Dragon King so confident that he can annihilate them with just these forces? The Emperor Gods of Ba Huang naturally know how many forces the Dragon Palace has sent over. They know that the Dragon Palace can annihilate them all with just these forces. When the 9 divine dragons pulled the dragon sedan shuttled back and forth in Ba Huang. It didn't take long for a storm to sweep through the surroundings. All eyes were on the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, the group of divine dragons, and Ba Huang. But at this time, according to the news they received, the experts of Ba Huang had probably escaped. Because there was no news of the experts of Ba Huang for the whole day. Emperor God of Ba Huang gave the order yesterday for all the Divine King experts to gather at Ba Huang planet. They must have gone into hiding. I'm almost 100% sure that some experts passed by Ba Huang planet. There is no one on the planet. All the experts of Ba Huang have escaped. How ironic. Not long ago, Ba Huang said that he would teach the Dragon King a lesson. Now that the Dragon King has led the 9 divine dragons to attack us, the people of Ba Huang have escaped. This is the power of the Dragon Palace. If they don't escape, all of them will die. Escaping is the right choice. The Dragon Palace is too strong. Ba Huang is strong, but the Dragon Palace is stronger. They are so strong that they escaped directly when they got the news of the Dragon King's arrival. The might of the divine dragons, the might of the Dragon Palace. The news was boiling in the communication network of Ba Huang. They were also shocked by the news of Ba Huang escaping. Ba Huang was once the top 3 in the resplendent starry sky. Now, they had to escape from the Dragon Palace. This also reflected the strength of the Dragon Palace. The entire Ba Huang was discussing about the strength of the Dragon Palace and the divine dragons of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the base of Ba Huang is right ahead. There is no one on it. TSK, I didn't expect them to abandon this blessed place. Under the attention of the entire Ba Huang, Wang Xian and the rest arrived at the base of Ba Huang. Seeing that there was no longer any vitality on the surface, Tianjin revealed a mocking expression. Let's go and take a look, Wang Xian said to the 9 divine dragons. Roar, roar, roar. Soon, Wang Xian and the rest arrived in the sky. Wang Xian walked out of the dragon sedan and scanned the area below with his yin-yang 5 elements dragon eyes. They had taken away all the treasures that could be taken away. Let me take a look. Tianjin's body moved and he flew down to the ground. When he landed, he waved his arm to collect the aura of this area and started to set up an array. Woof woof. Soon, a dog formed from the wind attribute walked out of the formation and let out a low growl. Tianjin frowned slightly. The dog gradually changed into the shape of an array diagram. Chapter 2896, Dragon King, I can't find their aura. I can't find where they are hiding. Tianjin flew to the front of the dragon sedan and reported to Wang Xian with a grim expression. With his current strength, he was confident that the other party wouldn't be able to escape his detection. However, he couldn't find any information now. Over 1 million divine kings and a group of emperor gods had disappeared just like that. There was no trace at all. Since 8 Desolation could become such a huge force, they must have their own trump card. It doesn't matter if I can't find them, Wang Xian frowned slightly and said. Dragon King, this base of 8 Desolation is a paradise in 8 Desolation and 6 directions. I think we can build a dragon palace here. I don't believe that those guys from 8 Desolation didn't leave any traces. I also don't believe that they would give up their long-established base just like that. Tianjin's eyes flickered with coldness. Wang Xian nodded. Building a dragon palace here would make it much more convenient for him to travel to 8 Desolation and 6 directions in the future. Swish swish swish. At this moment, figures flew over one by one. Huh! Wang Xian looked over and scanned them one by one. Hee, Boss Wang, Tianjin is here. She came with her father. My master is here too. At this time, Invincible, who was holding a communication stone plate, said excitedly when he saw the figures flying over. Greetings, Dragon King. Soon, a group of people flew to the front and greeted Wang Xian respectfully. The group was led by 6 old men. Each of them had the strength of an emperor god. Behind them were a group of disciples, grand disciples, and descendants. Wang Xian swept his gaze across them and nodded his head slightly at them. Invincible. At this moment, Unrivaled's lover, Tianjin, who was standing behind an old man, called out to Unrivaled beside him. Hee, Tianjin. Invincible immediately flew over and laughed. How was it, Tianjin? I came here in a sedan pulled by 9 divine dragons. Am I cool? In the future, no one in the entire resplendent starry sky will dare to bully us. If anyone dares to bully us, I'll get Boss Wang to kill them. Those cowards from the 8 Desolates have all escaped. I don't know where they went. In the future, the Dragon Palace will build a Dragon Palace here, Invincible said as he raised his head slightly. His face was filled with pride. The current him was even more arrogant than before. In the past, he only had the backing of the God Emperor Master. Now, he had the backing of the Dragon Palace. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, even the God Emperor would not dare to provoke him. Kid, if you don't behave yourself in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. Upper Water God Emperor flew over from the side and slapped Invincible Warrior's head heavily. Obviously, he was a little dissatisfied with his disciple running to the woman's side instead of coming to his side. Haha, brother Shang Shui, you have accepted a good disciple. Beside Heaven Heart, the old man said with a smile. The more he looked at Invincible Battle Law, the more satisfied he was. Not only does this kid have monstrous talent, but his background is also very terrifying. This time, when they found out that the Dragon King was coming, the group of unaffiliated God Emperors decided to pay a visit to the Dragon King. At the very least, he had to express his goodwill. Haha, if not for this kid's talent and likability, I would have broken his legs based on his behavior. Upper Water God Emperor laughed heartily and said with a smile. Now, he could finally bask in the glory of his disciple. Everyone, we will be building the Dragon Palace here and taking over the 8 Wastelands. Please take care of us in the future. At this time, Wang Xian cupped his fists at the group of God Emperors and said plainly, if the Dragon King needs anything in the future, just let us know. The group of God Emperors immediately replied. They looked down at the empty 8 Wastelands and sighed in their hearts. I wonder where 8 Wastelands has escaped to. The Dragon King and the rest have arrived at our 8 Wastelands and are now at our 8 Wasteland. At the same time, in the depths of 8 Wastelands, in a very special secret realm, millions of people lived around it. At the forefront, 14 God Emperors from 8 Wastelands stood there with bitter expressions. At the side, the Emperor of the Imperial Court looked around expressionlessly. After we leave this time, the Dragon King and the rest will definitely occupy our place. That is one of the top grotto heavens in bedazzling starry sky. They won't give it up. Once they occupy our place, one of the God Emperors said with a bitter expression. He did not finish his sentence, but everyone around him understood. Emperor God Desolation, are we just going to hide here forever? Like rats on the street? One of the God Emperors said with a bitter expression. How's the concealment effect here? The Heaven Array is the strongest array master in bedazzling starry sky. Once we are found, all of us will die. Before Emperor God Desolation could reply, the Emperor Lord beside him asked. This is a secret realm of a powerful race. No matter how strong the Heaven Array is, they won't be able to find us here. Moreover, even if they can find us, they won't be able to enter without the key. Emperor God Desolation said with a sullen face. Once we go out now, we will die. Upon hearing his response, the Emperor Lord nodded his head and said to the other 8 Wastelands God Emperors. Then we will stay here for tens of millions of years, for the rest of our lives. One of the God Emperors bellowed furiously. Unless Dragon Palace perishes in bedazzling starry sky, we can forget about going back. The Emperor Lord said expressionlessly. He lifted his head slightly and continued, they are too strong and the speed of their improvement is too fast. I am sure that after occupying the resources of Witchcraft Association, they will be even stronger now. When the experts from 8 Wastelands heard the Emperor Lord, they clenched their fists and shivered. They did not doubt the Emperor Lord's words. Currently, the Emperor Lord was the only one left in Imperial Court. If it wasn't for his belief in revenge, he would have fought Dragon Palace to the death. Staying here for the rest of our lives is worse than death. An Emperor God bellowed. There is another way, which is to enter the inner parts of 8 Wastelands. Based on our understanding and investigation of 8 Wastelands, 8 Wastelands is the battlefield of the races in the center of the universe. After passing through 8 Wastelands, the center of the universe is on the other side. Emperor God Desolation said slowly. Pass through 8 Wastelands. His words caused the Emperor gods to turn pale. Pass through 8 wastelands. Lord Desolation, this is a close shave. One of the Emperor gods bellowed. I once met an expert from the other side in the depths of 8 wastelands, but he ignored me. At this time, Emperor God Desolation suddenly said, "Heh." Chapter 2897. The 8 Desolation continent had always been regarded as a battlefield of ancient races. There were secret areas, divine weapons, corpses, legacies, herb gardens, and many other things. Some speculated that the other side of the 8 Desolation continent was the center of the universe. Some experts wanted to bypass the 8 Desolation continent and go to the other side. However, after flying for a few years, they found themselves lost in the vast starry sky. In the starry sky, many people could easily get lost without a star map. The universe was so vast, and no one dared to fly as they pleased. Emperor God Desolation, did you say that you saw someone from the other side in the depths of the 8 Desolation continent? Asked the Emperor Lord, looking at Emperor God Desolation in shock. The other party's strength is very strong. He gives me an unfathomable feeling. Just a glance from him is enough to make my soul tremble. At that time, there was a barrier between us. I'm sure that he was an expert from the center of the universe. He seemed to be very disdainful of our direction. Emperor God Desolation's eyes flickered. What kind of existence could make Emperor God Desolation's soul tremble with just a glance? Everyone was shocked. We only have 2 choices now. Either we stay here, or we go to the other side and find an expert to help us. The Emperor Lord said with a gloomy face. Find an expert to help us? How is that possible? An Emperor God of 8 Desolation said directly. It's not impossible. The Emperor Lord said plainly. 8 Desolation is also a treasure land. It's much better than the Imperial Court Witch Union. In the paradise of 8 Desolation, some members of Dragon Palace were teleported over after Wang Xian finished building the Dragon Palace. They looked at the entire nest of 8 Desolation with astonishment on their faces. Xiao Xian, in the future, we will have Imperial Star Domain, Heavenly Witch Domain, and 8 Desolation Continent. Our territory will be the largest in the resplendent starry sky. A group of girls flew in the sky, looking at the fairyland-like world with excitement. 2 domains and 8 Desolation Continent. The territory of Dragon Palace was the largest in the entire resplendent starry sky. Moreover, in the communication network of 8 Desolation Continent, there were already people saying that Dragon Palace was the strongest in the entire resplendent starry sky. There weren't many who refuted this. Just the Dragon King and the 9 divine dragons were enough to make all the Emperor gods flee with their experts. Liu Li couldn't achieve such power and awe. In addition, the Dragon Palace had the legendary divine dragon. Now, the Dragon Palace was known as the most powerful force in the resplendent starry sky. Wang Xian wasn't too concerned about the ranking of the bedazzling star forces. After a month, the Dragon Palace had taken over all the planets in the 8 Desolates. This increased the daily income of the Dragon Palace by a lot. In the following period of time, apart from the sacred leaders coming to visit, nothing major happened. As for the Dragon Palace, no other forces dared to provoke it. The Dragon Palace fell into silence. The members of the Dragon Palace also enjoyed a rare leisure time. They walked out of the Dragon Palace and wandered around the Imperial Star Territory, the Heavenly Wizard Territory, and the 8 Wilderness Continent. Later, Prime Minister Turtle organized some experts of the Dragon Palace to enter the 8 Desolation Continent to see if they could obtain some treasures. As the days calmed down, Wang Xian was also very free. He walked around with the girls. Dragon King, a war has broken out in the Lioli domain. 8 months later, Prime Minister Turtle reported a piece of news to Wang Xian. Today, the Dragon Palace had some spies in the major galaxies, mainly to investigate some important matters. When he heard that there was a war in the Lioli domain, Wang Xian was slightly stunned. What's going on? Why is there a war in such a huge domain like the Lioli domain? Wang Xian looked at Prime Minister Turtle in shock. The Lioli domain was the first major domain, and the former number 1 force, Lioli, was in the center. Based on what he knew, the rules of the Lioli domain were very fair. Why would there be a war? Dragon King, it's the problem of the two neighboring domains, the Kaimai domain and the Mechanic Emperor domain. As Prime Minister Turtle spoke, he handed over two sets of information. One was the Mechanic Emperor domain, and the other was the Kaimai domain. Those who are not of the same race must have a different heart. Looking at the two sets of information, Wang Xian murmured. The rulers of the Mechanic Emperor domain and the Kaimai domain were not humans. One was a robot, and the other was a wild beast. Dragon King, don't you find the creatures of the Kaimai domain familiar? We used to call the creatures of the Kaimai domain evil, Kaimai Wang Liang evil. According to the information we received, the evil creatures of the Kaimai domain exist in the Devil's Den. They have a special ability, summoning expedition. Through a special contract, they can summon the Devil's Den. After summoning, they will be used by the Devil's Den. However, the Devil's Den will infect the intelligence of other creatures, turning them into evil creatures. Once they become evil creatures, they will become part of the evil creatures and be assimilated. They will invade a galaxy to strengthen themselves. This time, I heard that the Devil's Den that was summoned out of the Kaimai domain has returned. They want to invade the Lioli domain. Prime Minister Turtle said from the side. So those evil creatures came from the Kaimai domain in the resplendent starry sky. Wang Xian looked at the information about the Kaimai domain and mumbled to himself as he listened to Prime Minister Turtle. When the Mechanic Emperor domain saw the evil creatures attacking the Lioli domain, they also organized a mechanical army to attack the Lioli domain. If the robots want to develop, they need a huge amount of resources. Now that the Mechanic Emperor domain has been exploited by them, they have to go to the new Starry Sky domain to improve themselves. Secondly, in the Lioli domain, there is a type of glazed dual color stone that contains the nomological energy of earth and gold. This glazed dual color stone is very useful for the robots. They can use it to create a strong army of earth and gold robots. Now, the two major domains are constantly in conflict with the Lioli domain. There seems to be a battle between god emperors. Prime Minister Turtle continued to report to Wang Xian. Be it the robots or the evil creatures, they were all enemies with humans. However, their strength was also terrifying. If they did not provoke humans, humans would not provoke them either. The strength of the robots used to be ranked second in the resplendent starry sky, second only to the Lioli domain. As for the evil creatures of the Kaimai domain, there had never been a large-scale battle in the past. Therefore, no one knew exactly how strong they were. During the war in the Lioli domain, more than a dozen god emperors appeared on the side of the evil creatures. The Lioli domain can grow stronger under the threat of the two major domains. Their strength should not be underestimated. Continue to pay attention. Wang Xian nodded his head and said to Prime Minister Turtle. The Lioli domain was further away from the Imperial Star domain, the Heavenly Witch domain, and the Eight Wilderness Northern Alliance. They were adjacent to the east of the sacred region. He didn't pay much attention to the war that was going on there. The war had not reached their side yet. Even if it reached their side, Wang Xian was not worried. Chapter 2898, backed by the Dragon Palace, boundless magic power one time passed. It had been a year since Prime Minister Turtle reported about the war in Lioli region. Over the past year, Wang Xian had received news from time to time. Today, the Dragon Palace was unusually lively. Because it was the New Year. The New Year was a festival in China, and also a festival on Earth for Wang Xian. Due to the rapid development of the Dragon Palace and the war, Wang Xian and the rest had not celebrated the New Year. After a long time, his sister, Xiao Yu, and the girls suddenly mentioned it. Wang Xian was prepared to celebrate the New Year. Located on the Dragon Island in the Imperial Star Domain, the entire island was bustling. The people in the Imperial Star Domain did not know what day it was, but they knew that the Dragon King and the rest were celebrating the New Year. Although they did not understand, the entire Dragon Island was unusually lively. As the Dragon Palace was located, many people from the Heavenly Witch domain came here for a holiday. Even people from all over the world came to the Imperial Star Domain for a holiday. Due to the rule of the Dragon Palace, the world had its own order. Anyone who wanted to kill someone for no reason would have to pay the price. With the suppression of the Dragon Palace, No one dared to offend them. It's been a long time since we celebrated the new year. I miss it. The main dragon palace was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Roving Girl was leading a group of maidservants to decorate the place. Beside the underwater mountains in the dragon palace, Wang Xian, a group of girls, and a group of friends walked and chatted. I did not expect the Dragon King to rise from a small civilized planet. Beside them, Hong Fengyang exclaimed to Wang Xian and the rest. He, I also did not expect to reach this stage after obtaining the inheritance of the divine dragon. Wang Xian said with a smile and a tinge of emotions. Boss Wang, this is just the beginning. In the future, Boss Wang will be a great existence who will unify the universe. Invincible battle lore flattered him. Tianxin, who was beside him, patted him speechlessly. Let's go and watch the fireworks and have a meal together. Wang Xian chuckled. The group of friends flew out of the dragon palace and came to the sky. Swish, 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 swish. Countless people on the Dragon Island were filled with curiosity and surprise when they saw the fireworks. Fireworks didn't exist in the Imperial Star region. Cheers! After admiring the fireworks, everyone went to the Dragon King Hall and toasted. Wang Xian raised his glass with a beaming face and toasted the crowd. Hong Fengyang and her disciples, Jean-Fa Wudi, his master, and his girlfriend Tianxin. There were also experts from Dragon Palace. While they were eating, the upper water god emperor took out the communication stone plate and was slightly shocked when he saw the message on it. What is it, master? Invincible, who was at the side, frowned slightly and asked with concern when he saw the huge change in his master's expression. Master will be going to the colored glaze region in a while for the matters over there. The upper water god emperor closed his eyes slightly and said slowly, This. Master, I'll go with you. Invincible was slightly taken aback, but he quickly replied. You don't have to go. Just stay here in the Dragon Palace. The upper water god emperor looked at him and said, How can I do that? Master, how can I, as your disciple, not follow you back home? I'm invincible, and I'm not an unfilial person. Master, you should know this very well. I have such a noble character. Invincible lifted his head and said to his master, Great. The upper water god emperor patted his shoulder happily with a smile on his face. Brother Invincible, you, Tianxin, who was at the side, called out softly. It's fine. I'll go out with master and we'll be back soon. Invincible said to Tianxin with assurance. I haven't been back for 1,000,000 years. Let's drink. The upper water god emperor sighed as he raised his glass to his disciple. Throughout the entire banquet, no one noticed the conversation between the upper water god emperor and his disciple. Everyone was having a great time. 2 hours later, the banquet ended. The group of girls met up and went for a walk on the streets of the Dragon Island. Wang Xian came to the study room beside the bedroom. Prime Minister Turtle, what's the matter? Wang Xian asked Prime Minister Turtle with a smile as he sat on the chair in the middle. Dragon King, there's news from the Lioli region. The situation there is a little crisis. 5 emperor gods from the Lioli region have fallen a day ago. Prime Minister Turtle walked over and handed a document to Wang Xian. Now that the Dragon Palace had occupied 3 territories in the bedazzling starry sky, it was necessary for them to understand the situation in the other places. 5 emperor gods have fallen? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly. Is it that serious? Over a dozen emperor gods from the evil faction have attacked the Lioli region directly, while the robots from the Mechanic Emperor region have sent out a terrifying mechanical army. In order to deal with the evil faction, 1 emperor god has fallen. In order to deal with the Mechanic Emperor region, 4 have fallen. The situation is a little serious. Prime Minister Turtle said. Send Roving Demon and the rest to understand the strength of the evil faction and the Mechanic Emperor region. We need to make preparations in advance. Wang Xian instructed Prime Minister Turtle. Yes, Dragon King. Prime Minister Turtle nodded. The Mechanic Emperor region and the Enchantment region were the enemies of mankind. Although they were far away, the Dragon Palace still had to make some preparations. Boss Wang. At this time, Invincible's voice came from outside. Ha! Come in. Wang Xian looked over and said immediately, Boss Wang, I'm here to bid farewell to you. Invincible walked in and said to Wang Xian, Farewell? Where are you going? Wang Xian looked at him and asked curiously, I'm going on a long trip to the Lioli region. Invincible replied, What are you going to the Lioli region for? Wang Xian was taken aback when he heard him and revealed a shocked look. Boss Wang, you might not know, but my master is actually a disciple of the Lioli region. I heard that my master had a conflict with his father and family and hasn't been back for 1,000,000 years. It seems like something has happened in the Lioli region. My master is going back and I'm going with him. Invincible said. The upper water god emperor is from the Lioli region? Wang Xian raised an eyebrow and looked at Invincible. Be careful when you go to the Lioli region. He reminded Wang Xian. Don't worry, Boss Wang. With the dragon instrument that you gave me, there won't be any danger. Moreover, the Lioli region is very strong. Although there is a war over there, my safety is still guaranteed. Invincible patted his chest. Hehe, I'll lend this to you for self-defense. Wang Xian smiled and waved his arm. The immortal slaying gourd on the progenitor tree appeared in his hand. He extended his palm and said to Invincible. Chapter 2899, with the dragon palace at his back 2-inch A? Boss Wang, what's this? Invincible looked at the immortal slaying gourd in front of him. His eyes lit up as he looked at the vibrant lights on it. He couldn't help but grab it in his hands. Immortal slaying gourd. There are quite a number of immortal slaying swords in it. The wind-attributed immortal slaying swords should be able to kill a first-order God Emperor expert. There are 20 of them in there. The immortal slaying swords of other attributes can only kill peak immortal God King existences. Wang Xian said to him. Wow, Boss Wang, this is a supreme treasure. How can you lend me such a precious treasure? Are you giving me such a powerful treasure so that I can conquer Lioli? Here. Invincible stared at the immortal slaying gourd as he shouted. It's for you to protect your life. Wang Xian smiled at him. Hehe, what danger can there be if I follow my master? Moreover, if my master returns, he will be a disciple of Lioli. I, Invincible, will have another strong background. Invincible squinted his eyes as he spoke. Hehe, brat, 5 god emperors have fallen in Lioli domain 2 days ago. Lioli domain isn't safe now. The Dragon King is lending you this treasure to protect your life. Prime Minister Turtle teased him from the side. What? 5 god emperors are dead? What the heck? Is the war in Lioli domain that terrifying? Invincible jumped up immediately and exclaimed with his eyes wide open. Why don't you go and take a look? Prime Minister Turtle smiled at him. No wonder Master looks so terrible. Could it be that his family members have fallen? Wow, Invincible, don't want to die young. Boss Wang, do you have any more treasures? Lend me 2 more to protect myself. Invincible said with a tearful face. No more. Let's go. Your master won't send you to your death. If you encounter any danger, just return to your own god kingdom. Anyway, your god kingdom is here in the Dragon Palace. Wang Xian waved his hand and said speechlessly. Really, Boss Wang? Invincible lowered his head and asked again, a little unwilling to give up. That's all. If you die, I'll send experts from Dragon Palace to bring your corpse back. Said Wang Xian. Wuching, I'm Boss Wang's little brother. Invincible shook his head and walked out with a long face. Wang Xian looked at his back and smiled. It was enough to give him a celestial slaying gourd to save his life. If the water god emperor brought him there, he would not put him in danger. After all, this was the precious disciple of the high water god emperor. I didn't expect Lioli region to be so dangerous now. Master, that stubborn donkey, had a conflict with his family and didn't return for 1,000,000 years. Now that he suddenly returned, something must have happened to his family. Given the temper of this stubborn donkey, I reckon he'll go all out against the person who killed his kin. Fuck, 5 god emperors are dead. This is dangerous. No, I need to bring more life-saving items. Invincible muttered to himself as he walked out of Wang Xian's study room. His eyes were darting around. He moved and immediately flew towards the location of the dragon cave. Grandpa Sky Array, your biological grandson is here. Invincible shouted as he came to the front of the dragon cave of Sky Array. Tian Zhen, who was in his dragon palace, was displeased when he heard Invincible's words. Brat, what's the matter? Tian Zhen shouted at him. Hee, Grandpa Sky Array, I'm coming in. Invincible chuckled as he walked in. In the dragon palace, Tian Zhen was reading the sorcerer's secret manual while a few dragon sorcerers were studying something beside him. Invincible walked in, squinted his eyes and looked around. His eyes were beaming as though he was a thief. Brat, spit it out. Tian Zhen said to him. Grandpa Sky Array, you have to save me, Grandpa Sky Array. Invincible's expression changed instantly as tears flowed from his eyes. He pounced over and hugged Tian Zhen's thigh. Sob, Grandpa Sky Array, save me. It seems like I always bring you all kinds of delicacies. He cried and shouted with great acting skills. Brat, just spit it out. Tian Zhen stared at him and said. Grandpa Sky Array, I'm going to Liuli region with my master. There's a war in Liuli region now. Boss Wang said that 5 emperor gods died in Liuli region 2 days ago. I'm guessing that it's my master's kin who died. If I were to go to the battlefield, given my strength, I'd be courting death. Invincible wailed. Oh, don't worry. Your master won't send you to your death. Tian Zhen glanced at him and said plainly. No way, Grandpa Sky Array. It's better to be safe than sorry. If I die, who's going to bring you good wine and delicacies in the future? If I die, you'll have no descendant. Invincible shouted in an exaggerated manner. Scram. Tian Zhen kicked him away with a sullen face and waved his arm. Wang. A piece of bloody cloth hung on the wall landed on Invincible's body. Take this and scram. This is the Sage Scar. After my modification, it can ensure that you won't die under the bombardment of an emperor god for 10 minutes. Tian Zhen said to him, when it reaches its limit, it will disappear automatically and return to me. Grandpa Sky Array, I love you so much. Invincible's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly. He caressed the sage scar on his body, and his heart was filled with excitement. However, his eyes fell on a flute hanging on the wall, and he pursed his lips. Grandpa Sky Array, now that I have this to defend myself, can you give me another one to fight with? Grandpa Sky Array, what's that flute for? Can you lend it to me? Invincible pointed at the dirt yellow flute and asked. He had seen the sage scar on his body placed together with that flute. The sage scar was a supreme treasure of the Emperor God realm, and that flute wouldn't be any worse. Tian Zhen stared at him and raised his brows. Grandpa Sky Array, your grandson's life. Invincible begged in a low voice. That's the control of Earth. When the flute is blown, it can condense an Earth-attributed First-Order God Emperor God realm monster to battle. This treasure, along with the sage scar on your body, is a supreme treasure of the Shaman Union. Since you call me Grandpa, I won't be stingy and can lend it to you. Just like the sage scar, once there's a risk of the treasure being stolen or destroyed, it will disappear immediately. Tian Zhen said indifferently. No problem. Grandpa Sky Array, you really dote on me. Invincible's eyes lit up as he replied loudly. It's the new year. Kowtow to this old man 100 times, and I'll help you set up an array on the control of Earth, leaving behind a trace of your soul. You can activate it when the time comes. Tian Zhen said to Invincible as he sat on the chair and looked at him. Invincible's face darkened when he heard this. Chapter 2900, backed by the Dragon Palace, boundless magic power 3 bam bam bam. Banging sounds came from where the heavenly formation resided. Heh. You are older than me anyway. I won't lose out by calling you Grandpa. I won't lose out by kowtowing to you either. Looks like I'll have to hug Elder Celestial Array's thigh tightly in the future. Not long after, Invincible walked out of the room with a smile on his face. The treasure in my hands is simply heaven-defying killing a First-Order God Emperor like a stray dog, Karkaka. No, I have to go to Big Brother Devil 8 branches to see if there are any treasures. Invincible's eyes lit up and he immediately flew towards the Yaki demon Shah. Ah! Kill me, kill me. When they arrived in front of the dragon cave where the Yamata demon fiend resided, they heard an incomparably painful scream. This won't do, demon fiend. This poison is a little weak. It won't have much effect on God Emperors. Sigh, it's indeed a little difficult to deal with. The poison we've concocted can't threaten the God Emperor. The helpless voices of Devil Fiend and Devil Fiend could be heard. These two brothers are indeed abnormal. Invincible stood at the door and murmured. He could still hear the screams coming from inside. 5 months ago, a God Emperor suddenly appeared in the heavenly witchcraft domain. This God Emperor was an old man who had been in seclusion in the heavenly witch domain for hundreds of thousands of years. According to him, he had been in seclusion for 500,000 years. He didn't come out for 500,000 years just to break through to the God Emperor realm. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who waited. After 500,000 years, he finally broke through. After breaking through, this fella was even more arrogant. When he came out, he suppressed the entire planet with his might. Many weak people died under his pressure. However, he did not care about the deaths of ordinary people at all. In the end, this guy was unlucky. The news was immediately spread to the Dragon and Phoenix Divine Dynasty, and Hakone Demon Fiend and Yamata Demon Fiend learned about it. They said that they were short of people to experiment on, so they brought a Wind Divine Dragon and attacked. In the end, that God Emperor was punished the moment he broke through. That guy was taken to the Dragon Palace in a daze and was used as a poison tester for the Yaki Devil Shah. Cough cough. Big brother Yamata no Demon Fiend, your little brother is Invincible and has come to pay a visit. Invincible shouted at the door. Hey, little brother, you're here. Come in, come in. Demon Fion's enthusiastic voice came from inside. All right, all right. Battle Lore Invincible walked in and saw an incomparably miserable old man tied up inside. His body trembled. However, his heart was filled with excitement. In the Dragon Palace, the most shameless and cunning people were none other than these two big brothers. It was definitely useful to get some life-saving items from these two big brothers. Two big brothers, I'm invincible in battle. I have something to ask of you two big brothers. Invincible Warrior immediately began to cry and complain. Every time he called him big brother, a snot and a tear. Brat, don't play tricks here. It's useless. If you have anything to say, just say it. Orokai glanced at him and said directly. Hehe, the two of you are so straightforward, so handsome. Big brother, I'm going to the Colored Glaze region. Do you know the current situation there? Even 5 God Emperors have died. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my life if I go with Master this time. Two big brothers, see if there's anything that can save my life. Anything for defense or attack will do. As the younger brother of the two big brothers and the follower of the Dragon King, I can't possibly embarrass the Dragon Palace when I'm outside. Alright, we got it. Battle Lore Invincible wanted to continue crying but was interrupted by Demon Fiend. We know what you're thinking. You can't embarrass the Dragon Palace when you're outside. It just so happens that we have some new poisons that won't kill God Emperors. However, Peak God King realm experts will definitely die if they come into contact with it. Be careful when you use it. Also, give us feedback after you use it. Let's see if there's a need to improve it. Demon Fiend patted his shoulder and said. Hehe, the two of you are really straightforward. Battle Lore Invincible raised his brows and grinned. That's right. Take it. It won't be a problem to kill a dozen Peak God Kings. Demon Fiend waved his arm and threw a jade bottle to Battle Lore Invincible. Hehe, two big brothers, do you have any slightly more ordinary poisons? For example, for 8th or 9th Order God King realm experts. Battle Lore Invincible rubbed his hands. Here. Orokai casually waved his hand and threw a dozen jade bottles to Battle Lore Invincible. Thank you, two big brothers. In the future, as long as you say the word, this little brother will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Battle Lore Invincible raised his head and shouted loudly. Alright, alright. If there's nothing else, scram. The two of them waved their hands. Cake, The Dragon Palace is really rich these days. They can casually throw out such treasures. Battle Lore Invincible walked out with his buttocks swaying. Soon, he flew towards another mountain peak. In less than 10 minutes, he walked out excitedly with a spatial ring in his hand. Brother Duan Jinming is really honest. In the entire Dragon Palace, only Brother Jinming is a good person. Battle Lore Invincible sighed. From the Fire Hammer tribe, they obtained a water droplet cannon. Its name was ordinary, but it was extremely powerful. It was a new weapon of war developed by the Fire Hammer tribe. The water droplet cannon was 1,000 meters long. Infused with water element laws or water element divine stones, it could kill a peak God King realm expert. The current Dragon Palace is really invincible. Battle Lore Invincible sighed. Battle Lore Invincible didn't know how strong the Dragon Palace was now. However, after controlling the 3 territories, all kinds of resources were transported to the Dragon Palace every day. This led to the Dragon Palace's rapid development. When he entered the Fire Hammer tribe's residence, he almost drooled. With sufficient resources, the Fire Hammer tribe started to show their terrifying talent. Especially after combining with Witch Dragon's witchcraft array. Damn it. If I can still meet with danger in the Lioli region, then I really deserve to die. Invincible Battle Mage touched his waist pouch, raised his head, and walked out without a care for his family. It was no exaggeration to say that the weapons on him could kill 2 or 3 God Emperors when they least expected it. Master, senior brothers, and senior sisters, let's go. We can rush over through the Dragon Palace's teleportation array. Battle Lore Invincible smiled as he returned to his master. All right. The Upper Water God Emperor and Battle Lore Invincible's 2 senior brothers and senior sisters nodded. Battle Lore Invincible's senior brothers and senior sisters were only at the 9th Order God King realm. The Upper Water God Emperor had only broken through to the Emperor realm a few 100,000 years ago. The disciples he accepted had only been under him for a few 100,000 years. Not every disciple was as monstrous as Battle Lore Invincible. This time, all of you just have to follow me to the Lioli region. Don't talk too much, especially you, Invincible. The Upper Water God Emperor warned Battle Lore Invincible. Chapter 2901, backed by the Dragon Palace, Boundless Magic 4-Colored Glaze region, the #1 region in the starry sky. Countless experts were born in the Colored Glaze region. The #1 force, Colored Glaze, had more than 20 God Emperors. And these were just the God Emperors of the Colored Glaze force. In the Colored Glaze region, there were many other forces besides Colored Glaze. These forces were not as strong as Colored Glaze, but they were comparable to the tyrants of Tianfa Ancient Heaven region. In the entire Colored Glaze region, there were more than 30 known God Emperors. However, the current Colored Glaze region was filled with a murderous aura. The smell of war lingered in the air. On a planet closest to the sacred region in the Colored Glaze region, 5 figures flew over from the void and landed on the planet. This is the Colored Glaze region? It looks so prosperous. Invincible Battle scanned the surroundings of the planet with a face full of curiosity. The reason why the Colored Glaze region is called the #1 region is because of its size and its system. The Colored Glaze region is relatively fair. As long as you are a genius, there will be a day where you can shine. The Colored Glaze region has a lot of resources. In addition to the threat of the demons and monsters in the Demon region and the robots in the Mechanic Emperor region, there is no lack of training. Hence, there are many experts. The Upper Water God Emperor sighed slightly as he looked around at the starry sky in front of him. Let's go. After saying that, he put on a dusty computer on his hand, looked at the information on it, and walked towards the teleportation formation. Invincible Battle and the rest immediately followed behind, looking around curiously. The teleportation formations in the Colored Glaze region were obviously much more than the other regions, and it was much more convenient. The Upper Water God Emperor and the rest quickly rushed towards the center of the Colored Glaze region. The planets in the Colored Glaze region had technological types, fantasy types, and a mix of technology and fantasy types. The closer they got to the center, the more they could feel the solemn atmosphere. There were even white cloths hung in some places to commemorate the fallen God Emperors. The upper water god emperor looked at the portraits and photos of the fallen god emperors with a solemn expression. Invincible Battle and the rest looked over and found that among the 5 fallen god emperors, there was an old man who looked similar to their master. The 5 god emperors were not all from the colored glaze region. 3 of them were from the colored glaze region, and the other 2 were patriarchs of other forces. After 3 days of teleportation, they arrived at a floating city in the sky. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation formation, he saw the words glazed world in front of him. This was an incomparably huge city. It could also be called an incomparably huge cosmic island. The entire leisurely world was abnormally prosperous. The upper water god emperor looked at the world in front of him and stopped for a full 10 seconds. Master, since you're here, let's go over. Let us take a look at our sect. Second senior sister, who was invincible in combat, said. They're here. They're all here. Upper water god emperor murmured. With a wave of his arm, he sent Invincible and the other 3 flying forward. Master came from Colored Glass, a great clan of Colored Glass, the Shang Shui clan. Our Shang Shui clan has been loyal to Colored Glass for generations. 1,000,000 years ago, Master left for the 8 Desolates and 6 Directions due to some reasons. The upper water god emperor said to them, his eyes gleaming. Your advisor perished in the great battle not long ago. After pondering for a few seconds, he added. Master, were they killed by the robots or by the demons of Kaimai region? At the side, the burly first senior brother growled with a murderous look. They perished in the battlefield of Kaimai region. The upper water god emperor sighed with tears glistening in his eyes. The atmosphere turned silent. The upper water god emperor looked ahead and led them flying rapidly. Experts below the emperor god emperor were forbidden to fly in the colored glass world. The aura of the upper water god emperor was unrestrained, and no one came forward to stop them. After flying for a few hours, a huge building emitting 5 colored radiance appeared in front of them. The building was like a mountain and was exceptionally eye-catching in the entire world. Is that the origin of colored glass world? Glazed Jade Tower. Third senior brother looked at the 5-colored building in front of him and murmured. That's right. That's the Glazed Jade Tower. The entire Glazed Jade Tower is made of colored glass divine stone. It's priceless, the upper water god emperor said with nostalgia. Senior, what's the matter? What's the matter for you to come to colored glass tower? When the upper water god emperor and the rest arrived before the Glazed Jade Tower, more than 20 middle-aged and old men immediately flew over and stared at the upper water god emperor. Sensing the might of the upper water god emperor, they asked with vigilance and respect. Upper water clear sky. The upper water god emperor said plainly. Upper water clear sky. The crowd was slightly stunned as they looked at him with astonishment. Clear sky, I didn't expect you to break through to the emperor god realm. At this moment, an old man below stared at the upper water god emperor in astonishment. Hehe, I was just lucky. 12 protectors, you're still the same. The upper water god emperor smiled plainly and said to the old man. Come back. The past is in the past. Moreover, your father, the old man looked at him and said slowly. I know. I'm back. The upper water god emperor nodded his head plainly. Welcome home, Sir God Emperor. The old man bowed to him and said solemnly. Let's go. The upper water god emperor moved and continued flying in with John Woody and the rest. He's the upper water god emperor who severely injured his brother. Sigh. Who can tell the past clearly? Back then, upper water god emperor's children had all died in that incident. In the sky, more than 20 middle-aged old men recalled something as they spoke softly. The glazed jade pavilion was huge and occupied a radius of more than 10,000 kilometers. The emperor god experts and core disciples of the glazed jade pavilion resided here. At this moment, thousands of people were gathered at the glazed jade clan. The entire land of the clan was filled with solemnity. In the middle, there were 3 portraits. A group of relatives and disciples stood in front. Heh! The upper water god emperor and the rest flew over and attracted some people's attention. Many of them had a change of expression when they saw the upper water god emperor. Why is he here? Why is this guy here? Chen PH, who asked him to come? If it wasn't for him, Qinghe wouldn't have died. Some of them spoke with angry expressions on their faces. I asked second brother to come. A lady in the middle said. Qingshan has become an emperor god. The 5 old men in front of the lady looked over and commented with flickering eyes. Huh. The 5 old men's words caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly shocked. Even the woman was extremely surprised. The upper water god emperor looked down without any expression on his face. He landed on the ground and walked forward. Everyone's attention was focused on him. Invincible warrior looked around curiously and raised his eyebrows slightly. Chapter 2902. With the dragon palace at his back, the atmosphere in the clan grounds was a little weird. Invincible Jean scanned the surroundings. He realized that there were people around him staring at his master furiously. There were also people looking at him with complicated gazes. He followed behind the Shangxue emperor and dared not speak as he walked forward. Shangxue Qingshan, how dare you come back? When the Shangxue emperor was about to walk to the front, a woman walked out and stared at him furiously, pointing at him and shouting. Why wouldn't I dare to come back? The Shangxue emperor looked at the woman who pointed at him and asked expressionlessly. You, sister-in-law, it's been 1,000,000 years. Father died in the battle. So be it if second brother is here. A woman who looked similar to the Shangxue emperor beside the woman said to her. What happened 1,000,000 years ago is in the past. Qingshan, pay your respects to your father. If your father knows that you have become an emperor god, he will be very happy. An old man in the middle said. Yeah, you should have come back after becoming an emperor god. What happened back then was just a coincidental tragedy. Another old man said. Yes, second grandpa, uncle. The Shangxue emperor looked at the few old men and nodded. He walked forward, took out an incense stick and knelt down. Invincible Jean and the rest followed behind and knelt down. The Shangxue emperor knelt in front and kowtowed heavily a few times with reddened eyes. The fact that Qingshan could come back at this time proves that he is filial. It also proves that he hasn't forgotten that he is from azure glass. Let's not talk about what happened in the past. An old man looked at the Shangxue emperor who was kneeling down and said. He looked at the woman and the rest who had reprimanded him. When the woman heard the elder, her expression changed. She turned her head and didn't say a word. The rest didn't say anything either. After all, Shangxue Qingshan had become an emperor god. Moreover, he had rushed over under such dangerous circumstances. This was enough to prove his filial piety and loyalty. Second brother, get up. The Shangxue emperor knelt there for more than 10 minutes. A woman walked over and held his arm. Third sister. The Shangxue emperor looked at his sister with reddened eyes. He couldn't help but extend his arms to hug her. Second brother, father has already forgiven you for what happened in the past. Father also knows that what he did was wrong. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, we will live a good life here. After all, this is your home, second brother, the lady said to the upper water god emperor. The upper water god emperor nodded silently. This is going to be tough. Seeing this, Invincible muttered in his heart. The Lioli region was not safe at the moment. Supreme elders, this is an urgent matter. The domain lord and the others would like to see you. At this moment, an old man suddenly flew over and said to all of them. Let's go. An old man frowned and immediately said. Second brother, now that the war is urgent, we can only spare some time to pay our respects to father and the others. The lady said to the upper water god emperor. Let's go. Since father has died in battle, let me take his place. A cold look appeared on the face of the upper water god emperor. Okay. Qingshan, follow us. When the few grand elders heard his words, they turned to look at him. The group of them immediately flew forward. Invincible fighter followed closely behind. Soon, the group arrived at a grand hall. In the grand hall, there were already tens of thousands of people standing inside. The weakest among them was a divine king expert. At the forefront, there were 4 old men sitting there. Domain Lord, Qingshan is back. Let him take over the position of old leader. Invincible fighter and the group flew over. The 5 supreme elders who were leading the group spoke directly. I've received the news. It's a blessing for the Lioli region that Qingshan can return at this time. Welcome back. You shall take over your father's position from now on. The domain lord sitting in the middle obviously knew about the arrival of the upper water god emperor and said with a smile. Yes, domain lord. The upper water god emperor nodded. These are your disciples, right? They shall join the Lioli region from now on. The domain lord looked at Invincible Fighter and the others behind the upper water god emperor and said, after the war ends, let them join the Lioli region. The upper water god emperor said to the domain lord. The domain lord was slightly stunned. Subsequently, he smiled and nodded. All right, Qingshan, you can decide for yourself. Yes. The upper water god emperor nodded. He was from the Lioli region. Now that the Lioli region was in danger, even the god emperors might die in battle. He could die for his home, but he didn't want to drag his disciples into this. Once there was a crisis, he wouldn't retreat. However, he would order his disciples to retreat. The domain lord obviously understood what he meant. All right, we're all here. The situation is urgent. The war has broken out in the Mechanic Emperor region. Our Lioli region has 10 god emperors guarding the border. More god emperors have appeared in the Kaimai region. Those god emperors are not afraid of death. Our 6 great armies are guarding the border. 4 god emperors of the 3rd army and the 6th army have died in battle. Qingshan will take over the position of deputy army commander of the 3rd army. Supreme 4th elder, you will take over the position of army commander. Set off immediately. The domain lord instructed everyone. In the end, he stood up and gave the order loudly. The situation was urgent. If it was any other time, the upper water god emperor would have returned with a celebration. After all, he was a god emperor. However, the border was in danger and the god emperors had fallen. He didn't have the time for other things. Now, all the god emperors rushed to the battlefield. Let's go. The upper water god emperor waved his arm and led Invincible and his senior brothers to the teleportation formation with the group of supreme elders. Supreme 4th elder, what's the situation over at the Kaimai region? Why did 4 god emperors die at once? The upper water god emperor asked with a frown as he followed beside Supreme 4th elder. No one knows why those monsters in the Kaimai region went crazy. More than a dozen god emperors led countless underlings and attacked without fear of death. We didn't react in time. We fought the enemy with all our might and killed 8 god emperors. However, 5 god emperors have fallen. Now, according to the latest news, more than a dozen god emperors have appeared in the Kaimai region. The Mechanic Emperor region has seized the opportunity to pin down a large number of our experts. Sigh, those damned bastards. Supreme 4th elder roared angrily. Then why didn't the Grand Master and the others escape to their void divine kingdom in the face of danger? Invincible stood at the side and couldn't help but ask. We can't retreat. There are billions of experts and countless people of the Lioli region behind us. If our god emperors retreat, they will die. Supreme 4th elder glanced at Invincible and said. Around them, some middle-aged men also looked at Invincible. Obviously, to them, Invincible's question was very stupid. Chapter 2903, with the Dragon Palace at his back, Invincible felt the gazes around him. He pursed his lips and didn't say a word. What else could he say? This was simply too great. Sigh, my dumb master should know this too. Why did he come back at this time? Isn't he tired of living? He left for 1,000,000 years. Why did he come back? Invincible thought to himself. Following behind, Invincible and the others entered the teleportation formation. Wang. At the next moment, a terrifying and barbaric aura surged over. Boom boom boom. The roars could be heard clearly and the aura surged over. Wang wang wang. Beside him, a group of colored glass god emperors flew into the air and stared ahead coldly. Invincible Battle Law flew into the air as well and looked ahead. The scene was a little blurry. He immediately took out a mirror. This was a mirror that Heaven Formation had given him back then. Through the mirror, he could clearly see everything in front of him. He could see the massacre on the battlefield. Junior brother, What treasure is this? At the side, Invincible's senior brothers and sisters came over and looked at the mirror. This. What a terrifying battlefield. When they saw the scene in the mirror, they gasped in shock. In front of them, there was a battle line that was billions of miles long in the void. There were all sorts of war machines. There were also powerful technological warships lined up in a row. They were so dense that one couldn't see the end of it. What shocked them the most was that in the scene, there were two extremely terrifying space beasts. The space beasts were dozens of kilometers long and they were fighting with a group of demons. These are the two-star beasts of colored glass. They are God Emperor-level space beast. Eldest senior brother roared in a low voice, his face filled with shock. The first, second, and fourth armies are fighting. Let's go to the front. The fourth supreme elder stared ahead, his eyes flickering as he spoke. He flew over directly. Let's go. Upper water God Emperor said. He waved his arm and flew forward with Invincible and the others. We are going to the sixth army. A few God Emperors and experts flew to the side. Invincible, on the other hand, followed his master and flew towards the third legion. At the front line of the vast battlefield, rows of densely packed experts gathered there. Is this the third legion? At least 1 billion people. Those ahead are all God King level experts. There are so many experts. Guys, look ahead. Those devil caves look so terrifying. There seems to be an endless number of demons and monsters inside. Jean-F.A. Woody and his fellow disciples followed their master and approached the battlefield. Their faces were filled with shock. Such a vast battlefield caused their hearts to tremble. Soldiers of the Third Legion, come here. Jean-F.A. Woody and the others came to the front of the battlefront with Supreme Fourth Elder. Yes. When the Eighth Order God King Realm cultivators saw the Fourth Supreme Elder and the others, they immediately flew over. Next, I will be the commander of the Third Legion and Emperor God Qingshan will be the deputy commander. The Fourth Supreme Elder stared at the group of soldiers and said, Yes, Legion Commander, Vice Legion Commander. A group of soldiers immediately shouted. When they looked at the Water God Emperor, they were slightly surprised. It was especially so for an Eighth Order God King Realm middle-aged man. When he saw the Water God Emperor, his face sank. All commanders, come over. At this moment, a voice rang out. It's the Great Elder's voice. He should be discussing the next battle plan. Qingshan, let's go over. The Fourth Supreme Elder said to the Water God Emperor. All right. You guys wait here. The Water God Emperor nodded his head and said to Jean-F.A. Woody and the others behind him. Yes, Master. Jean-F.A. Woody and the others nodded their heads as they sized up the surroundings. Hey Yao, that deputy commander seems to be your uncle. When the soldiers saw their commanders leaving, they stood there and waited. At the back, a skinny middle-aged man said to a middle-aged man in mecha attire. I don't have such an uncle. If not for him, my father wouldn't have died. The middle-aged man in the mecha roared with an enraged look on his face. Hey Yao, don't be angry. Everything that happened back then was an accident. Uncle Qingshan's children were also. I didn't expect Uncle Qingshan to return at this time and break through to the God Emperor realm. A plump middle-aged man patted his shoulder and consoled him. Me. The middle-aged man in mecha attire didn't appreciate it. He snorted and didn't reply. Even though their voices weren't loud, the few thousand people around them were at least Eighth Order Undying God King Realm. They could hear it clearly. Jean-F.A. Woody and the others heard it too and looked over curiously. They had some understanding as to why their master left his hometown. However, they couldn't interfere in their master's family matters. The surrounding soldiers looked at Jean-F.A. Woody and the others but didn't say a word. Third Legion, Team 123, replaced Team 123 of the First Legion. Soon, the Fourth Supreme Elder and the Water God Emperor flew over and ordered. Yes. The soldiers of Team 123 carried out the order and flew forward. Soon, tens of millions of disciples and experts charged into the void in front of them. That was the battlefield. At this time, there were only a few God Emperor-level monsters fighting against the two space beasts. There weren't any God Emperor Yarrow Xie in other places. Hence, The battlefield was still stable. However, even if it was stable, there were still many casualties. Let's go over. Supreme Fourth Elder said to the Celestial Emperor of the Upper Water before flying towards the front of the soldiers of the Third Legion. Of the billion soldiers of the Third Legion, a large portion of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, recovering their energy. The arrival of the Water God Emperor and the others did not cause any commotion. This was the military rule. Jean Fa Woody and the rest followed behind. Their eyes swept across the entire legion and they couldn't help but click their tongues. Under their senses, just the number of God King powerhouses in the Third Legion had reached more than 300,000. The entire Colored Glaze region had over 3 million God Kings. I brought you all here to let you see Master's hometown and also to train. Each of you can enter the battlefield to train. If you encounter any danger, the Jade Token will bring you back to your own God Kingdom. Once you return, don't come here for the time being. The Water God Emperor took out 4 Jade Tokens and passed them to Jean Fa Woody and the rest. Yes, Master. Jean Fa Woody's 3 senior brothers and sisters nodded immediately. He pursed his lips and looked at his master. Master, can we not enter the battlefield to train? Chapter 2904. With the Dragon Palace at his back 7-inch not going? You won't be in danger with the protection of the Jade Token. Don't worry, you won't die. The God Emperor of Upper Water glared at Invincible when he heard him. I'm not going. What if I run into danger and return to my own country? I can't stay here anymore. Master, I'm not going to the battlefield. I want to stay here to protect you. Invincible said with a straight face. You brat. When Upper Water God Emperor heard Jean Fa Woody's words, he was so angry that he wanted to teach him a lesson. But there were too many people around, so he didn't make a move. Protect me. The God Emperor of Upper Water stared at his disciple with a black face. Hihi, Qing Shan, this disciple of yours doesn't look old from his aura, but he's pretty strong. The Fourth Supreme Elder said with a smile on his face. Hihi, this disciple of mine is good at everything except for his fear of death and mischievous behavior. The God Emperor of Upper Water shook his head and patted Invincible's head. The corner of Invincible's mouth twitched. He really wanted to protect his master. He wanted so many treasures from the Dragon Palace to protect his own life. But if he wasn't in danger, he could protect his master. After all, the treasures he had could kill 2 or 3 First-Order God Emperors. If his master returned to his own country, all his treasures would be useless. Hence, before coming here, Invincible had decided not to take risks. He would be a coward if he could. Junior brother, you're too cowardly. How long are you going to be a coward? You need to hone your combat skills. The senior brothers and sisters beside him were speechless. Cough cough, this isn't cowardly. I'm going to hone my combat skills after I'm invincible. Invincible Warrior said shamelessly. The 3 senior brothers and sisters were speechless. Master, let's familiarize ourselves with this place before heading to the battlefield to train, the 3 of them said to the God Emperor of Upper Water. The God Emperor of Upper Water revealed a satisfied look. TSK. This battlefield is too cruel. I need to send a message to Big Boss Wang, Old Master Heavenly Array, Demon Fiend Orokai and the other big brothers. Let them know how dangerous it is for me to be here. As Invincible Combatant spoke, he took out the communication stone plate that was specially used to communicate with Wang Xian and the rest. Immediately, he aimed it ahead and started recording. After filming, he began to edit the message and sent it to Wang Xian and the rest. Therefore, in the next few days, Invincible Fighter would spend his free time taking photos and videos. Later on, they even made a big fuss about how dangerous this place was and how they were fighting bravely with their invincible battle techniques. Especially when he sent the video to Heaven Heart, it was even more exaggerated. This made many people in the 3rd Division recognize Invincible Warrior as a coward. Wow, Boss Wang, you have no idea how tragic the situation here is. It's already the 5th day, and my master has already entered the battlefield. He's fighting a First-Order God Emperor realm demonic creature. The entire battlefield is too tragic. Boss Wang, take a look. There are so many injured soldiers. Invincible Warrior stood at the front line of the battle platform, shooting all kinds of videos. In the end, when he saw someone injured, he even took a few photos of the others. You. Shut up. How can the deputy leader have such a cowardly disciple like you? Your senior brothers and senior sisters all know how to enter the battlefield to fight, but you coward. Why are you still taking photos here and there? That injured soldier couldn't help but scold Invincible Fighter. Cough, cough. Brother, your words are a little harsh. I'm not even from the Lioli region. Invincible Fighter coughed and lifted his head when he saw that injured soldier rebuking him. That soldier was speechless. Since the other party wasn't from the Lioli region, what else could he say? 4th, 5th, and 6th battle groups, attack. At this time, an order sounded from the void ahead. Get lost. A slightly cold voice sounded from behind. Invincible Fighter turned around and saw a middle-aged man staring at him coldly. He raised his middle finger and immediately stepped aside. Damn it. Even your father is dead. I'm the disciple of your deputy leader, a man with the backing of the Dragon Palace. How dare you scold me? I'll fuck you up if I have the chance in the future. Invincible Fighter looked at that figure and mumbled. Sigh, why do I feel that the battles are getting more and more intense these days? Just the Third Army alone has more than 20 million casualties. Invincible Fighter looked at the battlefield and frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling about this. He touched the treasure in his arms and finally felt a little more at ease. Phew. 5 hours later, the Upper Water Divine Emperor flew over and wiped the blood off his body. Master, are you all right? Invincible Fighter ran over immediately, took out a cup of water and asked. I'm fine. This is the fresh blood of that Celestial Emperor demon. The Upper Water Divine Emperor nodded. Master, Big Senior Brother and Third Junior Brother are in danger. They were surrounded by demons and were forced to return to their own kingdoms. At this time, Second Senior Sister flew over and reported to the Upper Water Divine Emperor. The Upper Water Divine Emperor nodded and looked at the battlefield ahead with a solemn expression. Deputy Leader, the leader of our First Army has fallen. At this time, a soldier flew over and reported to the Upper Water Divine Emperor. Let the Deputy Leader take over. The Upper Water Divine Emperor frowned and said. The leader of the First Army was an expert at the pinnacle of the God King realm. The battle now was getting more and more intense. Oh my God! Invincible Fighter murmured when he heard that. He patted his chest. Fortunately, he didn't go over. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to hold on even with the dragon tool. The following battles were still as intense as ever. Invincible Fighter's expression grew more and more solemn. Around him, soldiers with serious injuries were bandaging their wounds. Third Army, except for the injured, attack. Suddenly, a series of terrifying roars came from the void in front of them. Invincible Fighter and the others could see huge demon dens flying towards them. Countless demons flew out from within, letting out terrifying roars. And those two roars belonged to Celestial Emperor-level existences. First Army, except for the injured, attack. Second Army, except for the injured, attack. Fourth Army, except for the injured, attack. At this time, voices could be heard from the surroundings. This caused everyone's expression to change slightly. Boom. Invincible Fighter frowned when he saw his master rushing into the battlefield ahead. The situation is a little bad. Invincible Fighter murmured and frowned. My master can't die. Chapter 2905. With the Dragon Palace at his back 8-inch shit, things aren't looking good. More than 20 Emperor God-level monsters flew out of the demon's lair. We're in trouble. We only have a dozen Emperor God experts on our side. I'm not sure if we can hold them off with the other divine weapons. Why are there so many terrifying monsters in Kaimai region? D***MN. At the battlefield, everyone from the 6 armies except the injured had entered the battlefield. One by one, the Emperor God experts defended against the invasion of the Emperor God monsters. This was the most ferocious invasion over the past few days. At the front of the battle platform, a group of injured soldiers stared at the battlefield in embarrassment. Endless monsters were charging towards them and the soldiers of Lioli region fought back with their lives. In a war of this level, They couldn't retreat to their own holy kingdom when they encountered danger. Once they retreated, the rest would be in danger. If that happened, they wouldn't be a match for the monsters. Hence, they could only fight to the death. The fall of the god emperors wasn't because they couldn't escape. It was because they couldn't escape or retreat. Hence, 5 god emperors had fallen. Junior brother, will master be fine? On the battle platform, Invincible's senior sister looked at the battle ahead and said with a solemn expression. Facing the slaughter and the terrifying scene in front of him, he was also a little apprehensive. Highs, master is getting old and his brain isn't working well anymore. It's fine if you came back to visit master. Why did you come here to fight against the monsters and inherit your father's position? Now, it's hard to say if you can survive. You should stay as far away from such things as you can. Invincible looked at the battlefield ahead and said helplessly. This, Invincible's senior sister looked at him and didn't know what to say. No matter what, her master was a hero in her heart. As for her junior brother, he was too cowardly and a coward. Do you think everyone is like you? Like a coward? What's the point of cultivating? Isn't it to protect our home and take revenge? At this moment, an angry voice suddenly came from behind. Huh! When Invincible heard these words, he turned his head over to take a look. When he saw that it was the middle-aged man wearing a mecha, he curled his lips and showed a look of disdain. Although I hate Shangshui Qingshan, he did not bring shame to the name of Shangshui. I really don't know how he could have such a useless disciple like you, trash. When the middle-aged man saw the look of disdain on John Fa Woody's face, he berated him furiously. Hee, Darklight, ignore this guy. He's just a coward. His strength isn't bad, but he's a coward. Why bother with such a coward? Exactly, brother He Yao. There's no need to waste your breath on such a person. At the back, a group of injured players saw the situation and spoke to Ubisoft Darklight. Yours truly isn't someone from the Liu Li region. The reason why yours truly cultivates is for the sake of longevity. Invincible Warrior raised his head, completely ignoring the mockery of the soldiers. Darklight of Shangshui saw his fearless attitude and retreated with a gloomy face. He stared at the battlefield in front of him nervously. Invincible Warrior took out a mirror and looked at the battlefield in front of him. The intense battle continued. Cries of demons and humans could be heard in the void, accompanied by terrifying collisions. Their voices reverberated in the void. It's all right, it's all right. Supreme Fourth Elder is very strong. He isn't at a disadvantage even when facing 2 God Emperor-class evils. The situation is about to stabilize. An hour later, Invincible Warrior's senior sister heaved a sigh of relief as she looked at the situation in front of her. There were 3 First-Order God Emperor realm demons on their side, but they were completely pinned down by the God Emperor and the 4th Supreme Elder. Below them, hundreds of millions of soldiers formed a battle formation. Relying on the war machines and battleships, they gradually gained the upper hand. Di. But all of a sudden, an urgent alarm rang in the center of the battle stage. Invincible Warrior was stunned when he heard this alarm. Damn it, another Devil's Den has appeared. At the back, a group of injured players heard the urgent alarm and their faces changed. One by one, they flew into the sky and stared ahead. There are 2 huge Devil's Dens flying towards us. There might be God Emperor realm demons in them. An old man stared ahead with a solemn expression and shouted. All armies, retreat. Retreat to the 3rd front line, everyone retreat. At this time, a cold roar came from the center of the battle stage. Retreat, we'll pin down the God Emperor realm demons. The rest of the soldiers, retreat immediately. The God Emperor's voice rang out. Retreat. Everyone in the 3rd Legion immediately retreated. Boom boom boom. The battle stage behind Invincible Warrior and the others also rumbled. The entire battle stage moved and countless cannons popped out. The cannons were aimed at the front. This, Invincible Warrior's expression changed slightly when he saw this. In front of them, all the soldiers of the 3rd Division were retreating towards them. In the void ahead, the God Emperor and the 4th Supreme Elder were fighting against 3 First-Order God Emperor realm demons. Terrifying roars could be heard coming from the two devils' dens that were flying over. At this time, huge heads flew out from the devils' dens. Damn it, all soldiers retreat quickly. Qingshan, we can hold on for a few more minutes. The fourth Supreme Elder looked over and roared with a solemn expression. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The soldiers of the Third Legion retreated quickly and soon reached the front of the battle stage. Everyone, get on the battle stage. The commanders of the various battle groups shouted their orders. Boom, boom, boom. Countless soldiers retreated towards the battle stage. Invincible Warrior and his senior sister quickly opened up a path and stared ahead with a solemn expression. In front of them, countless demons were charging towards them. And from the two devils' dens, two First Order God Emperor Realm demons flew out with countless subordinates. Some of them pounced towards the God Emperor and the fourth Supreme Elder, while others attacked the battle stage. Not good, Master and the others have to deal with 5 First Order God Emperor Realm demons. Invincible Warrior's senior sister looked ahead with an ugly expression on her face. 5 against 2. If they weren't careful, their master might die. It's fine, it's fine. The fourth Supreme Elder of the Colored Glass Sect should have a trump card. The Colored Glass Sect is the strongest force, after all. They should have a trump card. Invincible Warrior's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He muttered to himself, soldiers on the battle stage, attack the demons in front of us. All soldiers on the platforms, attack the demons up ahead. Activate the battle platforms and evacuate. Only after we evacuate will the Legion commander and the others be able to retreat. Attack. At this time, an angry roar came from the side. Invincible Warrior looked at the demons in front of him. In addition to the two devils' dens, they were already at a disadvantage. Ari. He sighed heavily. Chapter 2906. With the Dragon Palace at his back, 9 boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of terrifying attacks rained down. Roar, roar, roar. However, the roars of the demonic beasts in front of them were as terrifying as ever. Battle platform bombardment cannons, fire. An order rang out from the side. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening explosion rang through the air. A cannon shell that was tens of kilometers in size flew towards the front, forming a mushroom cloud in the air. It was a terrifying sight. However, the demonic beasts were also emitting a terrifying aura. The tens of demonic beasts in front of them could even withstand the attacks of the cannon shells. The speed of their retreat wasn't fast. However, based on the bombardment of the cannon shells and the attacks from the soldiers on the battle platform, they should be able to retreat safely. Not good. Junior brother Invincible, look at Master. 2 First Order God Emperor Realm abyssal beasts are flying out from the Devil's Cave and attacking Master. Right at this time, second senior sister pointed to the void in front of her and exclaimed to Invincible. Invincible looked over and his face sank. Fuck, where's Azure Lee's trump card? Isn't Azure Lee very strong? Take out your trump card and kill these demonic beasts. Invincible roared with an ugly expression. He hesitated for a moment before flying towards the center of the battle platform. Junior brother Invincible. Second senior sister's expression changed and she quickly followed behind. Guild leaders, hurry up. Hurry up and take out your trump cards and retreat from this place. If you guys are any slower, your guild leaders and the others will die. Fuck, can't you guys retreat faster? Invincible flew to the center of the battle platform and looked at the commanders who were launching long-range attacks. He urged with an ugly expression. You, the commanders shouted when they saw Invincible flying over. They stared at him with an ugly expression. Pull him to the side. How can a piece of trash question us? One of the commanders roared angrily when he saw the situation in front of him. The two of you, go to the side and wait. Otherwise, run away and don't disturb our commanders. 2 Ninth Order Immortal King Realm experts immediately pulled Invincible over and locked their auras on him. They warned Invincible coldly. Fuck, take out your trump cards. Either you help the Legion commander, or you retreat from this place. Invincible scolded with an ugly expression. Brat, don't cause trouble here if you don't know anything. If you weren't the Vice Legion commander's disciple, We would have punished you by military law long ago. The two Ninth Order Immortal God King Realm experts said coldly. Junior brother Woody, don't be rash. Master will be fine. Second senior sister, who was sitting beside him, said hurriedly. Yours truly might not know anything, but I do know that your Liu Li is nothing but trash. Bloody hell. Thankfully, yours truly was thick-skinned enough to ask for some good stuff from Boss Wang and the others. Invincible ignored his senior sister and pointed at the two Ninth Order God King Realm experts. Tempage, hurry up and take this guy away. If he continues to cause trouble, just lock him up. Hearing Invincible's words, a few battle team leaders ordered with grim expressions. Behind him, a group of soldiers also swept their gazes over coldly. In a short period of time, the entire 3rd Legion knew about this sloppy and cowardly fellow. Although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were cursing him in their hearts. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the disciple of the vice leader and the fact that the vice leader had risked his life for Liu Li, they would have beaten him up long ago. Even if he was the disciple of another god emperor, he would have been beaten up. Scram. The two Ninth Order God King Realm experts lost their patience as they barked coldly. Trash Liu Li. You want me to do it myself? Invincible raised his middle finger at them and turned to look at the battlefield. In a flash, he flew forward. Junior brother Woody. When second senior sister saw Jean-F.A. Woody flying forward, her expression changed drastically and she immediately shouted out. That brat is courting death. The Liu Li soldiers' faces darkened when they heard Invincible's words. She said coldly when she saw him flying over. Senior sister, don't follow me. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After saying that, Invincible Battle waved his hand and a piece of blood-red cloth was draped over his body. Grandpa Sky Array, I hope you're not lying to me. He patted the mark of a venerable on his body and waved his arm once again. Roar roar. A low roar could be heard as Long Lei appeared beside him. Brother Duan Jinming, you're the most honest. You won't lie to me. Invincible waved his arm and a water droplet cannon appeared beside Long Lei. Long Lei, control the water droplet cannon and open a path of life and death for me. Invincible Battle Law stood on the head of Long Lei and ordered loudly with a thought. Buzz. Long Lei waved his arm and controlled the 1,000-meter water droplet cannon. He placed all the water attribute divine stones he had prepared in advance into the cannon. Go, get closer to my master. Invincible roared. Buzz. Long Lei's body moved and he flew up into the sky. Senior sister, please take a picture of my heroic and invincible appearance. Invincible turned around and shouted at his second senior sister. There's something wrong with that guy's brain. On the platform, all the soldiers commented in disdain when they saw Invincible flying over at this moment. There were billions of demons ahead. If he flew over at this moment, he would definitely be attacked by them. With just a few thousand demons attacking, that hateful fellow was completely obliterated. Even a pinnacle god king would die if he flew over at this moment. Although my junior brother is afraid of death, he's not stupid. Since he has such a good relationship with the Dragon King, he might have some treasures. Second senior sister looked at Invincible flying over from the back with an ugly expression. All she could do was comfort herself. As expected, just as Invincible Battle Mage and the others flew for about 50 million kilometers, countless demons noticed them. In front of him, the two peak stage God King evil beasts let out a furious roar and charged towards him. Behind them, there were also hundreds of thousands of evil beasts attacking. Their terrifying power covered the entire starry sky. If that lad doesn't escape now, he'll probably die. Given that trash's character, he'll definitely escape immediately. On the stage, everyone could see clearly that Yarosiehr had launched an attack. Yarosiehr said coldly. The few battle group leaders looked on indifferently. How dare you attack me? With the Dragon Palace at my back, my powers are boundless. Water droplet cannon, attack. When Invincible saw the demons attacking him, his face was filled with rage as he bellowed out. Buzz. Swoosh. A rain-like sound came from the water droplet cannon. End of chapter. Chapter 2907, Showtime on Swish Swish Swish. Swish Swish Swish. Swish Swish Swish. A large number of water elemental law stones were converted into energy, and the water droplet cannon let out a unique sound. The sound of rainwater was heard. In the next moment, countless dazzling raindrops fell towards the army of demons. They met the attacks of the demons. Pa, 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 pa. The dense water droplets covered an area of 500 million kilometers. Soon, the raindrops met the attacks of the demons and penetrated them. Even the attacks of the two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons were neutralized. The rest of the raindrops continued to fall. Soon, the cries of the demons were heard. Swish, swish, swish. Before the demons could react, the water droplet cannon in front of Long Ge launched a second round of attacks. Countless raindrops continued to fall. This time, it only attacked the two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons. The two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons let out a fearful roar. At this moment, their bodies were covered with wounds. The raindrops penetrated their wounds. Those with trypophobia would definitely faint if they looked at it. The two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons raised their heads and shot out flames towards the raindrops. Swish, swish, swish. However, the dense and terrifying raindrops pierced through the flames and continued to engulf the demons. The two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons that were the focus of the water droplet cannon were penetrated by the water droplets, and their vitality was drained rapidly. Within 500 million kilometers of these two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons, hundreds of millions of demons were killed. SSS, what a terrifying weapon. That guy has such a treasure. Two pinnacle immortal king god realm demons were killed instantly. This weapon of war is so powerful. These 2 rounds of attacks have killed at least hundreds of millions of demons. Damn, this kid has such a treasure on him. Did the deputy leader give it to him to protect his life? On the fighting ring, everyone was shocked when they saw this. Such a weapon was a great killing weapon. Their colored glass also had such a treasure, but they would only take it out at a critical moment. Second senior sister also opened her mouth slightly, and her eyes shone brightly. Master didn't give it to him. He must have gotten it from the Dragon Palace. She murmured. That kid is out of luck. His 2 rounds of attacks have attracted the attention of the evil army. The evil army is going to change their target. There are 7 to 8 peak-level God King realm monsters that have locked onto that kid. If he doesn't escape, he'll be finished. At this moment, an exclamation came from the fighting ring. Jean-Fa Woody took out the water droplet cannon and killed 2 God King pinnacle evil spirits. The hundreds of millions of evil spirits attracted the attention of the entire evil spirit army. Under the guidance of the 7 to 8 pinnacle God King realm fiends, the entire fiend army actually attacked Jean-Fa Woody. In other words, Invincible Warrior would have to face the attacks of the entire third army. Oh my god, damn it, Dragon Tool, continue to attack. Su su su. Countless raindrops shot towards the demonic army. After a round of attacks, hundreds of millions of evil spirits were killed. However, the 8 pinnacle God King realm fiends had witnessed the power of the raindrops. Hence, they were not injured due to their vigilance and defense. Continue. Jean-Fa Woody continued to shout. Su su su. Don't stop, keep attacking, he shouted loudly. Huh. Damn, it can't be. So many water attribute lore stones are all gone. However, the attacks only lasted for 2 rounds. All the lore stones that he had accumulated were used up. This is too much. Who can afford to play with such a huge consumption? Jean-Fa Woody roared with a black face. He waved his arm and could only keep the water droplet cannon. However, the terrifying strength of the water droplet cannon that killed 5 to 600 million evil spirits in 4 rounds of attacks was already displayed. The energy of that kid's supreme treasure has been used up. On the fighting ring, a group leader said when he saw Jean-Fa Woody keeping his water droplet cannon. Such a treasure can kill so many evil spirits. It's already very terrifying. A battle group leader beside him said. If he doesn't escape, he'll be drowned by the evil spirit army. Everyone on the fighting ring said. Jean-Fa Woody took out his water droplet cannon and attracted the firepower of the evil spirits. This made things much easier for them. Everyone was looking at him. Fuck, Do they really think that I'm Lioli's trash? Jean-Fa Woody floated in the air and shouted loudly when he saw the evil spirit army charging over. His voice was very loud, and all the soldiers of Lioli on the fighting ring heard it clearly. This made their eyes turn cold as they gritted their teeth. However, many people were slightly surprised. Could this guy have more treasures? Let me show you the poison that my big brother gave me. I'll fuck you bastards to death. As Jean-Fa Woody spoke, jade bottles appeared in his hands. He grabbed a bunch of jade bottles and handed a few of them to Long Lei. Little treasure, aim at the 8 pinnacle god king evil spirits. Aim at one point and the jade bottles will explode in front of them. As Jean-Fa Woody spoke, he also held a jade bottle in his hands. Sigh, this is all the poison that my 2 big brothers gave me. My heart aches. After this, I must get Lioli to reimburse me. As Jean-Fa Woody spoke, he waved his arm and threw the jade bottle at the evil spirit army in front of him. Long Lei also threw the jade bottle at the 8 pinnacle god king evil spirits with force. Senior sister, film it for me. Make it look cool. After Jean-Fa Woody threw the bottle, he immediately turned around and said to his senior sister. Second senior sister pursed her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she took out a smart computer and started filming. What's that? Why is that guy so confident? On the fighting ring, the crowd looked over in shock. Roar, 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 roar. The evil spirit army was very fast. In a short period of time, they were only about 2,000 kilometers away from Jean-Fa Woody. To an expert, this distance was very close. Bam! Bam! However, at this moment, the jade bottle that Jean-Fa Woody and Long Lei had thrown exploded in the air. Drops of black liquid shot towards the evil spirit army. Especially the jade bottle that Long Lei had thrown. The resplendent liquid attacked the 8 pinnacle god king evil spirits. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. Roar, 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 roar. An earth-shattering sound was heard. That sound was filled with a mournful expression. The 8 pinnacle god king evil spirits of the abyss were hit by the poison before they could react. They also let out miserable cries. Their bodies rolled in the air as though they had suffered endless torture. Soon, their bodies started to fester and melt. Chapter 2908, Showtime in What's Going On? SSS, look, the entire army of evil seems to have stopped. Look at the 8-peak divine king realm evil beasts. They are roaring crazily. Their bodies are festering and they seem to be dying. What? What a terrifying attack. What is that? This is really creepy. What the hell did that guy throw out? The entire army of evil seems to be infected. At this moment, on the fighting ring, all the azure glaze soldiers widened their eyes and looked in front of them in shock. The 8-peak divine king realm evil beasts were collapsing and their vitality was disappearing rapidly. The army of evil, which consisted of billions of soldiers, stopped in the void. Miserable cries lingered in the air. The entire army of evil seemed to have entered hell as they let out soul-piercing screams. All the soldiers felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. Only their 1 billion soldiers would be able to fight against this army of demons and evil. However, the item that the kid took out could almost destroy the entire army of evil. Up ahead, hundreds of millions of demons and monsters died in droves, and hundreds of millions of them collapsed. After they died, their bodies looked hideous and disgusting. It should be poison. Look at the corpses of those evil beasts. It's a horrifying poison. Even peak divine king realm experts will die if they come into contact with it. How terrifying. I don't think the deputy commander gave this kid this poison. I don't think the deputy commander would give such a dangerous thing to him. In front of the battle platform, several battle group leaders said with shock in their eyes. The treasures that the annoying kid took out were more horrifying than the previous one. Look, 4/5 of the army of evil is dead. Shocked voices came from all around. All the soldiers were dumbfounded. That cowardly and shameless guy that made them feel disgusted had almost wiped out an entire demon legion. Even the Third Army couldn't achieve such a result. Heh! In the void at the forefront, the besieged Celestial Emperor of Upper Water and the Fourth Supreme Elder also sensed the situation. They were shocked when they saw it with their divine senses. Good, good, good. Invincible, I can still hold on for a while. The celestial emperor of upper water was excited. He knew that his disciple must have gotten something good from the dragon palace to save his life. However, this thing was a little fierce. All right. Fourth Supreme Elder also revealed a smile on his face. Once the soldiers were certain of their safety, they would be able to escape. But right at this time, the 3 First Order God Emperor realm demonic beasts that were surrounding the Water God Emperor suddenly attacked Huang Xiaolong. Not good. The Upper Water God Emperor, who had been passively defending, had a drastic change in his expression as he hurriedly tried to block the attack. But right at this time, the other 2 First Order God Emperor realm abyssal species became ruthless and pounced towards him. The Upper Water God Emperor's face turned pale as his body was swept away by the energy. Pu. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Woody, run. The Upper Water God Emperor roared loudly with an anxious expression on his face. That was a Void First Order God Emperor demonic demon with a body size of approximately 5,000 meters. He looked like a praying mantis. He stared at unparalleled combat technique in front of him. His figure flashed and he charged over at an abnormally terrifying speed. Not good, a Celestial Emperor evil monster has its eyes on that kid. Oh no, a God Emperor realm demonic demon has locked onto a space. He can't even return to his God kingdom. It's over. It's a pity for that kid. Even though he's disgusting, he did a great job. On the battle stage, the soldiers saw a First Order God Emperor realm evil monster charging towards unparalleled combat technique, and their expressions changed. It was too easy for a God Emperor to kill a God King realm expert. He could not even escape even if he wanted to. Fuck. Unparalleled combat technique could feel a great terror enveloping him. His body trembled as he cursed. With a wave of his hand, he kept the dragon machinery into his spatial ring. Before he could take out any treasures to defend himself, he saw a huge claw descending on his head. Grandpa Sky Array, bless me, such a terrifying speed did not allow unparalleled combat technique any time to react. He could only stand there in a daze. It's over. When second senior sister saw this scene, her face turned pale and she hurriedly closed her eyes. On the battle stage, all the soldiers frowned slightly. They looked at unparalleled combat technique and sighed in their hearts. Boom. A terrifying collision sound resounded, and unparalleled combat technique's figure was sent flying for dozens of kilometers. However, there was no sign of injury on his body. At this time, the mark of the venerable ancestor on his body emitted a blood-red glow. Behind him, there was a 10,000-meter blood-red shadow shrouding him. Ha ha ha, awesome, here. When unparalleled combat technique saw that there was no sign of injury on his body, and he could feel the imposing shadow surrounding him, his face lit up with excitement. Little bastard, you dare to attack this young master? Why don't you take a look at who's protecting this young master? Unparalleled combat technique floated in the void as he pointed his middle finger at the mantis-like First Order God Emperor realm evil monster and roared in disdain. This is a defensive treasure that can actually defend against a God Emperor realm attack. Fuck, how many treasures does that guy have? He even has such a treasure. In front of the battle stage, the group of battle group commanders couldn't help but curse out loud when they saw this scene. An incomparably powerful water-attributed divine artifact, and a horrifying poison. Now, he even took out a defensive treasure that could defend against a God Emperor's attack. This guy's entire body was filled with treasures. This was too amazing. This guy has so many treasures. All the colored glass realm soldiers sighed in their hearts. But at this time, the mantis-like First Order God Emperor realm evil monster saw that unparalleled combat technique was unharmed. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the shadow surrounding him, and a cold expression appeared on his face. His figure flashed again as he pounced towards unparalleled combat technique. Do you really think this young master is a pushover? Unparalleled combat technique was enraged when he saw the evil monster charging towards him once again. With a wave of his hand, the resplendent immortal beheading gourd appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the gourd's lid and willed it. Numerous wind-attributed immortal beheading swords flew at a terrifying speed towards the First Order God Emperor realm evil monster in front of him. Half of the wind-attributed immortal beheading swords that he had accumulated for 2 years flew out. The moment the First Order God Emperor realm evil monster saw the immortal beheading gourd, it felt the threat of death looming over it. Its eyes were filled with fear, and it wanted to stop its body and escape. However, the distance between them was too close, and the immortal beheading gourd was too fast. Su, 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 su. 13 immortal beheading gourd instantly enveloped it. Every immortal beheading gourd had the power of a First Order God Emperor realm expert. This was equivalent to 13 Emperor gods launching an attack at the same time. Moreover, this First Order God Emperor realm evil monster had no time to react. Pu. In the next moment, the 13 immortal beheading gourd's body was pierced through. Roar. An incomparably painful scream came from the First Order God Emperor realm evil monster's mouth. His life force was disappearing at a terrifying speed, and his body slowly fell to the ground. The First Order God Emperor realm evil monster had fallen. Unparalleled combat techniques. Heart pounded violently as he watched this scene. He pursed his lips and raised his head slightly. Courting death. Of all people to provoke, why did you provoke this young master? Unparalleled combat technique said calmly. Chapter 2909, Battle Time. Next gulp. Dumbfounded. The soldiers of the Colored Glass Third Legion were dumbfounded. On the battle stage, everyone stared blankly at the lifeless First Order God Emperor realm demonic beast falling to the ground. Instant kill. A First Order God Emperor realm demonic beast was killed in an instant. Watching this scene, everyone was in a daze as they stared blankly at the figure in front of them. In their eyes, that loathsome and cowardly fellow had killed a demonic beast in an instant. A blood-red figure shrouded his body, holding a resplendent gourd in his hand. His head was raised arrogantly as he floated in the air. Just now, flying swords flew out from the gourd and killed a First Order God Emperor realm demonic beast. How is this possible? What treasure is that in his hand? It actually killed a God Emperor realm demonic beast in an instant. Sigh. This is too terrifying. Fuck, why does that fellow have so many treasures on him? He killed a First Order God Emperor realm demonic beast in an instant. What kind of treasure is that? Even an ordinary God Emperor would find it hard to possess such treasures. How did that fellow get so many treasures? How much luck does he have to obtain so many treasures? It can't be given to him by Lord Vice Commander, right? Even Lord Vice Commander doesn't have such treasures. Soon, discussions broke out on the battle stage. Their eyes were burning with disbelief as they stared at Invincible. They couldn't believe their eyes when they saw so many powerful treasures in front of them. Not even their colored glass God Emperor could take out so many treasures. However, those fellows came one after another, each stronger than the last. It was simply heaven-defying. Junior brother Invincible actually obtained so many treasures from the Dragon Palace. Second senior sister muttered as she looked at Invincible. Her eyes were filled with shock. The divine artifact in her junior brother's hands could kill their master in an instant. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. In the void in front of them, the high water god emperor was stunned when he sensed the situation. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. He didn't expect his disciple to obtain so many terrifying treasures from the Dragon Palace. Of the 5 First Order God Emperor realm demonic beasts, 1 had been killed by Invincible, and there were only 4 left. If there were 4 of them, it would be very difficult to threaten his and the 4th Supreme Elder's lives. Gagaga, I've already said that I'm staying here to protect you, Master, but you still don't believe me. Humph, 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 I'll show you the power of my invincible battle techniques. When Invincible Battle Law heard Shangxue God Emperor's words, he raised his head and laughed. As he spoke, a flute appeared in his hand. It was a yellow jade flute. At the opening of the jade flute, there was a formation, which was set up by the heaven formation. The jade flute was of the earth attribute. Logically speaking, invincible combat technique should not be used. However, the heavenly formation had set up a formation on it. As long as the formation was activated, it could be used immediately. Furthermore, now that the celestial formation's strength had increased, it had left a trace of its own energy in the formation. Even if one wasn't a formation master, they would still be able to activate the formation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He activated the array on the jade flute, and a special sound came from it. In the surrounding void, the non-elemental energy began to gather in front of him. What kind of treasure is this? Look at the jade flute in his hand. That mysterious and resplendent aura doesn't seem to be any weaker than that gourd. On the battle stage, all the Lazuli faction's soldiers saw Invincible Battle Lore take out another jade flute, and their expressions changed again. Don't tell me this guy has more supreme treasures. All the Lazuli faction's soldiers widened their eyes. At this time, Invincible Battle Lore would naturally not disappoint them. A deep roar resounded. In the void in front of him, a large amount of earth-attributed lore energy condensed into a huge creature. From that creature's body, an aura that belonged to a god-emperor spread out. In the next moment, that earth-attributed lore energy rushed towards a first-order god-emperor realm demonic creature in front of Shangshire god-emperor. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a cold breath again, their faces filled with shock. Motherfucker, is that guy a treasure vault? How could he have so many supreme treasures? A first-order god-emperor realm demonic creature. That jade flute actually summoned an earth-attributed first-order god-emperor realm demonic creature. This, a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, let's do it. Invincible Battle Lore relied on the protection of the scar of the venerable realm to wave his arm, roared, and flew towards his master. Roar roar. The earth-attributed lore energy creature's speed was terrifying, and it soon arrived at Shangshire God Emperor's side, fighting one of the demonic creatures. Seeing this scene, the Shangshire God Emperor pursed his lips, his eyes filled with shock. This disciple of his actually obtained so many supreme treasures from the Dragon Palace. In front of him, the two demonic creatures besieging Shangshire God Emperor let out angry roars. They swung their huge tails, sweeping towards Shangshire God Emperor and the earth-attributed lore energy creature. Master, restrain one of them, I'll kill the other one. Invincible Battle Lore roared. All right. Shangshire God Emperor's body trembled, his eyes filled with excitement, and he immediately roared. This disciple of his was not done yet. Boom, boom, boom. In a one-on-one situation, Shangshire God Emperor was not afraid of the demonic creature in front of him. He held a jade pot in his hand, and with a wave of his arm, a large number of water element laws flew out of the jade pot. The water element laws condensed into various weapons, attacking the demonic creature. In an instant, the demonic creature was completely suppressed by Shangshire God Emperor. Hee. Invincible Battle Lore came to the front, caressing the immortal slaying gourd in his hand, his face filled with pride. Master, watch out. Invincible Battle Lore roared, and the gourd lid was opened. All of you, come out. With a wave of his hand, immortal slaying swords appeared. Other than the wind element immortal slaying swords that could threaten a first-order god emperor, there were also fire, lightning, and wood elements. However, these three elements could only threaten a peak god-king realm expert. Even so, there were too many of these three elements. These three elements added up to a total of 70 to 80 swords. Attack. Swish, swish, swish. With a thought, all the immortal slaying swords attacked the demonic creature in front of Shangshire God Emperor. What a sharp sword, what a terrifying sword. Shangshire God Emperor felt the sharpness of the immortal slaying swords, and his pupils constricted. He raised the jade pot in his hand, and numerous water ropes flew out, binding the demonic creature. Swish, swish, swish. Roar, roar, roar. The demonic creature also felt a strong sense of danger, and fear flashed in its eyes as it tried to escape. However, with Shangshire God Emperor's protection, and the hundreds of immortal slaying swords attacking at a terrifying speed, the demonic creature only managed to dodge half of the immortal slaying swords. Roar, roar. A miserable shriek rang out once again. Ha ha ha, killing a god emperor is like killing a dog. Invincible Battle Lore's arrogant voice rang out. I'm begging for monthly votes. The monthly votes will give me a lot of exposure. Thank you brothers for your support. Chapter 29:10, requesting help from the Dragon Palace, killing god emperors like dogs. Looking at the life force of yet another fiend god emperor disappearing rapidly, everyone shuddered. In a short period of time, 2 first-order god emperor realm gods were killed by Invincible. They were god emperors. Even in the colored glaze region, they were high and mighty god emperors. However, it sounded weird coming from an 8th-order god king realm master's mouth. But in reality, that incomparably arrogant fellow had killed 2 god emperors and Yarosia. And they were all instant kills. Even though he had treasures to rely on, to be able to take out treasures was his own ability. At the side, the god emperor who was fighting with the earth element lifeform let out a fearful roar when he saw his comrade fall. On the other side, the other 2 god emperors looked over with fear in their eyes. They roared in unison, exchanged a look, and stopped their attacks. The 3 god emperors retreated swiftly as they let out indignant roars. God Emperor-level demons already possessed their own intelligence. Seeing 2 of their comrades killed, they were slightly afraid. They retreated immediately. Good, Qing Shan, I didn't expect your disciple to have so many treasures. At this moment, the 4th Supreme Elder flew over from the side. He sized up Jean-Fa Woody with a look of astonishment, and his heart was filled with shock. As the army commander, he was well aware of what had happened on the battle platform in the past few days. Some of his subordinates even reported to him, asking if he should chase this kid out. Since Qingshan had returned when the colored glaze region was in danger, he had to give Qingshan some face and let this kid do whatever he wanted. However, he didn't expect that Jingju, whom he had assumed to be a bad disciple of Green Mountain, would have so many powerful and formidable trump cards. Every single one of those weapons could kill him in an instant. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. Master, how was it? I told you, I didn't leave because I was afraid you would die. But now, Chimpate. Invincible warrior raised his head slightly and said proudly, Me. The upper water god emperor's face darkened when he saw Invincible acting so arrogantly in front of him. He flew to Invincible's side. Pa. He moved his palm and directly grabbed the back of Invincible fighter's neck. I think you are a little arrogant. Did you get a lot of good stuff from the Dragon Palace this time? As the upper water god emperor spoke, he carried him and flew towards the battle platform. Supreme 4th Elder curiously followed at the side. Master, I've taken out all the treasures I got from Elder Wang and the others. They've basically all been used up. I wanted to save this to save my life. If I didn't see you in danger, I wouldn't have taken it out, Invincible said with a dark face. Master, I'm your savior now. He shouted loudly. Brat, I see that you've grown up. You can do it now. With 3 or 4 supreme treasures in your hands, do you want to fly to the sky? When the upper water god emperor heard that he was his savior, his face turned even darker. With a wave of his arm, he tossed it to the ground of the fighting ring. Bam! The powerful force immediately caused it to fall on the deck of the fighting ring. Ah, Master, you don't know what's good for you. I begged my grandparents to get these treasures, Invincible fighter said with a sorrowful face. Junior brother Invincible. Second senior sister saw Invincible fighter being tossed over and immediately walked over to help him up. Senior sister, did you record the scene of my Invincible fighter killing an emperor god so easily? Invincible fighter kept the mark of the honor on his body and asked senior sister immediately. Don't worry, I've recorded it. Second senior sister replied speechlessly. That's good, that's good. Fortunately, the scene of my heroic Invincible killing an emperor god like killing a dog was recorded. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss this time. Invincible fighter heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile. On the surrounding fighting ring, everyone's lips twitched when they heard Invincible fighter's words. However, looking at that sloppy fellow, everyone's heart was filled with dread. This guy's achievement of killing 2 demonic evil god emperors was real. Qingshan, this disciple of yours really has a lot of treasures. He's really amazing. Supreme 4th Elder looked at Invincible fighter and exclaimed to the Divine Emperor of Shangshire. Hehe, although this disciple of mine is naughty and mischievous, he's quite likable. He got to know the Dragon King of Dragon Palace 10 years ago and got these treasures from the Dragon King. The divine emperor of Shangshui chuckled. Although he didn't like to listen to his disciples' words, he would have been in danger today if it wasn't for this kid. Dragon King? The Dragon King of Dragon Palace? Fourth Supreme Elder's face revealed a look of surprise. Yes, otherwise, how could this kid get so many treasures? Even if he got them, he wouldn't be able to use them. The divine emperor of Shangshui said with a smile. Master, I borrowed these treasures and have to return them. Moreover, the immortal slaying sword in the immortal slaying gourd has been used up. I don't have any trump cards left. I think it's time for us to retreat. Why don't we return to the heavenly witchcraft domain in the imperial star domain? We can go anywhere. At least with Boss Wang and Dragon Palace, it won't be so dangerous. Invincible said to his master. It seems like the Dragon Palace is really strong. Supreme Fourth Elder glanced at the supreme treasure in Invincible's hand and said slowly. That's for sure. Invincible Battle replied. Old Fourth, you just sent out a call for help. What's the situation now? We just shook off the Celestial Emperor monsters on our side. At this time, numerous figures flew over from the surrounding battle platforms. The azure glass Celestial Emperors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that they were fine. Hehe, it was really dangerous just now. However, thanks to Qingshan's disciple who killed the two Celestial Emperors, our crisis was alleviated. Otherwise, it's hard to say what would have happened. Supreme Fourth Elder looked at the Celestial Emperors and said with a smile. What? Qingshan's disciple killed two Celestial Emperors? What's going on? The 10 Celestial Emperors were taken aback as they asked. My disciple used the supreme treasure to kill the two Celestial Emperors. The Divine Emperor of Shangshui explained. Supreme treasure? The Celestial Emperors were shocked as they looked at Invincible. Hehe, greetings, seniors. Invincible chuckled and greeted them when he saw everyone looking at him. Qingshan's disciple has a good relationship with the Dragon Palace. He borrowed many powerful supreme treasures from them before he came. He also used the supreme treasure to kill more than half of the celestial army on our side. Supreme Fourth Elder looked at the void ahead as he spoke to the Celestial Emperors.
Chapter 2679. A large area of the void suddenly collapsed as two figures broke through the void and rushed out of the chaos. The pressure of a Saint Venerate filled the area. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The divine pressure of a Saint Venerate made everyone's hearts palpitate. Even the ancient Celestial Emperor and the Fire Emperor could not help but be moved. Yuan Gu, come and fight me. As soon as Gu Fei rushed out of the primal chaos, he charged towards the primordial Celestial Emperor. With a wave of his hands, the 9 rays of primal chaos divine light around him immediately turned into 9 rays of primal chaos rainbow that pierced towards the primordial Celestial Emperor. Gu Fei, you little brat, the ancient Celestial Emperor was both shocked and angry. Gu Fei had already grown up. Buzz. 9 immortal marks also rushed out of the ancient Celestial Emperor's body. The 9 purple immortal marks turned into a shocking sword light that met the 9 beams of chaotic divine light. 2 extremely strong sword chi clashed together in an instant, and a devastating sword chi wave burst out. The void was directly torn apart, and it was annihilated silently. The ancient Celestial Emperor quickly retreated. At this time, the Elder Ape had already started fighting with Gu Fei. Every punch they threw caused the entire area to tremble, displaying their terrifying combat power. Gu Fei naturally did not show any weakness and also waved his fist. Boom! Gu Fei's chaotic fist collided with the old ape's golden fist, resulting in a deafening explosion. The two figures quickly separated, and the void between them collapsed. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended into the distance. The Elder Ape did not have much time left. Soon, he would turn into a great pathmark and return to the heavenly path. Swoosh! Golden light filled the sky as the Elder Ape directly pounced towards Gu Fei. As he waved his golden fist, it shattered the void. The terrifying pressure caused the sky to tremble. Instead of retreating, Gu Fei charged at the old macaque. Boom! Bang! Gu Fei and the old ape were like two supreme gods fighting each other. Their powerful Saint Venerable auras filled the surroundings, shocking everyone. I didn't expect this Gufei to be able to contend against the great Tao brand of the Elder Ape. When the Fire Emperor saw this scene in the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he could not help but be moved. It should be known that the old ape was the most outstanding existence in the past. Even in the Holy Venerable realm, he was an unrivaled Holy Venerable. Martial artists can really be invincible among their peers. The power that Gufei had displayed had already exceeded his expectations, causing him to look at Gufei in a different light. He did not want to become enemies with Gufei. Kill! The primordial celestial the arch rushed over. Clanging sounds rang out from his body as thousands of sword lights rushed out from his body and pierced towards Gufei. The flying immortal sword chi crisscrossed. This was equivalent to two Saint Venerables attacking Gufei at the same time. Ha, come. Not only was Gufei not afraid in the face of such a fierce attack, but he even laughed. The stronger the opponent, the better to test his own combat strength. Gufei's long hair danced in the wind as he punched the old ape and stomped on the primordial celestial the arch. He was actually fighting against two Saint Venerables by himself. Everyone was stunned by this scene. This is too heaven-defying. Someone said with a trembling voice. It really is Gufei. At this time, on a mountain several thousand miles away, Yuan Hong was extremely excited. Three figures moved rapidly in the void, piercing through the void. In the end, the three figures rushed into the depths of the chaos. The energy fluctuations caused by the battle caused the void to shake. An hour later, a heavenly Tao brand rushed out of the chaos and disappeared into the depths of the sky, returning to the heavenly Tao. Success. In the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the Fire Emperor's face was very solemn. This was the first time he had seen someone successfully pass the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Suddenly, the void shattered and a figure rushed out of the chaos. This person was actually the primordial celestial the arch. He was in an extremely sorry state, his body tattered and covered in blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of attack he had suffered in the chaos. Ha, primordial son, to think that this day would come for you. Gufei's voice came out of the chaos. A figure walked out of the chaos and instantly appeared in front of the primordial celestial the arch. Go to hell. The primordial celestial the arch directly used a killing technique. The void around Gufei suddenly collapsed. He was devoured by a heaven-devouring force into a void where the sun could not be seen. Numerous immortal runes appeared in the void, turning into peerless sword light that pierced towards Gufei. The sword light was densely packed in front, behind, up, down, left and right. This was the sword domain created by the primordial celestial the arch. There was only the sword here and nothing else. As long as one was trapped in the sword domain, there would only be one outcome, death. Gufei was not in a hurry. With a thought, a light barrier immediately appeared around his body and enveloped him. The countless sword lights that pierced towards him were all blocked by the light barrier. What? The primordial celestial Thearcha's voice rang out. He had never expected that even though he had trapped Gufei in the sword domain, it would not be easy to kill Gufei. I don't believe that I can't kill you. The primordial celestial the arch was furious. He operated the sword domain with all his might, causing the entire sword domain to tremble as if it could collapse at any moment. Terrifying sword lights continuously condensed in the sword domain and slashed towards Gufei. Great Tao power also suppressed Gufei from all directions. Immortal runes were imprinted in the void around Gufei, freezing the entire void. The primordial celestial the arch wanted to obliterate Gufei in the sword domain. However, the primordial celestial Thearcha's expression changed in the next moment. Rumble, a supreme saint venerate power erupted from Gufei's body. The entire sword domain began to tremble as pitch-black spatial cracks continuously appeared. Roar! Gufei raised his head and roared. His long hair danced in the wind as the chaotic light in his eyes grew to dozens of meters long. An extremely powerful ripple of energy erupted from his body. The sword lights that were constantly piercing towards him were all shattered. Even the immortal runes imprinted in the void around him dimmed as if they could collapse at any moment. Break! Gufei shouted as he punched upwards with his right fist. The Supreme Saint Venerate Fist Force erupted. This was the combination of his physical body and battle technique, so it displayed unimaginable power. Boom! With a loud sound, the world shook. Gufei's fist actually blasted a huge hole in the entire sword domain. He had forcefully broken through the sword domain. Gufei did not hesitate and directly rushed out of the hole. How is this possible? Chapter 2680. The primordial Heavenly Emperor cultivated the soaring immortal swordsmanship. The soaring immortal swordsmanship domain was a killing technique cultivated by the primordial Heavenly Emperor. It was equivalent to opening up a world of swords. As long as one was swallowed by the soaring immortal swordsmanship, no one would be able to escape. Everyone would be killed inside, including heavenly sovereigns. Even heavenly sovereigns did not dare to enter the sword domain when they were fighting against the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Rumble, the sword domain collapsed, and beams of extremely sharp sword light slashed out in all directions. Every beam of sword light was like a shocking divine rainbow, directly breaking through the void of the world. Buzz. A sword light descended from the sky and landed directly on the sky above Celestial City. It slashed at the celestial light that protected the city, causing it to tremble violently. The surviving cultivators in Celestial City were shocked. However, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the celestial light that protected the city was able to withstand the sword light that descended from the sky. At this time, ash could be seen everywhere in Celestial City. That was the tribulation ash left behind by the cultivators who had died under the tribulation. If a cultivator who had ignited the tribulation flame failed to pass the tribulation, he would be blasted into ashes by the tribulation. Both his body and soul would be destroyed. The sword domain of the primordial Heavenly Emperor collapsed as countless sword lights rushed out. The celestial palace in the sky was also struck by the sword light, but it was also blocked by a layer of immortal light. The soaring immortal sword light possessed great power, but the defensive formations of Celestial City and the Celestial Palace were also very powerful. Those were the lair of the primordial Heavenly Emperor. It was definitely not an easy task to break through the defensive formations of these two places. Boom! With a loud sound, the sword domain completely collapsed. A powerful sword energy swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse and be annihilated. The primordial Heavenly Emperor was directly blown away by this force. Even Gufei had no choice but to retreat. The Celestial Palace in the sky and Celestial City on the ground were affected and constantly shook. The layer of immortal light above Celestial City blossomed with resplendent radiance. Immortal runes faintly appeared and intertwined on the immortal light. The region within a radius of 10,000 miles was in a great upheaval. The power of the sword wave that swept out directly turned the mountains into dust, dissipating in the void. The golden spirit ape Yuan Hong and the others also retreated far away to avoid being affected by the mighty power of the sword Dao. Kill! Gufei directly tore through the void and charged forward. With just one step, he had already arrived before the ancient Yuan Celestial the Arch and blasted out a punch. There was no blinding divine light or monstrous energy fluctuations. It seemed like a casual punch. However, Gufei's punch made the ancient Yuan Heavenly Thearcha's expression change. Turning something rotten into something magical, the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor had never imagined that Gufei would be able to unleash such a punch right after undergoing the Heavenly Sovereign Tribulation. This made him feel very uneasy. If Gufei was given enough time to comprehend it, he would definitely be able to go even further on this path. Without any suspense, the primordial celestial the Arch was sent flying by Gufei's punch. The power of the great path contained within this punch was extremely powerful, and the primordial celestial the Arch continuously coughed up blood. Roar! The primordial celestial the Arch roared again and again as he unleashed all sorts of shocking killing techniques. However, he had already lost all his advantages and was unable to do anything to Gufei. Boom! There was a muffled sound as the primordial celestial emperor was once again sent flying by Gufei's punch. Cracks appeared all over his body, as if he was a delicate piece of porcelain that could shatter at any moment. How is this possible? The primordial celestial arch couldn't accept this. He was on the verge of going crazy. He unleashed all 9 secrets of the immortal path and the soaring immortal sword path. However, Gufei only used 1 punch. When the primordial celestial arch used the anti-void secret technique to escape into the void, he was knocked out by Gufei's punch. The primordial celestial arch used the soaring immortal sword path. Thousands of sword lights hummed, but they were still scattered by Gufei's punch. No matter how many sword lights there were, Gufei's punch was enough to destroy them. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The primordial celestial arch was undoubtedly powerful, but he couldn't gain any advantage against Gufei's fist. The primordial celestial arch is finished. The Flame Emperor knew that the primordial celestial arch was no match for Gufei. The primordial celestial arch shouldn't be so weak. He could also see that this wasn't the real body of the primordial celestial arch, but a clone. His real body still hasn't appeared even now. The Flame Emperor was very curious. He didn't plan on taking action. He wanted to see if the primordial celestial arch would come in his real body. Dizun. Seeing the primordial celestial arch being suppressed by Gufei left the primordial celestial Fiarka's subordinates dumbfounded. How could a Dizun be defeated? By this time, some of the big shots from the other regions of the heavenly realm had arrived. They were all dumbfounded and shocked to see the primordial celestial arch being beaten so miserably by a youth. Who is that? When did the heavenly realm have such an expert? Many people were whispering to each other. At this time, a young man wearing a mysterious green divine armor rushed over from the distance and landed on a mountain peak. This young man's body was surging with a majestic draconic aura. The image of a huge dragon was faintly discernible on his body. Oh, why is he here too? Someone recognized this young man. The eldest disciple of the demon race's patriarch. Someone was secretly startled. This young man's background wasn't small. Moreover, the demon race's patriarch was extremely protective and powerful. No one dared to provoke the demon race in the heavenly realm because the current demon race's patriarch was extremely powerful. Even when the demon race was rebelling, no one dared to have any ideas. As expected, when the demon race's patriarch returned, he immediately quelled the rebellion. It really is Big Brother. The young man couldn't help but be excited when he saw the figure in the sky. Brother Monkey is here too. Xiaoqing soon sensed Yuan Hong's aura. He soared into the sky from the mountain peak and flew towards the mountain where Yuan Hong was. Where is that old tortoise? His brother is fighting, but he still has the nerve to watch from the side. When Xiaoqing landed beside Yuan Hong's voice reached Xiaoqing's ears. Xiaoqing was startled when he heard this. He just happened to be in the Eastern Earth. When he heard that someone was undergoing tribulation in the ancient celestial Fiarka's lair, he immediately ran over. However, he didn't know where his master, the old tortoise, was. You are the eldest disciple of the demon race's patriarch, the Green Emperor. The Xianming Saintess, who was standing beside Yuan Hong, looked at Xiaoqing. Her eyes lit up. In recent years, the Green Emperor's fame had shaken the heaven realm. He was a rising star in the heaven realm. To be able to befriend such a person was definitely a good thing for the Xianming sect. The Xianming Saintess could use her relationship with Xiaoqing to befriend the demon race's patriarch. Boom! Chapter 2681. The Green Emperor was the Emperor of Demons. This was the name that Xiaoqing had gained in the heaven realm. He was the eldest disciple of the current demon lord. Such an identity was enough for all the powerhouses in the heaven realm to not look down on Xiaoqing. It should be said that Xiaoqing had an extremely protective master. Moreover, Xiaoqing's cultivation was also extremely powerful. He could compete with the powerhouses of the previous generation and fight for the demon lord. At this time, the battle between Gufei and the ancient Yuan celestial ruler was about to end. Gufei's powerful fist had directly destroyed the ancient Yuan celestial ruler's heavenly venerate immortal body. You don't have the qualifications to kill me. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler's consciousness fluctuated within the bloody mist. The bloody mist ignited and emitted a demonic bloody light. The bloody light rapidly converged and a figure appeared within it. Very quickly, all the bloody light disappeared. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler had reappeared. Moreover, his aura was also extremely tyrannical. Heaven Ascension Secret Technique. Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. He had obtained the Heaven Ascension Secret Technique from the Violet Emperor, the only son of the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. The Heaven Ascension Secret Technique had naturally been imparted to him by the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. I already said that you don't have the qualifications to kill me. The ancient Yuan celestial ruler stared at Gu Fei with a gloomy expression. His gaze was extremely vicious, like a venomous snake staring at Gu Fei. Anyone else would have been intimidated by the ancient Yuan celestial ruler's gaze. However, who was Gu Fei? He had encountered existences even more terrifying than the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. Die! Gu Fei didn't say anything else. He simply threw another punch at the ancient Yuan celestial ruler. This was a mysterious punch. It didn't emit any divine light or energy fluctuations, but it still blasted the ancient Yuan celestial ruler into a bloody mist. This was the power of the Tao. From the complex to the simple, the rotten to the magical. Gu Fei's usage of the Tao had reached a new level. Even an existence like the ancient Yuan celestial ruler couldn't help but be moved. This person's comprehension was truly terrifying. Damn it. The ancient Yuan celestial arch was both shocked and angry. He reformed his immortal body once again, and his body still exuded the powerful aura of his peak state. It didn't seem like he had been fighting for a long time. This was the wondrous aspect of the secret ascension technique. It could instantly restore a cultivator to his or her prime state. Even the wounds they received would be completely healed up. Let's see how many times you can reform your body. Gu Fei was going all out. He threw punch after punch at the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor, directly turning the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor's heavenly venerate immortal physique into dregs. However, the primordial celestial arch had grasped the Heaven Ascension Secret Technique. Even if he was blasted to smithereens by Gu Fei's fist, he could still reform his immortal body and continue fighting Gu Fei. When they saw this scene, everyone became stupefied. A few old monsters saw through something and were all shocked to the extreme. The primordial Heavenly Emperor was formidable, actually grasping this type of secret technique. Damn, looks like it's hard to tell who will win. The Flame Emperor muttered to himself. The primordial celestial arch was basically undefeatable. The Heaven Ascension Secret Technique was an undying immortal art. It was said to be unkillable. Since it couldn't be killed, then the final victor would be the unkillable one. This is bad. Yuan Hong couldn't help but feel nervous. The primordial celestial arch had truly hidden himself well. He had actually grasped such a heaven-defying secret technique. It seemed like Gu Fei had the upper hand, but the primordial celestial arch hadn't lost yet. Brother Monkey, don't worry. My big brother won't lose. Xiaoqing said. Despite saying this, he was still a little nervous. The primordial celestial arch wasn't an ordinary existence. He was a heavenly sovereign. In the heavenly realm, only heavenly sovereigns were qualified to be called emperors. The primordial celestial arch was definitely an expert among heavenly sovereigns. The situation isn't looking good. The Xianming Saintess said. Preposterous. Gu Fei knew that this was only a clone of the primordial celestial arch. However, this clone was extremely powerful and shouldn't be much weaker than a true god. If he couldn't even kill a clone of the primordial celestial arch, then how could he fight the real body of the primordial celestial arch? Ha! Don't waste your energy. You can't kill me. The primordial celestial Thearcha's consciousness rippled through the bloody light. The primordial celestial arch, who had been blasted apart by Gu Fei's punch, had once again reformed his heavenly sovereign immortal body. Is that so? Gu Fei suddenly revealed a cold and arrogant smile. Then, he threw another punch and blasted the primordial celestial Thearka's immortal body into a bloody mist once again. I already said that you can't kill me, yet you're still trying. How foolish, ha! The primordial celestial arch laughed wantonly. I'll kill you right now. Goofface suddenly rushed into the bloody mist. Then, a powerful suction force emerged from his body. His entire body seemed to have turned into a terrifying black hole that continuously swallowed the bloody mist around him. Rumble, the void shook as Goofface's heaven-devouring power surged out and instantly enveloped the surrounding void and the bloody mist. What? You, the primordial celestial Thearka's horrified voice came from the bloody mist. The bloody mist continuously gathered towards Goofface and was directly turned into nothingness by a strange force. How is this possible? You actually obtained a secret technique. This time, the primordial celestial arch could no longer remain calm. This secret technique was the nemesis of the Heaven Ascension secret technique, as it could turn everything in the world into nothingness. What's going on? Everyone watching from afar noticed that something was wrong. The bloody mist was glowing as if it was trying to escape. It was as if there was something terrifying on Goofface's body. How is this possible? The Fire Emperor was finally moved when he saw this scene from the Celestial Arch Palace. Big Brother is really powerful. Xiaoqing was both surprised and delighted. Goofface was definitely going to win. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Yuan Hong muttered to himself as he looked at the figure in the bloody mist in the distance. Goofface used the void secret technique. The bloody mist around him constantly gathered towards him and was obliterated by the power of the void secret technique. Both the primordial celestial Thearka's power and spirit sense were turned into nothingness. At this moment, even the Heaven Ascension secret technique had lost its effect, as the power of the Heaven Ascension secret technique had also been turned into nothingness. Arg! I refuse to accept this. Only now did the primordial celestial arch realize that Goofface had been pretending to be weak all along. Goofface had made him lower his guard before dealing the fatal blow. The primordial celestial Thearka's Yuan spirit had been sucked in by the void secret technique. It was impossible for him to escape. Very soon, the bloody mist had been completely wiped out by Goofface's void secret technique. An incomparably powerful clone had been destroyed by Goofface just like that. Roar! In a mysterious place, a furious roar sounded. The entire region was shaking, and a wave of supreme immortal Tao aura surged. Who is it? Who dares to destroy my clone? Chapter 2682. The clone embodiment of the ancient celestial arch had been turned into nothingness by Goofface's void secret art. Even though the embodiment of the ancient celestial arch had mastered the Heaven Ascension secret art, it was still useless. Legend had it that the void secret art was the last of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was a heaven-defying secret art created by the supreme Tao ancestor after he had attained enlightenment. Some people said that the 9th secret art was the nemesis of the first 8 secrets. This was definitely not groundless. After destroying the clone embodiment of the ancient celestial arch, Goofface appeared on the mountain ridge where Xiaoqing and Yuan Hong were. He took a step forward and arrived in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. When Goofface appeared in front of them, Xiaoqing and Yuan Hong were both taken aback. The mysterious underworld saintess's eyes flickered with a strange glint. No one knew what she was thinking about. Big Brother, Xiaoqing, who was extremely excited, walked forward and hugged Goofface tightly. Xiaoqing, you've grown up. Goofface was also very excited to see Xiaoqing. It should be known that he and Xiaoqing had met during a crisis. Back when he had been chased and met Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing had sucked away the strange poison in his body and saved his life. Back then, Xiaoqing had just been a Xiaoqing snake. Now, he had become a demon emperor and a disciple of a demon lord from the sky realm. Of course, Goofface was no longer the young man who had just made his debut. They had a lot to talk about when they reunited once again. However, the two of them didn't know what to say at the moment. Goofface, I didn't expect it to be you. I was wondering who would be so daring as to come to the lair of the ancient celestial arch to undergo tribulation. Yuan Hong, the golden spiritual ape, walked over. Brother Monkey. Gu Fei also stepped forward and hugged Yuan Hong tightly. They were brothers who treated each other with sincerity. While Gu Fei was talking to Xiaoqing and Yuan Hong, the Celestial Emperor City and the Celestial Emperor Palace were in an uproar. Everyone could not believe that their venerable sovereigns had been killed by that young man. How is this possible? That's not true. How could Dizun die? Countless people roared and howled at the top of their lungs. The subordinates of the ancient Celestial the Arch couldn't accept this cruel reality. To the subordinates of the primordial Celestial the Arch, the death of the primordial Celestial the Arch was akin to the collapse of their world. Everyone felt incomparable despair. It was like a lamp in the darkness had suddenly been extinguished, plunging countless people into boundless darkness. This Gu Fei has finally grown up. The Fire Emperor muttered to himself. He had never intended to make a move. Gu Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. He directly used the transportation formation in the Celestial Emperor Palace and left the Celestial Emperor Palace. He knew that although Gu Fei had destroyed the incarnation of the primordial Celestial the Arch, Gu Fei wouldn't just let it go. Next, Gu Fei would attack the Celestial Emperor Palace and the Celestial Emperor City. The Fire Emperor didn't want to fight with Gu Fei, so he chose to leave. Big brother, shouldn't we collect some spoils of war? Xiaoqing looked at the Celestial Emperor's city in front of them and said. This was the lair of the primordial Celestial the Arch, so there would definitely be a lot of good stuff. They should loot it. Not bad. Yuan Hong nodded and smiled coldly. His eyes were extremely sharp as he looked at the Celestial Emperor Palace. It was as if two bolts of lightning had suddenly appeared in the void. At this moment, the eyes of the mysterious underworld saintess lit up. She immediately sent a message to the elders of the mysterious underworld sect, Black Tiger Daoist and Yen Kun. Black Tiger Daoist and Yen Kun immediately turned around and left. At this time, Gu Fei, Xiaoqing, and Yuan Hong had already soared into the sky and flew forward. Gu Fei had the speed of 8 steps. He took a step and appeared in the sky above the Celestial Emperor City. A powerful holy venerate aura spread out, causing the void to tremble. Rumble, the void trembled as 9 beams of primordial light circled around Gu Fei's body. Those were the primordial light of the Great Path. Primordial Dao runes could be vaguely seen in each beam of light. That savage is here. We must avenge the Dizun. Kill this savage. Waves of angry roars came from the Celestial Emperor City. The crowd was very excited. Some people even soared into the sky and attacked Gu Fei. These people could pass through the layer of divine light that enveloped the Celestial Emperor City. The great formation laid down by the primordial Celestial Emperor was very mysterious. The people inside the Celestial Emperor City could come out, but the people outside could not enter. Kill! A powerful holy venerate aura spread out. The expert who came out from the Celestial Emperor City was actually a saint. His body erupted with monstrous divine flames that burned the void. Reckless. Gu Fei did not put this person in his eyes at all. He stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm immediately appeared in the void and slammed towards the fire saint. Bang! As the chaos hand descended, the endless sacred fire was extinguished by the mighty chaos force above the chaos hand. The fire saint was also directly shaken into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating in the void along with the sacred fire. This, an incomparably powerful saint, was actually killed by Gu Fei. Such a ferocious might made everyone in the Celestial Emperor City speechless. The originally noisy Celestial City immediately quieted down. Not a single sound could be heard. Whoever wants to die, come at me. Gu Fei's words were transmitted to the ears of everyone in the Celestial Emperor City. He was like a supreme god of death, looking down on every living creature in the Celestial Emperor City. At this time, Xiaoqing also arrived in the sky above the Celestial Emperor City. Big brother, why are you talking to these guys? Let's just fight. Xiaoqing said in an overbearing manner. All right. Gu Fei did not hesitate any longer. He directly smashed his fist towards the Celestial Emperor's city below. This was a mysterious punch. It did not emit a dazzling divine light, nor did it have a monstrous energy fluctuation. It was like a casual punch from an ordinary person. However, this mysterious punch of Gu Fei had directly smashed the primordial Celestial Emperor's heavenly venerate body. Boom! The sky above the Celestial Emperor's city was in a great turmoil. The layer of immortal light that enveloped the Celestial Emperor's city shook violently. Immortal runes constantly flashed on the immortal light. The entire Celestial Emperor's city was shaken by Gu Fei's punch. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor's city was stunned by this shocking scene. Very soon, all kinds of shouts came from the Celestial Emperor's city. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor's city knew that the situation was anything but reassuring. This was definitely not a good thing for everyone in the city. It would definitely be a disaster if this savage attacked the Celestial Emperor's city. Countless cultivators in the city did not want to see such a scene. "Io, this tortoise shell is quite hard." Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. He was very clear about the power of his punch, but it still couldn't break through the layer of immortal light that enveloped the Celestial Emperor's city. Again. Gu Fei threw another punch. This punch was much stronger than the first one. However, there was still no eye-catching scene after the punch was thrown. It was an ordinary punch, but it could shake the heaven and earth. When Gu Fei punched, the layer of immortal light in the sky above the Celestial Emperor's city immediately rippled like water. The immortal runes on the immortal light actually showed signs of collapsing. What? How is this possible? Everyone turned pale with fright. The strength of the savage outside was too strong. He actually managed to shake the defensive formation personally deployed by Dizun. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor's city thought that even Dizun had died in the hands of this savage. It didn't seem impossible for the other party to break the defensive formation deployed by Dizun. Everyone was panicking. Some people wanted to activate the transportation formations in the Celestial Emperor's city, hoping to escape from the Celestial Emperor's city. Not everyone in the Celestial Emperor's city was a subordinate of the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Many of them were guests who had come to congratulate the primordial Heavenly Emperor. However, these people were all trapped inside the Celestial Emperor's city. Trying to escape? Gu Fei saw an immortal light rushing out from the back of the Celestial Emperor's city. Someone was using the transportation formation. "Open for me." Gu Fei displayed his supreme strength and blasted out another punch. This time, he used his full strength and blasted a huge hole in the layer of immortal light with absolute power. The savage is killing his way in. Everyone in the Celestial Emperor's city was scared out of their wits by Gu Fei. They were scrambling to escape, but where could they escape to? However, there were still some people who escaped the Celestial Emperor's city through the transportation formation in the Celestial Emperor's city. Buzz! Gu Feichong slaughtered his way into Celestial City and directly shot out a Primal Chaos Sword Light. The Primal Chaos Sword Light descended from the sky and directly slashed a teleportation array platform in the City Lord's mansion into two. Several experts standing on the transportation formation were instantly turned into a few clouds of blood mist. They were directly killed by the Primal Chaos Sword Light unleashed by Gu Fei. At this time, Xiaoqing followed behind Gu Fei and also killed his way into the Celestial Emperor's city. He went straight to the Celestial Emperor's city with the black rod in his hand and directly smashed the immortal soldiers and generals that came to stop him into a cloud of blood mist. The black rod in Xiaoqing's hand had a great origin. It was a supreme level long rod that the old turtle obtained by chance. Once it smashed down, even an expert stronger than Xiaoqing would be smashed to death. "Green Emperor, you are going too far." An old man walked out from the Celestial Emperor's city and directly faced the charging Xiaoqing. He began to fight with Xiaoqing. The weak are prey to the strong. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as going too far. Xiaoqing swung the black rod and smashed it down on the old man's head. That old man seemed to know how powerful the black rod was. He didn't dare to face Xiaoqing head-on and immediately dodged. Swish! That old man waved his hand. 9 rays of sword light immediately rushed out from his hand and turned into an incomparably sharp sword light, piercing towards Xiaoqing. Humph! Xiaoqing snorted coldly. He directly waved the black rod in his hand and smashed the 9 rays of sword light. After that, he rushed towards the old man with incomparable strength. Chapter 2683. Gu Fei had breached the celestial city and cut a transmission array in the city lord's mansion in half, cutting off the escape route of the powerhouses in the celestial city. He was incomparably powerful as he directly killed his way into the city lord's mansion with his fists. He killed every powerhouse that rushed out from all directions with a single punch. No one could withstand his punch. It was a pair of mystical fists that had already broken away from the limitations of martial arts. They were casually thrown out without any powerful energy fluctuations. Only Dao charm lingered around them. This was the power of the Great Path. Although there were no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's fists, the power displayed by his fists was many times stronger than when he was at the peak of the Great Sage realm. Even the incomparably powerful incarnation of the ancient heavenly emperor had been smashed into a mass of blood mist by his fists, let alone the others. Gu Fei, don't go too far. A roar came from the main hall of the city lord's mansion. At this time, Gu Fei had already killed his way to the plaza in front of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Figures flashed around the plaza as powerhouses constantly rushed over from all directions. These people were diehard followers of the ancient heavenly emperor. All of them attacked Gu Fei without any regard for their own lives. The entire plaza was stained with blood. There were no corpses on the ground, only bloodstains. This was because everyone who had been hit by Gu Fei's fists, regardless of whether they were immortals or saints, had been completely destroyed and turned into a mass of blood mist. Even the immortal and sage weapons that these people were carrying had been smashed into ashes by Gu Fei's fists and scattered on the ground. The stench of blood was pungent on Guangqing, but Gu Fei was completely unaware of it. His fighting spirit was like a rainbow as his gaze swept across the main hall of the city lord's mansion like cold lightning. He stood in the middle of the plaza with his long hair fluttering even though there was no wind. 9 rays of primal chaos light wandered around his body. The powerful aura of a heavenly venerate made everyone feel despair. He was too powerful. Even the true body of the ancient heavenly emperor might not be able to suppress this fierce person. Am I going too far? Haha. What a joke. Gu Fei laughed heartily. Back when he was still weak, didn't the primordial celestial emperor chase him for millions of miles and force him into an ominous land? At this moment, a man in white walked out of the main hall of the city lord's mansion. This was an old man dressed in white. This old man was tall and had a horsetail whisk in his hand. He carried an ancient sword on his back and wore a golden crown on his head. He looked like an immortal. Who are you? Why aren't you running? When Gu Fei saw this Taoist, he could not help feeling somewhat surprised. This person was actually a holy venerate, an immortal Tao holy venerate. He was incredibly powerful and had already reached the realm of returning to his true self. That was because there was no immortal light around his body. Even though he was just standing there, he gave off a feeling as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. If one was not careful, they would be affected by his aura and let down their guard. Of course, with Gu Fei's cultivation, he would not be affected by the old Taoist's aura. My Taoist title is Emergence. As soon as the old Taoist said this, the sky rumbled and the sky changed color. It was as if this title was a terrifying taboo. Emergence holy venerate? You? Gu Fei's brows couldn't help but twitch when he heard this. One must know that this title wasn't something that just anyone could use, nor was it something that just anyone could bear. The Emergence Holy Venerate was one of the 9 disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor and the wielder of the Emergence Secret Art. The Supreme Tao Ancestor had passed the Emergence Secret Art to this immortal Tao Holy Venerate. What? You don't believe me? The old Taoist was a little annoyed when he saw Gu Fei looking at him suspiciously. His face immediately darkened. It would be strange if I believed you. If you were the Emergence Holy Venerate, then I would be the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Gu Fei said disdainfully. He did not believe that this guy was the Emergence Holy Venerate at all. After all, if the other party was the Emergence Holy Venerate, then Gufei could only run away. The real Emergence Holy Venerate would definitely not be so weak. Countless years had passed, and the Emergence Holy Venerate had obtained the inheritance of the Supreme Tao Ancestor. His cultivation realm was probably higher than that of the human realm's Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. Heavenly Emperor Ziyang was the youngest disciple of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, but he was already a Holy Venerate. Moreover, the Emergence Holy Venerate had followed the Supreme Tao Ancestor for a longer time than Heavenly Emperor Ziyang. How dare you look down on the Supreme Tao Ancestor? You deserve to die. The old Taoist who called himself the Emergence Holy Venerate was furious. He directly attacked Gufei and stretched out his right hand to grab Gufei. Rumble, the void shook and a black vortex appeared in the old Taoist's palm. The void in front of his palm collapsed and was swallowed by the vortex in his palm. At that moment, Gufei felt his body tighten. He was instantly enveloped by a powerful suction force. Then, he flew forward uncontrollably. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I will send you on your way. The old Taoist's face revealed a cruel smile. He thought that this ferocious person was only SOSO and was no match for him at all. In the old Taoist's opinion, the primordial Heavenly Emperor was really too useless. This person had actually destroyed one of his clones. However, just as the old Taoist thought that he could kill Gufei, a fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes. Bang! The old Taoist's right eye was punched hard. This punch caused the old Taoist's vision to darken. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The old Taoist was shocked and angry. He never thought that Gufei would be able to break through his great technique and even punch him. What? Aren't you very arrogant? You're even the Emergence Holy Venerate. Bang! Gufei fiercely punched the old Taoist's nose again, causing his nose to bleed and his face to cave in. Roar! The old Taoist almost went crazy. He used his killing technique with all his might. An immortal light spread from his body and turned into light blades that slashed in all directions. Screams rang out everywhere. Many of the experts around the square were slashed by the immortal light blades. They were directly killed. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape. By this time, Gufei had already dodged. However, this old Taoist seemed to have a very high status. Even though he had accidentally killed many people, no one dared to say anything. They were all angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound came from the city lord's residence. The two huge stone doors were actually sent flying from the outside and smashed inwards. Chapter 2684. Shaoqing charged into the city lord's mansion. He was extremely domineering as he brandished the black rod in his hand. All the experts who charged at him were killed by his black rod. Everyone was extremely shocked at the sight of this. No one dared to charge forward again. They allowed Shaoqing to enter the city lord's mansion and arrive at the side of the square. Gufei, I want you dead. The fake Saint Master of Emergence roared as he charged at Gufei, who was standing on the square in front of the main hall. He had a ferocious look on his face. He no longer had the demeanor of a reclusive expert that he had when he first appeared. Humph! A fake dares to clamor here? You really don't know what's good for you. Gufei looked disdainfully at the fake Saint Master of Emergence who was charging at him. He did not take this so-called Saint Master of Emergence seriously at all. Buzz! The ancient sword on the fake Saint Master of Emergence's back let out a buzzing sound. It then turned into a dazzling sword light and rushed out of its scabbard. An extremely powerful wave of sword chi immediately spread from the sword light. The sword light split the void between heaven and earth as it charged at Gufei. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly due to the impact of the cold sword chi. Gufei could not help but feel a little surprised when he sensed the wave of sword chi coming from the sword light. This sword seemed to be very unusual, which made him pay attention to it. However, the Holy Venerate martial body was extremely powerful. Gufei was very confident in his martial body. He directly threw a punch, which collided with the sword light. Clang! A metallic sound rang out when Gufei's fist collided with the sword light. The sword light was knocked away by his punch. However, Gufei also felt a pain in his fist at the same time. He quickly looked down and saw a blood-red sword mark on his right fist. Beads of blood seeped out from the sword mark. What? Gufei was shocked. The opponent's sword could actually injure him. How is this possible? Even if it was a Saint Venerable sword, it should not be able to injure him. With a thought, the sword mark on Gufei's fist quickly disappeared. At this moment, the light that the sword had turned into had already shot towards Gufei. The ripples of sword chi on the light became even sharper and more powerful. Preposterous. Gufei didn't believe it. He waved his fists and smashed them at the sword light. The clanging sound was endless, and the sword light was constantly sent flying by his fists. At that moment, the person who was even more shocked than Gufei was the fake Saint Venerate of the emergence Saint Venerate. He knew very well how powerful his sword was. In the past, he had only needed to take out this sword to kill his opponents. It was the same even for opponents who were also Saint Venerates. Many Saint Venerates had died to this sword. The sword was stained with the blood of more than one Saint Venerate. The fake Saint Venerate of the emergence Saint Venerate, whose face was covered in blood after being punched twice by Gufei, sat down with his legs crossed. He operated his mysterious technique and activated the sword with all his might. Runes appeared on the sword light, and a ripple of sword chi spread out from the sword light. It was so powerful that even the heavens and the earth paled in comparison. Under the impact of the sword chi, transparent ripples appeared in the void, like transparent ripples on water. Kill! The fake Saint Venerate of the emergence Saint Venerate performed a seal with both hands and sent a rune into the sword light. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and a ripple of sword chi that made even Gufei's heart palpitate erupted from the sword light. The power of the divine sword seemed to have been detonated. Swoosh! The sword light was like a rainbow as it descended from the sky. Runes circled around the sword light, as if the sword of heaven was punishing Gufei. It emitted a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. At that moment, Gufei's fists were densely covered with sword marks. This sword was incredible. It had definitely surpassed the level of a Saint Venerate. It was definitely a quasi-supreme sword. Although the emergent Saint Venerate was a fake, his sword was a genuine quasi-supreme sword. The power of this quasi-supreme sword was fully unleashed. Even though Gufei had an extremely powerful Holy Venerate martial body, it was difficult for him to compete with it at this moment. Oh no! Gufei's face turned extremely serious as he faced the peerless sword light descending from the sky. He had left the mountain and river cauldron in the human realm. Otherwise, he could have used it to fight against this sword. Of course, he still had other extreme saint weapons on him. Gufei did not think too much about it. After all, the sword light had already arrived. There was no time for him to think. He flipped his right hand and a big black saber immediately appeared in his hand. As soon as the black saber appeared, a domineering aura immediately spread from it. This aura made the hearts of all living beings in the world palpitate. Clang! Gufei directly swung the big black saber in his hand at the sword light descending from the sky. The big black saber and the sword light collided, producing a metallic sound. Immediately, the sword let out a cry and was actually sent flying by the big black saber. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the fake emergent Saint Venerate was extremely shocked. His opponent's inconspicuous big black saber was actually so powerful that it could send his sword flying. I'll send you on your way. Gufei took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the fake emergent Saint Venerate. He directly swung his saber at the fake emergent Saint Venerate's head. However, just as Gufei made his move, the fake emergent Saint Venerate had already crushed a jade talisman. A ball of immortal light directly rushed out of the broken jade talisman and enveloped his entire body. Then, with a swoosh, he and the ball of immortal light instantly disappeared into the void. Gufei's saber slashed through the air. He withdrew his saber in time. Otherwise, if he had really slashed down, the entire city lord's mansion would have probably been split in half. He fled? Gu Fei was slightly surprised. This guy was too cautious. He fled before the outcome of the battle had been decided. At this moment, the sword that was sent flying by Gu Fei's saber also broke through the void and disappeared without a trace. A psychic sword. It's only one step away from transforming into a real supreme sword. This sword must have an extraordinary origin. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Big brother. At this moment, Xiaoqing walked over. I'll leave this place to you. Those who surrender will not be killed, but those who don't will be killed without mercy. Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing. Then, he directly entered the rear hall of the city lord's mansion. The rear hall was where the city lord of Celestial City kept all kinds of treasures. After receiving the order, Xiaoqing immediately took action. Chapter 2685. The Golden Spiritual Ape clan had always been domineering. Yuan Hong was no exception. His clan was naturally warlike. In the distant past, they were once known as the War Clan. Boom! Yuan Hong used all his strength to send an immortal general flying thousands of meters away. His golden hair danced in the wind, displaying his incomparable battle prowess. He had a supreme bloodline and heaven-defying talent. After being in seclusion for so long, his cultivation had already reached the Saint Sovereign realm. This clan was known as the War Clan, and their battle prowess far surpassed their opponents of the same level. Roar! The immortal general roared furiously at the sky. His voice shook the sky as a surge of immortal energy erupted from his body. It was so powerful that even Yuan Hong was shaken. Although this immortal general looked young, the immortal armor he wore was extremely ancient. He held an ancient battle spear in his hand, looking like a war immortal from the primordial era. This immortal general was the protector of the heavenly sovereign palace. Although he was only an immortal general, the battle prowess he displayed was absolutely shocking. This level of battle prowess was probably no weaker than the Fire Emperor. Bzz, the immortal general shook the spear in his hand. An immortal light immediately shot out from the spear, turning into a heavenly river that pierced towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong's rod smashed down, directly shattering the immortal light. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared before the immortal general, smashing down with his rod. In the face of absolute power, immortal arts were useless. Yuan Hong's simple and direct attack was enough to break his opponent's immortal arts. Bzz, the instant Yuan Hong's golden rod smashed down, it emitted a dazzling golden light that dyed the entire heaven and earth golden. Within the golden light, runes could be faintly seen. The power of the metal element sealed the entire space. Just in time. The immortal general's eyes shot out two purple lightning bolts. The spear in his hand pierced upwards. Immortal runes appeared on the surface of the spear, breaking through the layers of golden light. The ancient battle spear displayed great power, the tip of the spear directly pierced into the golden rod. However, Yuan Hong's strike was shockingly powerful. The spear in the immortal general's hand was immediately bent and his wrist was shattered. Roar! Yuan Hong bellowed as he exerted more strength in his hands. An extremely ferocious force erupted from the golden rod, directly knocking away the spear in the immortal general's hand. Bam! The rod smashed into the immortal general's right shoulder. The ancient immortal armor on the immortal general's body shone, a wave of immortal Tao power surging. Even so, the sound of bones shattering could still be heard from the immortal general's body. Then, his entire body fell from the sky like a meteorite falling from the sky. Boom! He smashed into the ground. The earth shook, and the ground collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky, and a bottomless pit appeared on the ground. At this moment, everyone in the Heaven Empyrean Palace was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Some of the elders in the Heaven Empyrean Palace knew the identity of that immortal general, which made them even more astonished. Roar! A deep roar came from the depths of the earth, causing the entire region to tremble. A terrifying Saint Venerable energy surged out from the depths of the earth. Kill! Yuan Hong rushed down from the sky like a golden sun descending from the sky, directly falling into the ground. The powerful metal elemental power was vast and mighty. The eruption of the battle caused the earth to undulate like waves. Shouts could be heard from the depths of the earth as the ground sank and cracked. The person fighting against Yuan Hong was an ancient immortal sovereign. Even if he wasn't a primordial sovereign, he wasn't too far off. Apart from the 9 primordial sovereigns under the supreme Tao ancestor, there were also many others who had reached the Saint Venerable realm. This ancient immortal sovereign was most likely not one of them. At this time, in the Celestial City, Gufei directly entered the depths of the City Lord's mansion and arrived in front of the treasury of the City Lord's mansion. He discovered that this place was covered densely in symbols. It was unknown just how many layers of formations were laid here. Immortal light swirled about. Gufei couldn't help but rejoice. This treasury was protected by layers of formations, so there were naturally many good things inside. As long as these formations were broken, everything inside would belong to him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. One should know that this was the treasury of the primordial Heavenly Empyrean. The primordial Heavenly Empyrean had dominated the eastern domain for countless years. There would definitely be a large number of treasures in this treasury. At this time, another battle broke out in front of the City Lord's mansion. Xiaoqing wielded a black rod and fought against 2 saints. Green Emperor, leave your life here. A black-bearded middle-aged saint extended his hand. A giant green hand immediately appeared in the void and grabbed at Xiaoqing. Rumble, the space around them was crumbling. The giant hand emanated incredibly powerful power of the divine path, shattering the space around them right away, displaying incredible might. Xiaoqing didn't say anything. He directly smashed down with his rod and the giant green hand immediately collapsed in the void. Then, he instantly approached the saint and was about to make his move. At this time, the other saint also made his move. A beam of cold light directly shot at Xiaoqing's forehead at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqing was shocked and quickly tilted his head. The beam of cold light brushed past his hair, causing a few strands of hair to flutter in the air. How dare you! Xiaoqing reached out and touched his hand. There were actually some bloodstains on his hand, which made him furious. Die! Xiaoqing directly pounced at the saint who had launched a sneak attack. He swung the black rod in his hand and directly smashed it down on the saint's head. At this time, the beam of cold light flew back from afar and pierced towards Xiaoqing. It was a diamond bracelet. There were 9 barren patterns unique to saints branded within it. It triggered a powerful saint-level energy and displayed terrifying power. Even Xiaoqing was injured. He had the true dragon sacred body, which was extremely powerful and far surpassed ordinary saints. You don't know what's good for you. Xiaoqing roared and directly punched forward. A huge dragon immediately rushed out of his fist and let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, pouncing towards the saint. This was a killing technique of the dragon clan, the true dragon fist. At the same time, the black rod in Xiaoqing's hand smashed behind him. With a clang, the diamond bracelet was immediately smashed into pieces. The 9 runes contained within the diamond bracelet immediately dissipated in the void. What? The saint's expression immediately changed. The diamond bracelet had been smashed, and he was also affected. Boom! At this time, Xiaoqing's true dragon fist had already arrived. With a muffled sound, the saint was actually sent flying by the huge dragon. Bam! With a loud sound, his back slammed heavily onto a stone pillar. It directly broke the stone pillar into several pieces, and then he rolled on the ground. Wah! The saint stood up from the ground. His face was flushed red, and then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The front of his shirt was instantly stained with blood. The saint was extremely shocked. He had never expected the Green Emperor to be so powerful. He had just attacked and he had already spat out blood. How was this possible? Just as Xiaoqing sent the saint flying, a sword chime sounded. A dazzling sword light rushed out from the body of the black-bearded saint and slashed towards Xiaoqing. You overestimate yourself. A cold smile appeared on Xiaoqing's face. He directly waved the black rod in his hand and smashed it towards the sword light. Clang! The black rod smashed against the sword light. Instantly, sparks flew in all directions. The sword light dissipated, and the body of the sword was smashed into several pieces. The inscriptions within it collapsed and transformed into scrap metal. The black-bearded saint's expression changed drastically. He retreated in panic. The destruction of his natal sword was a huge blow to him. After all, most of his abilities were on his natal sword. You want to kill me with just this bit of ability? How laughable. Xiaoqing glanced disdainfully at the two saints. The black rod in your hand. The black-bearded saint stared at the black rod in Xiaoqing's hand. He was extremely shocked. This black rod was incredible. It could actually destroy a saint weapon with ease. The two saints found it hard to believe that an inconspicuous black rod could actually possess such might. You only realized now? It's too late. Xiaoqing did not give the two saints any chance. He directly charged forward and smashed the black-bearded saint into a mist of blood. Both his body and soul were destroyed. The other saint wanted to escape. He transformed into a ray of divine light and shot into the sky. Do you think you can leave? Xiaoqing laughed coldly. After that, he stretched out his hand and executed the true dragon claw. An enormous dragon claw immediately appeared in the sky and grabbed the ray of divine light that the saint had transformed into. He did not hesitate and directly destroyed the saint's body and soul. Too weak. Old Yuan's subordinates are really too weak. Xiaoqing shook his head and glanced at the crowd. At this moment, all the cultivators standing around the square were extremely terrified. The person before them was simply a terrifying god of death. The square in front of the city lord's mansion was extremely silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone looked at Xiaoqing with fear in their eyes. Xiaoqing paid no attention to these people. He directly walked into the main hall of the city lord's mansion. After that, he entered the back hall and arrived at the treasury of the city lord's mansion. You dealt with them so quickly? Gu Fei asked when he saw Xiaoqing arrive. They're just some small fries. It's not difficult to deal with them. Xiaoqing was very confident. Come and take a look. This treasury is not simple. Gu Fei said to Xiaoqing. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately walked over and carefully observed the runes on the treasury with Gu Fei. At this moment, the void thousands of miles away from the ancient Yuan celestial Thearka's lair suddenly collapsed. A spatial door appeared in the void. Chapter 2686. That night, countless cultivators in the eastern land were unable to sleep. Someone actually dared to attack the Celestial Emperor of the Eastern Land and had even broken into Celestial City. When the news spread, all the cultivators were shocked to the extreme. Even the cultivators in the other regions of the heavenly realm had received the news. Who is Gu Fei? He's actually so powerful to directly attack Yuan Gu's lair. I've heard of this name before. Someone said something like that. Back then, Gu Fei caused quite a commotion in the eastern land of the heavenly realm. He was chased by the Celestial Emperor for thousands of miles and had no choice but to retreat to a dangerous place. Almost all the cultivators in the eastern land of the heavenly realm knew about this matter. Especially when the Violet Emperor was killed by Gu Fei, it shocked everyone. One should know that the Violet Emperor was the only son of the Celestial Emperor of the Eastern Land, Yuan Gu. He was second only to the Celestial Emperor. It's actually him. He actually appeared again. Someone knew who Gu Fei was. At this time, the moon was shining brightly in the sky. A portal appeared in the void thousands of miles away from Celestial City. Groups of soldiers wearing black armor and holding spears walked out of the portal. Soon, a large number of black-armored soldiers stood in front of the void door. No one spoke. Countless silhouettes stood there quietly. Only the sounds of armors colliding could be heard. These were the black demon soldiers of the Xianming sect. Every soldier emitted a powerful and fierce aura, as if they were gods of death that had crawled out of hell. This is our last trump card. Saintess, are we really going to stake it all on this? Elder Yen Kun, who commanded the black demon soldiers, said to the Saintess. Yes, aren't we being too rash? You should know that Yuan Gu is known for having thousands of incarnations. Before we kill his true body, I think it's better for us to preserve our strength for now. The Black Tiger Taoist also said. How can we accomplish great things if we are afraid of the slightest thing? This is a golden opportunity for our mysterious dark sect to make a comeback. If we miss this opportunity, it will be difficult for our mysterious dark sect to rise again. The mysterious underworld Saintess said disapprovingly. Her attitude was very firm. While Gu Fei and the others were still around, it was not impossible to take down Yuan Gu's lair in one go. Moreover, the chances of this happening were very high. The only variable was the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. No one knew whether or not his true body would descend. It must be known that the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor would lose a great deal of face if his lair was lost. Since sect leader Saintess has said so, let's go all out. Elder Yen Kun said excitedly. He knew that such an opportunity was fleeting. If he did not grasp it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Only Taoist Black Tiger had a solemn expression and did not say anything. At that moment, the void door disappeared. The 50,000 black demon soldiers stood quietly in the void. This was the last force of the Xianming sect. The ferocious aura of the 50,000 black demon soldiers gathered together. In the sky above the 50,000 soldiers, a huge black skull was faintly discernible, emitting endless ferocious aura. That is, some people were stunned when they saw the countless black demon soldiers. Wasn't the Xianming sect destroyed by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor a long time ago? Someone exclaimed. Are those the black demon soldiers of the Xianming sect? Someone asked. I didn't expect the Xianming sect to have such strength. Many people found it unbelievable. After all, the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor had killed his way to the Xianming sect's ancestral court. After that, the remaining forces of the Xianming sect had been chased down by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor and vanished like smoke. No one had expected that the Xianming sect would still have such a powerful force at this time. Each of the 50,000 black demon soldiers was an existence that had experienced hundreds of battles. They would not be inferior even to the Celestial Emperor's celestial weapon. While the Xianming sect was gathering the black demon soldiers, the battle between the golden spiritual ape Yuan Hong and the ancient immortal Venerate was still going on. The ancient immortal Venerate had achieved the Tao in ancient times. He had lived for countless years and experienced countless battles. It could be said that he was an expert who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. His contemporaries were all dead. His companions who had fought alongside him in the past had also fallen. Only he had survived. Such an existence was simply like a god of war. His rich combat experience was something that few people in this world could compare to. Rumble, in the depths of the earth, an incomparably powerful immortal energy was erupting. The earth was constantly cracking and sinking. Even magma was gushing out of some places. At this time, Gu Fei and Shaoqing had already begun to break the formation. They were determined to obtain the treasures in the treasury of Celestial City. Even if they had to destroy them, they would not leave them for the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor. Buzz. The void trembled as Gu Fei and Shaoqing used the void secret word at the same time. The power of the void secret word spread out from their hands. The runes were melted by the power of the void secret word. Very quickly, Gu Fei and Shaoqing broke the 19 immortal formations together. There was no difficulty at all. The void secret word was simply the nemesis of all Tao patterns. Even the immortal Tao patterns of the heavenly venerate level were melted by it. Moreover, Gu Fei and the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor were both at the heavenly venerate level. The formation laid down by the Yuan ancient heavenly emperor naturally could not stop them. However, when Gu Fei and Shaoqing broke the 20th immortal formation, a terrifying aura immediately spread out. 9 terrifying sword chi rushed out and pierced towards Gu Fei and Shaoqing. Gu Fei quickly pulled Xiaoqing behind him. Then, he extended his hand and sent out a palm strike. The vast and mighty primal chaos chi immediately blocked the 9 sword lights. The 9 extremely sharp sword lights immediately dissipated in the void. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He saw a stone carving floating in front of him. The stone carving was surrounded by primal chaos chi, and there were 9 sword scars on it. A terrifying sword intent was emanating from the 9 sword scars. Big brother, Xiaoqing walked out from behind Gu Fei with lingering fear. The 9 sword lights were too powerful. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have died under the 9 sword lights. I didn't expect someone to leave behind such a terrifying sword intent. Gu Fei muttered to himself as he stared at the stone floating in front of him with incomparable shock. Sword intent? Xiaoqing couldn't help but be startled when he heard this. He had almost died under a sword intent just now. This was too unbelievable. How could a sword intent be so powerful? The person who left behind this sword intent was very powerful and terrifying. Even time couldn't erase this sword intent. Chapter 2687. This was an ancient stone carving that exuded an ancient aura. Sword light circulated above the 9 sword scars. The sword light on the 9 sword scars wasn't intense, but the sword intent was extremely sharp. The surrounding temperature dropped, and the void seemed to be frozen. Xiaoqing was extremely shocked. This sword intent was really extraordinary. Although he was already a saint-grade existence, he still couldn't withstand this sword intent. It should be known that he was a sacred dragon, so his constitution was naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary saint. An ordinary saint would not dare to stay here. Boss, this is a treasure! Xiaoqing exclaimed excitedly. I also know that this thing is a treasure, but it isn't that easy to obtain. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. Step back first. Gu Fei told Xiaoqing. All right. Xiaoqing nodded and stepped back. Given his current cultivation base, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the sword intent on the stone carving if it was activated. Gu Fei carefully walked forward after seeing Xiaoqing step back. He saw that the stone carving was suspended in the void, as if it was being supported by an invisible force. This was the last layer of the seal. As long as he could obtain this stone carving, he would be able to open the door to the treasury. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor for actually doing this. If his sacred venerate martial body hadn't been strong enough, even he would have been injured if he hadn't been able to defend himself. At the moment, there was still a sharp pain in his right hand. Although it seemed like he had easily blocked the 9 sword lights when the sword intent had erupted, a trace of sword chi had still invaded his palm. Although he had immediately expelled the sword chi that had invaded his palm, he still felt waves of pain in his hand. Gu Fei noticed that the stone inscription in front of him had changed after he had only taken 3 steps. The sword gleams emitted by the 9 sword marks on the stone inscription gradually became stronger. At this time, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that there were actually Dao patterns faintly appearing in the void. Like a spider web, they were densely packed and wrapped around the stone inscription. You're still using this move? Gu Fei couldn't help frowning. It seemed that the primordial celestial arch was truly sinister. There were actually countless Dao runes imprinted in the void. As long as someone approached the stone carvings, those Dao runes would trigger the sword intent within them. Buzz! As Gu Fei thought about it, the void trembled. The power of the word nothing spread out from his body. The Dao patterns in the void around him were immediately turned into nothingness by the word nothing. At that moment, the stone carving floating in the air began to shake. The 9 sword marks released the supreme sword intent. It was as if an unparalleled expert of the sword had appeared in the world. What's going on? In the back hall of the City Lord Palace, outside the entrance to the treasury, Xiaoqing was extremely shocked. A terrifying sword intent had erupted from within. Rumble, the entire City Lord Palace immediately began to shake. Everyone was extremely shocked, as they didn't know what was going on. Cold sword chi surged out from the depths of the City Lord Palace. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as if a peerless divine weapon had been pressed against their throats. Just as Gu Fei was using all his strength to resist the peerless sword intent that had erupted from the stone inscription, the mysterious underworld saintess had already led the black demon soldiers and charged towards the Sky Emperor Palace in the sky. The square formation of 50,000 black demon soldiers was like a black cloud as they charged over from the distance, their ferocious aura filling the air. At that moment, all the subordinates of the primordial celestial the Arch in the Sky Emperor Palace were extremely shocked. They had never imagined that the mysterious underworld sect would actually jump out at this time. Furthermore, the fact that the mysterious underworld sect still had such strength was simply unbelievable. Kill! Within the Heavenly Sovereign Palace, squads of silver-armored soldiers quickly assembled, and then, under the leadership of an immortal general, charged out of the Heavenly Sovereign Palace. This was a remnant army with less than 10,000 soldiers that had survived the heavenly tribulation. Only these 100,000 celestial the Arch soldiers were left. Moreover, these less than 10,000 celestial emperor battle soldiers were not the strongest battle soldiers. Instead, they were the weakest battle soldiers. This was because the stronger battle soldiers and generals had their tribulation fire ignited by the tribulation attracting force and died under the heavenly tribulation. Kill! The mysterious underworld saintess led the 50,000 black demon soldiers and charged towards the celestial the Arch soldiers. Boom! It was as if two torrents had collided in an instant. In an instant, many figures fell from the sky and blood splattered everywhere. This was an immortal war, so countless immortals were destined to fall. Roar! Taoist Black Tiger roared, then opened his mouth and inhaled. Immediately, 1,000 celestial emperor warriors were swallowed into his stomach. He was extremely ferocious. Die, you evil creature! When an immortal general saw this, he immediately charged over and clashed with Heihu Taoist. At this time, Elder Yan Kun also attacked with all his might. A black moon floated behind his head and emitted rays of crescent-shaped black light that slashed in all directions. The celestial the Arch soldiers were struck by the black light and instantly turned into ashes. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. The Xianming Saintess released beams of black light from her hands, which instantly pierced through the bodies of a large number of celestial emperors' combat soldiers. In an instant, the bodies of these celestial emperors' combat soldiers shriveled up rapidly, turning into skin and bones. It was as if their spirit chi had been completely devoured by the black light. The celestial the Arch soldiers were utterly defeated. The saint-level warlord was killed by Yan Kun and the Black Tiger Taoist, and nearly 10,000 celestial the Arch soldiers were killed. Everyone in the Sky Emperor Palace couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that the black demon soldiers of the mysterious underworld sect were so powerful. Moreover, there were 3 saint-level and above experts in the enemy's camp. The experts in the Sky Emperor Palace directly activated an even more powerful formation to seal the Sky Emperor Palace. How many casualties? At this time, the mysterious underworld saintess was reorganizing the black demon soldiers. There aren't many casualties. Only a little more than 1,000 soldiers were killed. The Black Tiger Taoist said. Very good. The mysterious underworld saintess was overjoyed. She could finally vent the anger that she had suppressed for many years. This great victory made her excited and excited. Is the thing ready? The mysterious underworld saintess asked Yan Kun. It's ready. Yan Kun nodded and said. Then let's do it. The mysterious underworld saintess said. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Yan Kun nodded and took out a big red gourd from his waist. Then, he walked forward and came to the front of the Sky Emperor Palace. Without saying anything, he pulled out the stopper of the gourd and patted the bottom of the gourd. Boom! Chapter 2688. Yellow Spring Water. The experts in the Heavenly Emperor Palace exclaimed when they saw the yellow water gushing out from the gourd in Yan Kun's hand towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. An aura of decay and death spread out from the yellow water. Even the void was corroded by the yellow water and was silently annihilated. When the yellow water sprayed onto the protective immortal light of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, it produced a sound like a piece of red-hot iron being dropped into cold water. The layer of immortal light actually emitted white smoke. The immortal runes on the immortal light immediately dimmed. Even the paragon-level immortal runes were corroded. What? This is really the yellow spring water. At this moment, no one had any doubts anymore. Only the most terrifying evil water in the world could have such power to corrode a paragon-level immortal rune. In fact, the yellow spring water could theoretically corrode everything in the world, regardless of whether it was an immortal item or a demonic item. This is bad. The experts in the Heavenly Emperor Palace couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect the Xianming sect to be able to find something like the yellow spring water. One should know that the yellow spring water could only be found in the netherworld. It was a terrifying evil water formed by the convergence of endless death chi. Where the endless death chi gathered, a trace of vitality could be produced and turned into sacred life essence. However, there were times when it couldn't be turned into life essence. Life essence and the yellow spring water were two extremes. One had endless vitality, while the other contained endless death chi. Rumble, the yellow spring water gushed out from the gourd in Elder Yen Kun's hand and turned into a river that rushed towards the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The endless death chi kept corroding the layer of immortal light that enveloped the Heavenly Emperor Palace. The paragon-level immortal rune was being corroded and dimmed. It seemed like it would be corroded by the yellow spring water at any time. What should we do? Everyone in the Heavenly Emperor Palace panicked. One should know that the Xianming sect's 50,000 black demon soldiers were outside, and there were also 3 paragon-level existences holding the line. Such a force was definitely enough to sweep the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Hurry up and activate the teleportation formation. Let's escape. Someone shouted. Yes, retreat for now and preserve our strength. Someone nodded. You can't escape. There were also people with surging battle intent who wanted to fight alongside the black demon soldiers led by the Xianming Saintess. These people were all loyal to the primordial celestial arch. These people were not afraid of death. They wanted to perish together with the Xianming Saintess and the others. Are you stupid? What we need to do now is to preserve our strength and kill our way back. We can't sacrifice ourselves for nothing. Someone shouted. These are just excuses for cowards like you. Those who wanted to fight loudly berated. What preserving strength? It was all bullshit. The purpose of these people was just to survive. What a blockhead. He doesn't know how to be flexible at all. Someone said angrily. Let's go. If they want to die, then let them. Someone said disapprovingly. He would never perish together with the Heaven Emperor Palace. Nothing was more important than his own life. These fellows are really funny. Things have already come to this and they're still fighting amongst themselves. They're really a bunch of pigs. Black Tiger Taoist laughed heartily. Hearing Black Tiger Taoist's words, everyone in the Heaven Emperor Palace's expression changed. This was really not the time for internal strife. They had to unite against a common enemy. At this time, the battle between Yuan Hong and Immortal Venerable Gu had also reached its climax. Boom! With a loud sound, a figure broke through the ground and rushed out of the ground. His entire body was shrouded in divine light and immortal runes were circling around his body, emitting a terrifying immortal aura. Immortal Venerable Gu rushed out of the ground and was about to kill the Xianming Saintess and the others. However, at this time, a figure also broke through the ground and rushed out of the ground, blocking Immortal Venerable Gu's path. Your opponent is me. Yuan Hong held the golden staff in his hand and directly smashed it towards Immortal Venerable Gu's head. The golden staff was as heavy as a mountain, causing the void under it to tremble and crack continuously. Damned monkey, you're courting death. Immortal Venerable Gu said angrily. His body shook and figures rushed out of his body. A total of 9 figures stood around him. Boom! An incarnation soared into the sky and displayed endless immortal power, blocking the golden staff that smashed down from the sky. Yuan Hong only felt a strong force coming from the staff, causing his hands to go numb. The golden staff in his hand was almost sent flying. What? Yuan Hong's shock was no small matter. At this moment, the other 8 figures surrounded him, each of them giving off an incomparably powerful aura. Kill! Yuan Hong became stronger and stronger. He directly waved the golden staff in his hand and swept it at the figures. The powerful force shook the void and forced the 9 figures to retreat. He crazily injected the power of desolation into the golden staff in his hand. Buzz! The golden staff vibrated and 9 golden runes appeared on the golden staff, emitting an ancient and powerful aura. The true power of the golden staff was stimulated. This was a treasure of the Golden Spirit Ape clan. It was a weapon left behind by the Supreme Divine Ape and possessed great power. This is, when that immortal Venerable Gu sensed the aura of the golden staff, his expression changed. The golden staff in his opponent's hand was actually an impressive divine weapon. The void collapsed and the ground sank. That immortal Venerable Gu was directly sent flying by the power of the golden staff as he vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The 9 incarnations of that immortal Venerable Gu were instantly destroyed by Yuan Hong's golden staff. Immortal Venerable Gu quickly retreated and dodged the golden staff. His expression was extremely ugly. You? Hand over your life. Yuan Hong roared and charged forward. The golden staff in his hand emitted a resplendent golden beam. The 9 runes seemed like they were about to rush out of the golden staff. The aura of the great Tao was vast. Immortal Venerable Gu did not dare to clash head-on with Yuan Hong. The awakening of a supreme divine weapon was not something he could fight against. He did not want to die in such a useless manner. The speed of the 2 figures was extremely fast. Soon, Immortal Venerable Gu and Yuan Hong's figures disappeared under the night sky, without a trace. Seeing that Immortal Venerable Gu was defeated, the cultivators in the Heavenly Emperor Palace felt even more despair. While Yuan Hong was chasing after Immortal Venerable Gu, in the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Gu Fei was struggling to contend against the supreme sword intent that erupted from the stone inscription. Swish! A sword light flashed. A bloody wound immediately appeared on Gu Fei's right shoulder. Blood seeped out from the wound. Even if his martial body was incomparably strong, it was still hard to heal in a short period of time. At this time, Gu Fei's body was already covered in blood. There were many wounds on his body, all caused by the supreme sword intent from the stone inscription. Preposterous. Gu Fei's current situation was not optimistic. It was not an easy task to take away that stone inscription. Bang! Gu Fei took another step forward. This step was incomparably heavy. At this time, his body emitted the power of the word nihility. Immortal runes were constantly being destroyed around him. At this time, he was only 1 step away from the stone inscription that was floating in the void. He could touch it just by reaching out his hand. However, the sword intent from the stone inscription was too powerful. Gu Fei only felt that there was a huge force blocking his way. He was only 1 step away, but he could no longer take that step. Buzz! The stone inscription trembled unceasingly. The supreme sword intent caused Gu Fei's heart to palpitate. He found it hard to believe that only 9 sword scars were left behind. Even someone as powerful as him could not approach it. How did the primordial Heavenly Emperor move this stone inscription here? Gu Fei was very curious. Gu Fei did not believe it. He directly used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the Ascension Secret Technique. An unimaginably powerful energy burst out from his body. He reached out with his right hand and struggled to grab the stone inscription in front of him. With the support of the Ascension Secret Technique, Gu Fei's right hand broke through the layers of power and finally grabbed the stone inscription. However, the moment Gu Fei's right hand grabbed the stone inscription, a world-destroying sword intent surged from the stone inscription into his body. Gu Fei coughed up a mouthful of blood. He felt a great impact as the sword intent ravaged his body. Roar! Gu Fei roared and endured it with all his might. At the same time, the power of the Ascension Secret Technique, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, erupted from his body. The damaged body immediately began to repair itself. However, Gu Fei's body was still pierced by the sword light formed from the sword intent. His body constantly glowed with blood. Soon, Gu Fei's body was covered in blood. Even though he had used the Ascension secret technique, it was difficult for him to repair the damage caused by the sword intent. Gu Fei's situation was terrible. The terrifying sword intent that had invaded his body could destroy his body, martial body, and even his spirit at any time. Just as Gu Fei was in danger, the layer of immortal light covering the Heavenly Emperor Palace was finally corroded by the yellow spring water, creating a large hole. "Ha, brats, it's time for you to die." When Taoist Black Tiger saw the scene, he shouted happily. "Collect." Elder Yan Kun slapped the bottom of the gourd. A heaven-devouring power rushed out of the gourd and absorbed the yellow spring water. "Kill!" The Xianming Holy Maiden did not hesitate. She led the Black Demon warriors and charged into the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Battle cries rang out from within the palace. At the same time, some people used the transportation formation to escape from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. These people claimed to be conserving their strength, but in reality, they were afraid of death and were unwilling to fight the Xianming Holy Maiden and the others. Chapter 2689. The Xianming Saintess led the Black Demon warriors and swept through the entire Celestial Emperor Palace. Very soon, all those who were loyal to the primordial Heavenly Emperor were killed. The Xianming sect did not expend much effort to occupy the entire Celestial Emperor Palace. Even the Xianming Saintess and the others were surprised. They thought that they would face fierce resistance. Rumble. Just as the Xianming Saintess occupied the Celestial Emperor Palace, Celestial City on the ground suddenly shook. A powerful sword intent erupted and an incomparably huge silhouette appeared in the sky above Celestial City. What's happening? The Xianming Saintess and the others in the Celestial Emperor Palace were extremely shocked. It was a vague silhouette, but the aura it emitted made even the saints palpitate. Countless people frantically escaped from Celestial City. Some of them couldn't escape in time and were directly killed by the sword light emitted from the city. This sword intent, the Xianming Saintess couldn't help but be extremely shocked. An unimaginable change had happened in Celestial City. Gu Fei and Xiaoqing seemed to still be in the city. Could it be them? The Xianming Saintess was shocked. At this moment, the silhouette in the sky above Celestial City gradually became clearer. It stood in the void just like that, but it was like a supreme being had appeared in the world. It's just a sword intent. How can it be so powerful? The Black Tiger Taoist and the other saints felt their souls trembling. The aura emitted by this silhouette frightened them to the extreme. It was as if a peerless divine sword was pressed against their throats. Those with weaker cultivations were already extremely frightened. They collapsed on the ground and couldn't even stand up. However, at this moment, Gu Fei encountered a great danger. The sword intent that erupted from the stone carving was unprecedentedly powerful. This sword intent actually wanted to invade his body. If this sword intent succeeded in seizing his body, he would become a walking corpse that only knew how to kill and become a peerless sword demon. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and roared furiously. An incomparably sharp sword light shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void. The stone carving in his hand had already become dim and lusterless. Its surface was densely covered with cracks, as if it would shatter if he exerted more force. The sword intent on the stone inscription had already invaded Gu Fei's body. Preposterous. No matter who you are, you can't suppress me. My heart is invincible. Gu Fei roared in anger. His expression was malevolent as he contended against the sword intent in his body. Even if it was the sword intent left behind by a supreme being, it wouldn't be able to destroy his will. Rumble, thunderous sounds came from within Gu Fei's body. His bones and tendons vibrated and let out thunderous sounds. 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body and sealed him. A holy venerate level martial body and a holy venerate level primal chaos Tao pattern. When these two powers fused together, it was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1. However, even so, Gu Fei's martial body still emitted bloodlight from time to time. It was pierced by the sword intent, causing blood to splatter and stain the soil beneath his feet. This was the blood of a holy venerate. Moreover, it was the blood of a martial Dao holy venerate. It contained an enormous amount of essence qi. Every drop was comparable to a divine medicine. If an ordinary cultivator could refine a drop of blood essence, their cultivation would definitely improve tremendously. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's blood essence was constantly flowing out. To an ordinary cultivator, it was definitely a waste. This was all precious blood. I don't believe that I can't suppress a mere sword intent. Gu Fei was determined. With a thought, a black saber immediately rushed out from his body and floated above his head. A peerlessly violent and ferocious aura immediately spread out from the black saber. Roar! A dragon's roar seemed to resound in the void. The shadow of a huge dragon emerged from the black saber and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this time, Gu Fei had no choice but to use the peerless azure dragon saber. Under the impact of the invincible sword intent, the deity within the azure dragon saber actually showed signs of awakening. As soon as the peerless azure dragon saber appeared, the incomparably huge silhouette standing in the sky above Celestial City immediately became dim, as if it could disappear at any time. Roar! The black dragon soared into the sky and directly minced the illusory silhouette into pieces. Then, it let out a long roar towards the sky with unparalleled ferocity. In terms of ferocity, there were really not many creatures that could compare to the primordial azure dragon. The primordial azure dragon was a peerless ferocious dragon. That sword intent seemed to have its own consciousness. It actually restrained itself and hid within Gu Fei's body. However, the deity within the peerless azure dragon saber did not intend to let go of this sword intent. The huge dragon immediately swooped down from the sky and entered Gu Fei's body. Crap! Gu Fei was startled. He exerted force with his right hand and actually crushed the ancient stone inscription into dust. However, the most terrifying thing did not happen. The shadow of the dragon directly passed through his body and actually destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent that had just formed. Then, the peerless azure dragon saber turned into a black light and entered Gu Fei's body. At this time, Gu Fei was like a statue. He stood there motionlessly. After the peerless azure dragon saber destroyed the consciousness of the sword intent, a lot of things appeared in his mind. 9 heaven-punishing swords. Gu Fei was incomparably excited. The 9 sword scars on the stone inscription were actually 9 kinds of invincible sword intent. They were called the 9 heaven-punishing swords. Every one of them had the power to destroy the world. He felt that the sword intent of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was somewhat similar to the soaring immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. However, these 9 sword intents were even more mysterious and unfathomable than the soaring immortal sword of the primordial heavenly emperor. Haha, Gu Fei was incomparably excited. The sword Dao of the primordial heavenly emperor was nothing in his eyes. The sword intent of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was definitely at the supreme level. Even if the true body of the primordial heavenly emperor came, Gu Fei was still confident that he could slay him with his sword. Of course, this was only Gu Fei's self-confidence. The true body of the primordial heavenly emperor was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew how powerful his true body was. At this time, the incomparably terrifying sword intent disappeared completely. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Big brother, are you all right?" Xiaoqing rushed over from afar. He had been forced to retreat by the sword intent emanating from the stone inscription. Haha! How could anything happen to me? Gu Fei laughed heartily. Come, let's work together to open the treasury and see what's inside. Gu Fei hugged Xiaoqing tightly before letting him go. Big brother, where's the stone inscription? Xiaoqing discovered that the stone inscription containing the peerless sword intent had disappeared. It's under your feet. Gu Fei pointed to the pile of dust under Xiaoqing's feet. What? This, Xiaoqing looked down and was shocked. The ancient stone inscription had actually turned into dust. How was this possible? It was too unbelievable. It must be known that from the aura emanating from the stone inscription, Xiaoqing knew that it had existed for countless years and hadn't been destroyed by the passage of time. Alright, let's open the treasury first. Gu Fei waved his right hand. A sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and slashed at the door of the treasury. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was immediately split in half by the sword light that Gu Fei had slashed out. A cloud of dust filled the air. After the dust settled, an entrance appeared in front of the two. A wave of spiritual energy spread out from the entrance. Colorful spiritual lights rushed out, illuminating the entire sky. At this time, it was the darkest time of the night, the time before the sun rose. Not bad. Gu Fei nodded and walked in. Then, he was immediately stunned by what he saw. The treasury was filled with spiritual lights, and divine materials and medicines were simply placed on the wooden shelves. A 10,000-year-old Chinese knotweed in human form. Chaos spirit stones from outer space. And purple blood divine jade. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. These things weren't common goods that could be found anywhere. These were all rare divine medicines and divine materials. Taking any divine material out of the treasury would probably cause a commotion. I've struck gold. After entering, Xiaoqing was also stunned by what he saw. The treasury was huge and was engraved with immortal Dao runes. There were rows of shelves filled with divine materials and divine medicines. These items should have been collected by the primordial Heavenly the Arch. Now that the treasury of the primordial Heavenly the Arch had been destroyed, the primordial Heavenly the Arch would probably vomit blood and anger when he returned. But at this time, the true body of the ancient Yuan Heavenly Emperor was nowhere to be seen. It seemed that he wouldn't show up even if Gu Fei and the others razed his lair to the ground. I'll give this treasury to you. Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and said. Big brother, are you serious? Xiaoqing was extremely excited. Even he couldn't estimate the value of such a treasury. However, he knew that some divine materials were priceless. Of course, I don't need these things. Gu Fei said. He had obtained countless divine materials and divine medicines. Although the items in this treasury were rare and some had already gone extinct in the mortal realm, they were still extremely rare. However, Gu Fei felt that the value of the 9 heaven-punishing swords was comparable to this treasury. One should know that it was the sovereign sword Dao. Thank you, big brother. Xiaoqing hurriedly said. There's no need to thank me between you and me. Gu Fei patted Xiaoqing's shoulder and walked out of the treasury. Arriving at the plaza of the Celestial City, he raised his head and smiled. Those fellows weren't slow at all. They took over the Celestial Palace so quickly. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He took a step forward and instantly arrived at the Celestial Palace in the sky. Who's there? Someone shouted as soon as Gu Fei appeared. Then, a silhouette flickered and a group of black fiend soldiers surrounded him. Stand down. The Xianming Saintess walked out at this time and berated the black fiend soldiers. The black fiend soldiers immediately dispersed and retreated to the side. Brother Gu, I hope you won't take offense. Chapter 2690. Although the Sky Emperor Palace had been conquered by the black demon soldiers led by the Xianming Holy Maiden, some of the important places in the Sky Emperor Palace were protected by holy venerate array formations. The Xianming Holy Maiden and the others would not be able to break through them in a short time. To some extent, the Celestial Palace in the sky was even more important than the Celestial City on the ground. That was the true residence of the Celestial Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was built on the peak of a divine mountain that floated high in the sky. With this divine mountain as the leader, there were 8 smaller divine mountains floating in the void around it. The 9 sacred mountains formed a large array formation that protected the Sky Emperor Palace. Of course, the large array formation had already been destroyed by the mysterious underworld Saintess and the others. When Gu Fei arrived at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld Saintess quickly came out to welcome him. You guys sure are fast. Gu Fei looked around and said. In the huge Heavenly Emperor Palace, scarlet bloodstains could be seen everywhere. Broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. What used to be a holy land had now become a sure hell. No one had expected that the Heavenly Emperor Palace would be breached. Everyone watching the battle was shocked to the extreme. However, what puzzled them was that the true body of the primordial Heavenly the Arch had yet to appear. Even Gu Fei had to admire the primordial Celestial the Arch for being able to keep his composure even after his lair had been destroyed. If it wasn't for you, Brother Gu, there wouldn't be a day where our Xianming sect could rise again. The Xianming Saintess said seriously. If it hadn't been for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have had the chance to make a comeback even if they waited for thousands of years. One had to know that the power of the primordial Heavenly Emperor was too enormous. Apart from the primordial Heavenly Emperor, there were actually two other Heavenly Venerables guarding Celestial City and the Heavenly Emperor Palace. If it weren't for Gu Fei and Yuan Hong fighting against the two Saint Venerables, any one of them could have wiped out the remaining forces of the Xianming sect. I'm not helping you. I also have some enmity with that old man Yuan Gu. The Heavenly Emperor Palace was breached by you guys, but the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was not breached by you guys. How about this? I'll break the treasury and we'll split the treasures in half. Gu Fei said. I'll leave everything up to Brother Gu. The mysterious underworld saintess said without hesitation. Gu Fei's power had already exceeded her expectations. Even if she hadn't led the mysterious underworld sect's black demon soldiers to attack the Sky Emperor Palace, given Gu Fei's cultivation base and combat strength, he would definitely have been able to attack the Sky Emperor Palace. Yes. Gu Fei nodded and walked towards the depths of the Heavenly Emperor Palace. There was an aura of decay and death coming from there. Elder Yan Kun was using the yellow spring water to corrode the grand formation outside the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, trying to break it open. Elder Yan, you may leave for now. When Gu Fei and the Xianming Saintess arrived, the Xianming Saintess immediately ordered Elder Yan Kun. Yes. Elder Yan Kun put away the underworld gourd, and the terrifying aura of decay and death immediately disappeared. He held the underworld gourd and retreated to the side. The formation outside the treasury was at the Holy Venerate level, so it should have been created by the ancient Celestial Emperor. The ancient Celestial Emperor was very suspicious, so he naturally had to set up such an important place himself. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei stepped forward and stretched out his right hand, activating the secret word of Wu. The power of the secret word of Wu immediately surged out from his hand and shrouded the great formation in front of him. Buzz. The void trembled and a layer of Immortal Path divine light appeared in the void in front of him. Immortal Path runes circulated and intertwined on the layer of Immortal Path divine light. An incomparably powerful Immortal Path aura surged forward, but it was blocked by Gu Fei. In the next moment, a scene that shocked the mysterious underworld saintess and the others appeared. The immortal light that Elder Yan Kun had tried so hard to break quickly dimmed and disappeared into the void, as if it had never been there. This, Yan Kun and Black Tiger Daoist glanced at each other and saw a trace of fear in each other's eyes. Gu Fei was really too heaven-defying. They were in awe of Gu Fei, so they couldn't help but be cautious in front of Gu Fei. The Great Elder was really unlucky to have offended such an existence. Being crippled was the result of him being blind. Black Tiger Daoist and Yan Kun couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when they thought about the Great Elder's fate. However, after the layer of immortal light was destroyed by Gu Fei, another layer of immortal light emerged. This layer of immortal light was different from the previous one. When this layer of immortal light emerged, it emitted a sonorous sound. The Immortal Path runes on the immortal light rapidly evolved and turned into a dazzling sword light that pierced towards Gu Fei and the others. It was as if thousands of heavenly swords had been unsheathed at the same time. It was extremely sharp. Seeing this scene, the Xianming Saintess and the others were startled. This was a holy venerable level sword light. Each one of them could cut them into pieces. The Xianming Saintess and the others subconsciously retreated when they saw the eruption of the sword light. However, at this time, Gu Fei had already stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Then, a shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei's right hand was like a bottomless black hole, sucking in all of the sword lights, causing them to disappear into his hand. The power of the secret word of nothing erupted in Gu Fei's hand and dissolved everything. Even the sword Dao formation that the primordial Emperor Xian had imprinted in the void was also destroyed. This was the power of the secret word of nothing. No matter how heaven-defying your runes were, they would still be turned into nothingness. Not even ashes would be left behind. They would completely disappear from this world. Another layer of formation was broken. However, after the sword formation was broken, another layer of formation was activated. This formation was even more powerful than the sword formation and was also an offensive formation. Buzz. The immortal runes revolved and a pitch-black hole appeared in the void in front of everyone. A heaven-devouring power surged out of the black hole and actually pulled the Xianming Saintus and the others behind Gu Fei into the black hole. Gu Fei took a step forward and directly punched. The powerful force shook the black hole and the heaven-devouring power that surged out of the black hole immediately weakened. The Xianming Saintus and the others hurriedly retreated. Black Tiger Taoist and Yan Kun were already pale with fear. The Xianming Saintus' face was covered, but her eyes were also filled with fear. They had underestimated the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This was the residence of a holy venerable level celestial emperor. Some places were protected by formations and couldn't go anywhere. Elder Yan Kun was even more frightened. Fortunately, the first layer of formation was not an offensive formation. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. Gu Fei made a decisive move and directly used absolute power to disperse the black hole in front of him. Then, he continued to break the formation. Chapter 2691. The final seal of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury was incomparably powerful, but it was still broken by Gu Fei. It had to be said that the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was much larger than the treasury of the Celestial Emperor City. Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved when he entered the treasury. The treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace was filled with rare divine materials, including the Phoenix Stone and the precious Sun Elixir. The Phoenix Stone wasn't a real stone, but something similar to a Buddhist relic left behind by the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix, after it underwent nirvana. This kind of thing was rare since ancient times, so it wasn't easy to find one. However, there was actually a fist-sized Phoenix Stone in the treasury. This was a good item. The Phoenix was a divine beast of the fire element, so this Phoenix Stone would be of great benefit to Gu Ling. Gu Fei didn't think twice before putting it away. The precious Sun Elixir was also a rare divine material. It was a kind of precious liquid derived from the core of the sun, and it was also a precious liquid of the fire element. It could be used to temper the physical body and change the physique of a cultivator. Gu Fei also put away the precious Sun Elixir. He wandered around the huge treasure vault and took away the divine materials he needed. The Xianming Saintus and the others, who were following behind him, felt their hearts ache when they saw this. However, they knew that if it wasn't for Gu Fei, they wouldn't have been able to break the seal of the treasury and enter it. The Xianming Saintus and the others didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Gu Fei noticed that there were rays of golden light floating in a corner of the treasury. They were golden holy swords. Every single one of the swords was sharp and radiating with golden light. He counted them carefully and found that there were 108 golden swords. Moreover, they weren't floating in the void in a disorderly manner. A sword formation. Gu Fei immediately noticed that these 108 golden sacred swords were arranged in different directions to form a sword formation. 108 divine swords forming a sword formation shocked the Xianming Saintus and the others. It was hard to imagine that someone had spent so much effort to set up such a sword formation. One had to know that it was not so easy to refine 108 golden light swords. These were all saint-rank divine swords. This must be the masterpiece of an ancient sword saint. Gu Fei guessed. Then, he put away the sword formation. The mysterious underworld Saintus and the others were also envious of this sword formation. However, they did not dare say anything and could only watch as Gu Fei took away the 108 golden swords. Although there were many divine materials and sacred weapons in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury, there weren't many that caught Gu Fei's attention and were taken away. He only took a dozen divine materials and sacred artifacts before leaving the rest for the Xianming Saintus and the others. This surprised and delighted the Xianming Saintess and the others. They had never imagined that Gu Fei would be so generous as to give them the rest of the divine materials and sacred artifacts. With these divine materials and sacred artifacts, the strength of the mysterious underworld sect would definitely increase greatly. Even if the remnants of the primordial heavenly the Arch wanted to counterattack, the mysterious underworld sect would at least be able to protect themselves. They might even be able to kill all the invading enemies. The mysterious underworld sect would then have the confidence to unify the Eastern Territory. Gu Fei's ambitions weren't in the Eastern Territory, but the mysterious underworld sect was still facing a great threat. Although they had conquered the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the mysterious underworld sect would face a tragic end once the primordial Heavenly the Arch returned. However, this wasn't something that Gu Fei could handle. He didn't want to either. He wasn't the guardian of the mysterious underworld sect, so he had no obligation to do anything for the mysterious underworld sect. They're still fighting. Gu Fei left the Heavenly Emperor Palace and suddenly looked into the distance. A moment later, he disappeared into the void. Boom! Bam! In the depths of a mountain range 10,000 miles away from the Heavenly Emperor Palace, two silhouettes were moving at high speed. They were engaged in an intense battle. Terrifying heavenly venerate aura spread in all directions. The golden spirituality ape Yuan Hong was fighting against the ancient immortal. The ancient immortal was definitely a terrifying and powerful ancient war immortal. His cultivation base and combat strength weren't something an ordinary immortal venerable could compare to. However, the golden spirit ape race was also a famous battle race that had been established since ancient times. Yuan Hong and this Gu Zhanxian could be said to be at loggerheads. Roar! Yuan Hong roared in rage. The golden cudgel in his hands swept out, and the ferocious force of the cudgel caused Gu Zhanxian to be flung through the air. Boom! A mountain peak was smashed apart. The mountain range was in chaos. Smoke and dust billowed. Kill! A loud shout was heard from the smoke. A silhouette rushed out and instantly appeared in front of Yuan Hong. A battle spear pierced through the void, aiming at Yuan Hong's glabella. Clang! Yuan Hong swept the golden rod in his hand, sweeping the battle spear to the side. Swoosh! At this moment, 9 rays of immortal light rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body, turning into supreme sword shadows that slashed towards Yuan Hong. Each sword shadow emitted terrifying sword chi. In a close combat situation, the 9 sword shadows that rushed out from Gu Zhanxian's body were extremely fast. All of them slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. However, something unexpected happened. The 9 sword shadows that were comparable to sacred swords were all shattered when they slashed onto Yuan Hong's body. A battle robe that was completely woven from runes appeared on Yuan Hong's body. The 9 sword shadows could not break through this battle robe and were shattered in the air by the vast power of the great path that emanated from the battle robe. The sacred robe of the golden spirituality ape race. Gu Zhanxian was shocked. At this moment, Yuan Hong's fist had already landed on Gu Zhanxian's shoulder, sending him flying backwards. The sound of bones breaking rang out from his shoulder. However, at Gu Zhanxian's level of cultivation, regenerating flesh and bones was not a difficult task. When Gu Zhanxian steadied himself, the wound on his shoulder was already completely healed. It was as if he was never injured in the first place. He was still as strong as ever, and his battle intent was still as strong as ever. When Gu Fei approached, although Yuan Hong had already gained the upper hand, it was difficult for him to suppress this rare opponent. "Do you need help?" Gu Fei asked Yuan Yin. "No need, I can take him down." Yuan Hong was very direct and domineering. He directly rushed towards Gu Zhanxian, who was sent flying away. Gu Zhanxian had also noticed Gu Fei's presence. "Who are you?" Gu Zhanxian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. "Gu Fei." Gu Fei didn't hide anything. There was no need for him to hide anything. With his current cultivation level and strength, he no longer needed to fear anyone in the heaven realm. Plus, he had the saint weapon in his hands. "Very well, I will remember it." Gu Zhanxian didn't hesitate. He tore open the void and rushed into the chaotic void, trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 2692. Gu Zhanxian saw that the situation was bad and immediately tore through the void to escape into the chaos. Yuan Hong naturally wouldn't allow Gu Zhanxian to escape so easily. After that, he also broke through the void and chased after Gu Zhanxian into the chaos. Seeing this, Gu Fei was a little surprised. Yuan Hong's silhouette disappeared into the chaos. In the end, even his aura couldn't be sensed anymore. Gu Fei didn't chase into the chaos. He had no choice but to turn around and leave. When Gu Fei returned to the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he found that old tortoise was here. There were at least a dozen powerful demonic auras in the vicinity. Those were the demonic auras emitted by the experts of the demonic race. Ha, brother, you're really something. Old Tortoise laughed heartily as he came out from the Heavenly Emperor Palace. You came so fast. Gu Fei was a little surprised to see Old Tortoise. Knowing that you're here, how would I dare not come? Old Tortoise laughed heartily and hugged Gu Fei tightly. Boss, at this time, a burly man in battle armor walked out from behind Old Tortoise. This man was very excited to see Gu Fei. You are Fire Karen Balon. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he saw this man. But he quickly recognized him, as well as his true identity. This man was the Fire Karen Balon that Gu Fei subdued back then. Ancestor. At this moment, a fair and chubby little fatty walked out of the Heaven Emperor Palace. As soon as the little fatty saw Gu Fei, he immediately ran up to him and hugged Gu Fei's thigh. With tears and snot streaming down his face, he told Gu Fei about his experiences in the Heaven Realm all these years. Gu Xiaofeng. Gu Fei grabbed the little fatty's collar and lifted him up. This little guy looked exactly like Gu Zhong when he was young. Ancestor, I don't want to stay in the Heavenly Realm anymore. I want to go home. Gu Xiaofeng said while crying. Ever since he came to the Heaven Realm, he had been living in fear every day because Old Tortoise would train him from time to time. You seem to be doing well in the Heaven world. You're already a supreme expert. If you were in the lower world, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be an immortal emperor. Gu Fei put the little fatty aside. Grandmaster, I really don't want to stay in the Heaven Realm. I miss my father and mother. Little fatty begged. Gu Fei looked at Old Tortoise and did not know what to do. You little brat, other people want to enter the Heaven Realm no matter how hard they try. But you actually want to go down to the lower realms. You are truly infuriating me to death. Old Tortoise said in disappointment. Grandmaster, I haven't seen my parents for hundreds of years. The little fatty was afraid of this Grandmaster. He wanted nothing more than to run away from him, because recently, this Grandmaster seemed to have his eyes on him again. If this Grandmaster wanted to train him again, he would be played to a pulp by this Grandmaster. The little fatty was really afraid of being trained by his Grandmaster. Old Tortoise, look, Gu Fei also knew that he had brought Gu Xiaofeng to the Heaven Realm and separated him from his parents for hundreds of years. Gu Xiaofeng was really homesick, and Gu Fei also felt guilty. After all, he was the one who brought Gu Xiaofeng to the Heaven Realm. Sigh, forget it, I'll return this little brat to you. Old Tortoise waved his hand impatiently and said. Aha, I am free now. At this time, the little fatty Gu Xiaofeng stopped crying and roared angrily. He felt that the snot and tears were just an act. Little brat, Old Tortoise raised his leg and kicked the little fatty away like a ball. The little fatty disappeared into the horizon. Grandmaster, help! The little fatty's heart-wrenching cry came from afar. Serves you right. Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and brought Gu Fei into the Heavenly Emperor Palace as if this was his old nest. This made the Xianming Saintess and the others a little unhappy. However, the Xianming Saintess and the others also knew that the Old Tortoise that Gu Fei mentioned was the current Demon Lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan. This Demon Lord had always been domineering and protective. When Old Tortoise arrived, the Xianming Saintess and the others were even more shocked and uneasy. After entering the Heavenly Emperor Palace, Old Tortoise sat on the throne in the middle of the hall. Even Gu Fei could only sit below him. Although the Xianming Saintus and the others were unhappy, they did not dare to show it. After all, Old Tortoise's fist was much stronger than theirs. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Now, Old Tortoise's fist was the hardest, so he could dominate everything. Even if Old Tortoise wanted the people of the Xianming sect to get lost, they would not dare to say no. After a while, the little fatty stuck his head out of the door and looked around. "Brother, you are too ruthless. Why did you come to Yuan Gu's lair to undergo your tribulation?" Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and continued talking to Gu Fei. "It's nothing. I just had a sudden impulse." Gu Fei waved his hand as if nothing had happened. Although he had said it casually, everyone present knew that Gu Fei's actions were absolutely crazy. If he had been careless, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation. No one had dared to do this, but Gu Fei had done it and succeeded. "You?" Old Tortoise laughed. The stronger Gu Fei was, the better it was for the demon clan. After all, he and Gu Fei were brothers who had experienced life and death together. "Master, big brother," at that moment, Xiaoqing suddenly walked in from outside. "Come and sit." Gu Fei called out to Xiaoqing. "Yes, big brother." Xiaoqing walked over to Gu Fei and sat down next to Gu Fei. "Gu Fei, let's talk about how to divide Yuan Gu's territory. How about it?" Old Tortoise looked at Gu Fei and said, "Ha, you finally revealed your fox's tail. No wonder you came here so quickly. It seems like you're here to occupy my territory." Gu Fei pointed at Old Tortoise and laughed. "How about it?" Old Tortoise asked. "Yuan Gu's territory is not that easy to divide." Gu Fei said seriously. Yuan Gu's real body was still there. Who knew when he would suddenly return? This was a great threat. "I know what you mean. I really don't care about Yuan Gu." Old Tortoise was full of confidence. He had the ultimate demon weapon Great Sovereign Seal, so he could do whatever he wanted in the Heaven Realm. There were not many people in the Heaven Realm who could be his opponent. "In that case, do as you see fit," Gu Fei said. However, the mysterious dark sect broke through the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Therefore, you have to leave a piece of land for the mysterious dark sect to rebuild. What do you think? Gu Fei continued. At that moment, the mysterious dark saintess looked at Gu Fei gratefully. The ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory was huge. Given the mysterious dark sect's strength, it was impossible for them to completely take over such a huge territory. Moreover, the other powerful forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory for a long time. The mysterious dark sect could not compete with them. "All right, I agree." Old Tortoise thought about it and agreed. The matter was settled very quickly. The mysterious dark sect would rebuild the mysterious dark sect in the area that Old Tortoise had given them, while the Heavenly Emperor Palace was given to Old Tortoise. This matter was beyond everyone's expectations. The demon race in the Heaven Realm had actually taken over the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This shocked the other forces to the extreme. No one dared to jump out and compete with Old Tortoise for the ancient Heavenly Emperor's territory. This allowed the demon race in the Heaven Realm to pick up a huge bargain. After all, the other super forces in the Heaven Realm had been eyeing the Eastern Territory covetously for a long time. No one had thought that this would be the result. "Little fatty, get your ass in here." After the discussion, Old Tortoise waved at Gu Xiaofeng, who had been pacing back and forth outside the gate. At this moment, the little fatty ran in from the outside. "You little brat, you will follow your martial ancestor from now on. Don't think that following your martial ancestor is a good thing. I believe that your martial ancestor is better than me." "Haha," Old Tortoise said to the little fatty. "It can't be." The little fatty immediately became dejected. He had just escaped from the wolf's lair, only to fall into the tiger's lair. "Oh my God! Who can save me?" "All right, your martial ancestor is just trying to scare you." Gu Fei glared at Old Tortoise and said, "Brother, what do you plan to do next?" Old Tortoise ignored the little fatty and asked Gu Fei, Well, I'm going to pick up 2 people. Gufei thought for a moment and said. Who? Old Tortoise asked curiously. Your sister-in-law and niece. Gufei did not hide it. What? You have a daughter? When Old Tortoise heard this, he stood up from his seat abruptly and looked at Gufei in shock. When did this guy get married? He even has a daughter. The Xianming holy maiden was a little disappointed. Although I'm a warrior, I'm also a normal man. Isn't it normal for me to get married and have children? Is there a need to be so surprised? Gufei said disapprovingly. Let's go. I'll go with you to pick them up. Old Tortoise was very curious. What kind of extraordinary woman could catch the eye of Gufei and even give birth to a daughter for Gufei? In the end, Old Tortoise handed over the task of taking over the territory of the primordial celestial emperor to Shaoqing. Then, he took the fire Qilan Balon and Gufei to a teleportation array in the Heavenly Emperor Palace and left the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Soon, Gufei and the others appeared on a teleportation array platform in a big city in the Nanling Mountains. The fact that they had crossed over made all the experts in the city feel very uneasy. The auras they emitted were just too powerful. I didn't know that the seniors had come to Nantian City. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. Chapter 2693. The city lord of Nantian City was a plump man with a smiling face. He wasn't a weakling. He was a quasi-saint, but in the eyes of Gufei and the others, this fatty was nothing. One should know that even Gufei's grand disciple, Gu Xiaofeng, was already an immortal emperor. Gu Xiaofeng's father, Gu Zhong, was even a martial saint. Although a sage-to-be was powerful, they were like ants in front of a sage. However, what surprised Gufei and the others was that the fat city lord was followed by an old servant. This old servant was actually a sage. A saint was actually willing to be the servant of a quasi-saint. This caused Gufei and the others to feel very strange. One must know that saints were all prideful existences that looked down on all living beings. They were existences that stood above all living beings. The fatty was very enthusiastic towards Gufei and the others. One should know that Gufei and the others were all heavenly sovereigns. Even the old servant behind him couldn't help but feel nervous when he saw Gufei and the others. Nantian City had never had so many saints come to Nantian City at once. If they were to neglect these people and make them unhappy, it would definitely be a disaster for Nantian City. The fatty welcomed Gufei and the others into the city lord mansion of Nantian City. After the guests and the host were seated, the fatty asked about the purpose of Gufei and the others coming to Nantian City. The fatty was very straightforward. We are going to Luoxia City. The fire Qilan Balon said. Luoxia City? The fatty couldn't help but be startled. Then, he said, Luoxia City is more than 10,000 li away from here, but I heard that the people of Fire Emperor have already breached Luoxia City. I don't know if it's true. What? Gufei and the others couldn't help but be startled. The people of Fire Emperor had breached Luoxia City? How is this possible? Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. Why would the people of Fire Emperor set their eyes on such a city? Moreover, Yan'er and her daughter were still in Luoxia City. When Gufei thought of this matter, he couldn't sit still. He directly asked the fat city lord to take them to the transmission formation platform. They had to go to Luoxia City immediately. When the fat city lord saw that Gufei and the others were in a hurry to go to Luoxia City, he secretly rejoiced in his heart. He could not wait to send away this group of gods of plagues, but he did not dare to show any displeasure in front of this group of gods of plagues. Swoosh! When a mass of divine light wrapped around Gufei and the others and directly escaped into the void, the fat city lord heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Luoxia City was surrounded by a group of soldiers under the command of the Fire Emperor. Moreover, this group of soldiers had launched more than 10 attacks, but they were all repelled by the defenders of Luoxia City. The old city lord of Luoxia City was only an immortal emperor, but the immortal general who attacked Luoxia City was a supreme expert. Logically speaking, Luoxia City would not be able to withstand the attack of a supreme expert. However, Luoxia City was currently guarded by two great gods. Yan'er was a saint emperor and Guling was a great perfection quasi-saint who was only one step away from becoming a saint. With a saint emperor guarding the city, how could a mere supreme expert break through Luoxia City? The supreme expert in the immortal Tao and the Fire Emperor's army had already sensed that something was wrong. He had already sent a message back, hoping that the Fire Emperor would send experts to help. In this way, they would definitely be able to break through Luoxia City. However, the supreme expert was very puzzled. He didn't know why the Fire Emperor would send him to attack Luoxia City. Luoxia City was located in a remote mountain. It was just a small city. What should we do, Yan'er? Can you ask your master to help us repel the invaders? In the city lord mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was restless. He asked the girl next to him. The girl was his precious granddaughter, Yan'er. Yan'er had soaked in the divine spring of life for more than 10 days. All the old injuries on her body had completely healed. Moreover, Guling had also taken advantage of this opportunity to help Yan'er reconstruct her body, turning her into a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was a beautiful girl. Her whole body was filled with spirituality, like an immortal spirit that had descended from the 9 heavens. She didn't look like a mortal at all. Grandpa, Master won't care about these things. Yan'er said helplessly. Guling's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. She was preparing to transcend her tribulation. She didn't want to care about anything in the outside world. She wasn't in Luoxia City right now. Even Yan'er didn't know where her master was right now. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Luoxia City be breached by those people from the outside? The old city lord was very anxious. The other party had come prepared. The void around Luoxia City had been sealed. Even the information transmission talismans couldn't fly out. It was even more impossible for the cultivators in the city to escape. The great expert outside the city had set up a great formation outside Luoxia City to seal the void. Even the ordinary teleportation formation in Luoxia City couldn't send people out. Only the ancient teleportation formation in the City Lord Mansion could ignore the seal of the outside world and send people out. However, the old City Lord wouldn't use that ancient formation unless it was absolutely necessary. Yan'er, why don't you go and beg that master of yours? The old City Lord said to his granddaughter in a pleading tone. He had been forced into a corner. Once the Luoxia City was breached, all the cultivators in the city, even the ordinary people, would probably be killed. This was the usual practice of the Fire Emperor's soldiers. The stronger the resistance of a city, once it was breached, the more the Fire Emperor's soldiers would slaughter the entire city. The Fire Emperor's soldiers outside had been attacking for a long time, but they still couldn't breach the city. The old city lord could already imagine the tragedy of Luoxia City when it was breached. Grandpa, my master usually comes and goes without a trace. She's the only one who comes to find me. Where do you want me to find her? Yan'er was very embarrassed. Her master was very unreliable. She would disappear every 2 or 3 days. Perhaps only her grandmaster could find her. Do you really have no way to find your master? The old city lord looked at Yan'er and said. This, Yan'er pondered. She didn't want to disturb her grandmaster, who was the mother of her master's sister. However, it seemed that she had no choice but to ask her grandmaster for help. She also didn't want to see Luoxia City be breached. Once Luoxia City was breached by the Fire Emperor's soldiers, the people in the city would be plunged into misery and suffering. This was something she didn't want to see. Do you have a way? The old city lord knew that there was hope when he saw his granddaughter's expression. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. One should know that there was a sage behind his precious granddaughter's master. As long as he could ask these two great gods to help, even if the Fire Emperor sent a sage to attack Luoxia City, they would definitely not be able to break through. I'll go look for Grandmaster. Yan'er looked at her grandfather and said very seriously. Grandmaster didn't like to move around. She was cultivating in a quiet room in Luoxia City. All right, go quickly. The old city lord was surprised and happy when he heard this. If his granddaughter could ask for help from a sage or above existence, it couldn't be better. Luoxia City would be saved. I'm just going to give it a try. If she doesn't agree to help, there's nothing I can do. Yennefer said to her grandfather. I know. Go quickly. The old city lord urged. As long as Yennefer asked for help, it would be impossible for her to not help. At this time, he let out a sigh of relief. Yennefer nodded to her grandfather and then walked to the back of the city lord's mansion. However, at this time, a figure walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion. Greetings, Grandmaster. Yennefer saw the person and quickly bowed. No need to be so polite. The person waved his hand and Yennefer stopped bowing. Yes, Grandmaster. Yennefer respectfully straightened her body. Greetings, Senior. I hope that Senior can save all the creatures in Luoxia City. The old city lord saw that person and quickly bowed. The person who walked out from the back of the city lord's mansion was a white-robed fairy. This white-robed fairy was Yennefer. I'm not in a hurry. After saying this, Yennefer directly walked out of the city lord's mansion and came to the ancient formation platform. Just as the Fire Emperor's almighty immortal general was waiting for support, an ancient formation platform in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia City suddenly started to operate. Runes rushed out of the formation platform and a void portal appeared on the formation platform. He's back so soon? Yennefer stood in front of the ancient formation platform and murmured to herself. At this time, a person walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. This person was sneakily looking around outside the void portal. It was a fair-skinned, chubby young man. Just as the chubby young man was thinking about whether or not to walk out of the void portal, someone kicked his butt and sent him flying out of the void portal. That little fatty cried out loudly. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, he flew off to who knows where. Yennefer and the old city lord were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. At this time, a tall, middle-aged man with a majestic appearance walked out of the void portal on the ancient formation platform. Yennefer couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this person. This person was the demon lord of the Heaven Realm Demon Clan, Gufei's good brother, the Grand Emperor's son, Old Turtle. Old Turtle's name was Xia. He was the leader of the Grand Emperor's 9 sons. In the distant past, the Grand Emperor's 9 sons had made a huge name for themselves and their names shook the ancient desolation. Now, the Grand Emperor's son had completely recovered his former peak cultivation and had mastered the Grand Emperor's seal, the Grand Emperor's demon weapon. Even Yennefer didn't expect such a big shot to appear here. After Old Turtle walked out of the void portal, the next person to walk out was Gufei. Sister-in-law, where's my niece? Old Turtle asked Guling as soon as he saw Yennefer. I don't know where that crazy girl went. Chapter 2694. Guling had always been strange and elusive. Even Yennefer didn't know where she was, but Yennefer was able to find her daughter. Yennefer usually used the sound-transmitting jade talisman to contact her daughter. She immediately took out the talisman and contacted Guling very quickly. The talisman in Yennefer's hand vibrated. At this time, under the guidance of the old city lord, everyone arrived at the main hall of the prefecture. The old city lord didn't dare to sit on the main seat. One should know that there was a demon lord of demon race and heaven world among this group of people. How could he dare to act presumptuously in front of the demon lord of demon race? The old city lord invited the demon lord, Old Turtle, to sit on the main seat. Gufei and the others sat on both sides, while the old city lord and his precious granddaughter sat on the last seat. Although he was the city lord of Luoxia City, he was only an immortal emperor. At this time, the little fatty who was kicked away had returned. Only now did the old city lord discover that this little fatty was also an immortal emperor, and a major success stage immortal emperor expert. This made him feel ashamed. This group of people was truly heaven-defying. Even a child was an immortal emperor, let alone the others. The arrival of such a group of people put the old city lord at ease. One should know that even the demon lord of demon race was here. This time, even Fire Emperor wouldn't be able to attack Luoxia City. However, what made the old city lord apprehensive was why such a big shot would come to such a small place. "I say, Goofy, your little princess doesn't seem to be like you." The old turtle sat on the main seat and said to Goofy with a smile. He had already learned from Yanner that Goofy's precious daughter was definitely a lively and active person. "Old turtle, what do you mean? Who else does my daughter look like if not me?" Goofy glared at the old turtle and said, "Ever since I got to know you, you have always been a man of few words, haven't you?" "Ha!" The old turtle laughed. "All right, I won't talk to you about this. I don't want to see those annoying flies outside the city. Send someone to deal with them." Goofy suddenly changed the topic. He had already sensed that someone had set up a large array to seal the entire Luoxia city, which made him very unhappy. Old Tortoise glanced at Ballon, who was standing beside him. Naturally, Old Tortoise understood what Old Tortoise meant. However, he did not intend to attack. Instead, he waved at the two demon race powerhouses standing behind him. The two demon clan experts immediately turned around and left. Among the people outside, the one with the highest cultivation level was only an almighty. If a sage were to make a move, that would be thinking too highly of those people. Soon, a strong power fluctuation came from outside Luoxia City, and there was a monstrous demon chi. Not long after, the two monster race experts returned. One of the monster race experts held a head in his hand. It was the head of a strange beast, and there was a crimson flame lingering on it. Fire ape. When the old city lord saw the head in the monster race expert's hand, he could not help but be taken aback. He did not expect the two monster race experts to kill the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside the city so easily. The fire ape was a kind of creature born from the Earth's fire vein. Of course, the Southern Mountains Fire Emperor was not from the fire ape race. This fire ape was the leader of the Fire Emperor's soldiers outside Luoxia City, the almighty expert. "All right, it's done. Why isn't my niece back yet?" The old turtle did not take this matter seriously at all. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, he would not be afraid. If the Fire Emperor was sensible, he would naturally not come to humiliate himself. Boom! As soon as the old turtle's voice fell, a muffled sound suddenly came from outside the main hall. Then, two large dragons directly rushed in from outside. One was a fire dragon, and the other was a wind dragon. Above the main hall, the wind chi and the fire chi were mighty, which surprised everyone. The old city lord, in particular, was so scared that he almost jumped out of his seat. Someone actually dared to directly attack the main hall. This was really unimaginable. Could it be that the experts under the Fire Emperor had arrived so quickly? "Niece, are you trying to show off your strength as soon as we meet?" At this time, Old Ghost, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly burst into laughter. At this moment, the two large dragons formed by the fire and water chi circled around the main hall and directly pounced on the old turtle sitting on the throne. What nonsense! When Yenner, who was sitting next to Goofy, saw this scene, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. With so many saints in the main hall, no one could sneak into the city lord's mansion silently and arrive outside the main hall without being discovered. Even if the Fire Emperor came in person, it would not be possible to hide from Goofy and the old turtle. At this moment, the old turtle directly stretched out his right hand and grabbed forward. The two large dragons immediately flew towards his big hand and quickly shrunk. "Ha! Uncle Old Turtle is really powerful." Just as the old turtle kept the two large dragons formed by the wind and fire chi, a bell-like laughter rang. A purple-robed girl was peeking her head out of the main hall. "Hee!" The old turtle smiled strangely and then stretched out his sharp claws towards the purple-robed girl. Damn it! As soon as the purple-robed girl saw the old turtle, she immediately turned around and wanted to escape. However, as soon as she turned around, a powerful suction force immediately enveloped her. The purple-robed girl screamed and flew into the main hall. She struggled violently, but how could she break free? Guling was incomparably shocked. She circulated her mystic art with all her might. The powerful pressure of a quasi-sage erupted from her body, shocking everyone in the main hall. One should know that although there were many saints in the main hall, there were also many cultivators below the sage realm. The old city lord only felt his soul trembling. He was just an immortal emperor, not even almighty. How could he withstand the pressure of a quasi-sage? On the contrary, the precious granddaughter of the old city lord, Yen looked as if nothing had happened. Gu Ling flew to the front of the old turtle and landed on the ground, but she didn't seem to panic. Instead, she was very calm. "Haha, Uncle Old Turtle, you are too powerful," Gu Ling said with a smile. A trace of slyness flashed in her eyes. You are really very different from your father." The old turtle glanced at Gu Fei and said with a smile. "Old Turtle, you." Gu Fei shook his head. "Uncle Old Turtle, since this is the first time we have met, this gourd is for you," Gu Ling said and handed the gourd in her hand to the old turtle. This is Taoist Feng was Wind and Fire Gourd. Chapter 2695. The fact that Taoist Feng was Firestorm Gourd was in Gu Ling's hands shocked the old city lord to the extreme. He could not believe it. After all, Taoist Feng was definitely not a kind person. Although Taoist Feng was just a rogue cultivator, he was extremely powerful. His cultivation was considered an expert among the sages, and he was the target of many forces. The Firestorm Gourd was Taoist Feng's famous magic treasure. He regarded it as his life and would never lend it to others. Although he did not know how Gu Ling obtained the Firestorm Gourd, the fact that she could get her hands on it was enough to explain the situation. It's really a good thing. Old Tortoise did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Gu Ling hand the gourd to him. Although the gourd was a sage-level magic treasure, he really did not fancy it. He could have as many of such magic treasures as he wanted. This gourd is definitely a good thing. Uncle Tortoise really has a good eye. Gu Ling directly stuffed the gourd into Old Tortoise's hand. Old Tortoise had no choice but to accept the gourd. Then, he saw Gu Ling looking at him eagerly. He was extremely shrewd and naturally knew what Gu Ling was looking forward to. Old Tortoise, your daughter is really too primordial Lingling. I like her, Old Tortoise said with a laugh. He thought for a moment, then took out a purple bell and handed it to Gu Ling. Little niece, this is for you. Old Tortoise looked at Gu Ling meaningfully. Uncle Tortoise, what is this? Gu Ling reached out and took the purple bell. She could not see anything special about it. The bell was only the size of an adult's thumb. There was a lot of bronze green on it. It was completely an ordinary bell, which puzzled Gu Ling. After all, her Uncle Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He was the demon lord of the demon clan, a big shot in the heaven realm. How could he give something so ordinary? Old Tortoise, this is your fault. Gu Fei spoke at this time. The purple bell was really ordinary. Even if it was thrown on the street, no one would take a second look. Of course, Gu Fei also felt that since Old Tortoise could give it as a gift, there must be something different about the bell. Old Gu, when did you become as blind as a bat? Old Tortoise glanced at Gu Fei with contempt and said. Uncle Tortoise, Gu Ling held the purple bell in her hand, looking forward to it. Don't underestimate this thing. It has a terrifying origin. Old Tortoise pretended to be mysterious. At this moment, everyone in the hall pricked up their ears. This bell is from the Palace of Moon Deities, Old Tortoise said. Palace of Moon Deities? The other people in the hall did not have much of a reaction, but when these words fell into Gu Fei's ears, it was different. The Moon Deities were the ancient female supremes. Could this bell be an item of the Moon Deities? However, the era of the ancient Moon Deities was too far away from the present world. Many people in the hall did not know that there was an invincible female sovereign in ancient times. Gu Ling looked at Old Tortoise in confusion. Take it. At this time, Gu Fei said to Gu Ling. Oh. Gu Ling responded and then said to Old Tortoise, Thank you, Uncle Tortoise. After saying that, Gu Ling came in front of Gu Fei and Yen. Dad, Mom. Like a child who had done something wrong, Gu Ling lowered her head and stood in front of Gu Fei and Yen. You are really mischievous. Yen'er reached out and pulled Guling to her side. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Grandmasters. At this time, Yen'er came forward obediently and bowed to Guling, Gu Fei, and Yen'er. Is this the disciple you accepted? Gu Fei looked at the white-clothed girl who was full of spiritual energy and could not help but secretly nod. This girl's muscles and bones were very good. She had a wood elemental constitution. He had always had a plan to accept 5 disciples with one of the 5 elemental constitutions. He wanted to train 5 elemental warriors. However, he had never had the opportunity to accept 5 elemental disciples. Gu Zhong had a metal elemental constitution, Gu Ling had a fire elemental constitution, and Yao Yu had a water elemental constitution. Adding this grand disciple in front of him, he still lacked disciples with an earth elemental constitution. Of course, accepting disciples was not a child's play. Just because one's constitution was good didn't mean that one could be accepted as a disciple. Gu Fei was a man of principle. He would not accept people with evil intentions, even if they had a heaven-defying constitution. Not bad, Dad. What do you think of this disciple of mine? Gu Ling said to Gu Fei as if she was presenting a treasure. She was very proud of her disciple's constitution. Not only did he have a wood elemental constitution, but he was also born with a Dao Eye. Even Gu Fei and Old Tortoise could not see this kind of innate Dao Eye. Yes. Gu Fei did not say anything. He thought for a moment and then took out an item and handed it to Yen'er. It was a wooden bow refined from a spirit root. The body of the bow was covered with all kinds of naturally formed ancient and mysterious patterns. The bowstring was refined from the tendons of a flood dragon. This wooden bow was a magic treasure that Gu Fei had obtained in the Heavenly Emperor Palace. This magic treasure was naturally extraordinary for it to be stored in the Heavenly Emperor Palace's treasury. This wooden bow was a magic treasure of a sage ruler. Yen'er looked at her master, Gu Ling, and then at her grandmaster, Gu Fei. She did not know whether to accept it or not. This is a greeting gift from Grandmaster. Take it. Gu Ling said to Yen'er. Yes, Master. Yen'er nodded and took the wooden bow from Gu Fei. Thank you, Grandmaster. Yen'er said respectfully. Cultivate well. Gu Fei encouraged her. Just as the old city lord was feeling happy for his precious granddaughter, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the city. Then, an incomparably powerful aura came from outside the city. A sage-to-be? Hearing the roar, some people in the great hall were obviously displeased. You two, go out again. Balan ordered the 2 demon experts standing behind him. Yes. The 2 demon experts hurriedly accepted the order and left. Without any suspense, the sound of fighting came from outside the city again. A powerful force was mighty. This time, the intruder was extremely powerful and could fight with the 2 demon experts. The 2 demon race experts weren't weaklings. However, the invading creature wasn't weak either. The battle was extremely fierce, but in the end, the 2 demon race experts beheaded the invader and returned to report the completion of the mission. Chapter 2696. The death of a mighty figure and a sage-to-be enraged a great figure under the Fire Emperor. This was because the dead sage-to-be was his disciple, and his favorite disciple at that. The Fire Saint Palace of the Fire Emperor floated high in the sky. Below it was a sea of fire. It was boiling magma, emitting a faint golden light that was almost transparent. This was the earth fire that came from the fire veins deep under the earth. And in this sea of fire, there was a towering tree rooted. It was a golden divine tree with golden leaves, as if it was made of pure gold. On the golden divine tree, there was a huge bird's nest. The bird's nest was surrounded by the chi of the Great Path. It was very unusual. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked. There was a huge divine tree rooted in the sea of fire, constantly absorbing the fire essence from the magma. Above the golden tree was the holy land of the Fire Clan of the South Mountains, the Fire Saint Palace. This Fire Saint Palace was the temporary residence of the ancestor of the Fire Clan. The Fire Clan of the South Mountains had always been suppressed by the South Mountains God Emperor. They had to retreat to the ancestral land of the Fire Clan and seal the ancestral land. When the Fire Emperor woke up from his slumber in the Fire Veins, everything changed. With the recovery of the Fire Emperor, the Fire Clan of the South Mountains came out and started a war against the South Mountains God Emperor. They took over half of the South Mountains from the hands of the South Mountains God Emperor. The current Fire Clan could not be compared to the past. The disciple of a great figure of the Fire Clan was killed. This was a slap to the face of this great figure in the Fire Clan. No matter who it was, they could not let it go. In front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace, a golden-haired middle-aged man looked up into the sky. A ray of fire appeared in the sky and rushed towards the Fire Saint Palace. Whoosh! A ray of fire descended from the sky and landed in front of the main hall of the Fire Saint Palace. When the fire dissipated, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. "Greetings, Master." The white-haired old man knelt in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. There was real Tao rhyme flowing around this old man's body. This old man was actually a sage. The golden-haired middle-aged man looked expressionlessly at the elder kneeling in front of him and said, "Wu Jin, go take a look and see who killed your junior brother." "Yes, Master." When the old man heard this, he was shocked to the extreme. Someone actually killed his junior brother. His voice trembled. His master was too calm. This was not a good thing. The old man's name was Wu Jin, and he was the golden-haired middle-aged man's eldest disciple. He had been in closed-door training all this time, and it was only a few days ago that he was summoned back by the golden-haired middle-aged man. He had just learned from his master that his junior brother had died, and he had been killed. The old man accepted the order and turned into a ray of fire. He shot into the sky and left the Fire Saint Palace to find the other juniors. He wanted to understand what had happened first. The golden-haired middle-aged man turned and walked into the main hall of the Fiery Saint Palace. The sea of magma below the Fire Saint Palace was tens of thousands of miles wide. In a place like this, there were living creatures. The Fire Ape clan had lived here for generations. In a sea of magma 1,000 miles away from the Fiery Saint Palace, there was a golden mountain floating on the magma. The mountain was tens of thousands of miles high and there were countless caves on it. From time to time, there would be golden figures appearing in those caves. This was the territory of the Fire Ape Emperor. At this time, a ray of fire flew from the sky and landed on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. There was a cave on the peak of the Fire Ape Mountain. The door of the cave was closed. The fire landed in front of the cave and the fire disappeared. A white-haired old man appeared. Rumble! Just as the old man arrived, the tightly shut door of the cave at the top of the mountain gradually opened and a gush of fire energy gushed out from the cave. "Ha! What kind of wind blew eldest senior brother to my place today?" A loud laugh came from the cave. Then, a figure walked out of the fire. It was a slender, handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. No one would have thought that such a handsome young man was a Fire Ape Emperor that had attained enlightenment in the ancient times. It was a sacred ape. The arrival of the old man surprised the Fire Ape Emperor because this big brother had been in seclusion for thousands of years. He had not cared about the world for a long time, but now, he suddenly came to the Fire Ape Emperor. "Let's talk inside." The old man glanced at the Fire Ape Emperor and walked into the cave. The Fire Ape Emperor quickly followed. After entering the cave and sitting down, the old man told the reason for his visit. What? Even the Fire Ape Emperor jumped up from his seat when he heard that their little junior brother had been killed. Who had actually dared to kill their little junior brother? This was simply too outrageous. One should know that their master could make the entire southern mountains tremble with a stomp of his foot. Moreover, their little brother was their master's favorite disciple. "I came to you because I don't know who it is," the old man said. Since their master had asked him to handle this matter, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. However, he was not a reckless person. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious. No matter what, he had to find out who the other party was first. Therefore, the old man was not in a hurry to go to Luoxia City. "That's easy." The Fire Ape Emperor sent a voice transmission outside. Soon, a middle-aged man walked in from outside the cave and handed a jade slip to the Fire Ape Emperor. The Fire Ape Emperor waved his hand and the golden-haired middle-aged man left respectfully. When the Fire Ape Emperor read the message in the jade slip with his divine telekinesis, his face became extremely solemn. "Big brother, I'm afraid this matter is a little tricky," the Fire Ape Emperor said and handed the jade scroll to the old man. The old man took the jade scroll. In the next moment, his eyes lit up, but his face was expressionless. "Luoxia City, the demon race," the old man muttered to himself. A strong battle intent erupted from his body. He thought of many things in an instant. Could the Southern Mountains god have joined forces with the demon race? If that was the case, then they would be in big trouble. "Big brother, let me go with you," the Fire Ape Emperor muttered to himself. The Fire Ape clan also had a powerful fire ape who died at the hands of the demon clan when they attacked Luoxia City. "All right. Let's go and see who dares to look down on our Fire Ape clan," the old man said and stood up. The two experts left the Fire Ape Mountain and headed straight for Luoxia City. Chapter 2697. The siege of Luoxia City had been lifted, and peace was restored in the city. Gu Fei's family did not like to live in the city, so they moved to a secluded courtyard in the mountains outside the city. Gu Ling's mischief gave Gu Fei a granddisciple. Gu Fei was very fond of this granddisciple, so he personally taught her martial arts and guided Yan Er on the path of martial arts. With Gu Fei's personal guidance, Gu Ling did not care about her disciple at all. She spent all day playing with the purple bell that old tortoise gave her. There was nothing special about the purple bell. It was very ordinary, so Gu Ling could not see anything special about it. In the end, she tied the bell to her waist and continued to play around. Gu Ling was very playful, but Gu Fei and Yan Er were not worried that it would affect her cultivation. It was a natural instinct that should not be suppressed. In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their daughter was, she was still a child. Old Tortoise did not like crowded places, so he dismissed his subordinates and lived in the courtyard with Balon and the little fatty. Gu Fei and Old Tortoise had not seen each other for many years, so they naturally had a lot to talk about. The two verified their own Tao and benefited a lot from each other. They were already at the Holy Master level, so it was very difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It should be known that above the Holy Master was the Quasi-Supreme. However, this peace did not last long before it was broken. On this night, a golden crow suddenly appeared in the sky above Luoxia City, then directly descended towards the city. A powerful saint-level aura spread in all directions, causing all the creatures in Luoxia City to be extremely terrified, as if the end of the world had suddenly arrived. All of this happened too suddenly. The dark night sky was illuminated, as if a real divine sun had appeared high in the sky. What happened? In the courtyard in the mountains, Gu Fei and the others were alarmed. The saint-level aura spread out, and countless creatures in the mountains were extremely frightened. This kind of pressure that was above all living beings was enough to make them despair. Eldest senior brother seems to be a little rash. At this time, on a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City stood a handsome young man with blonde hair and white eyebrows. He couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as the golden crow descended. An extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The higher one's cultivation was, the more they would feel it. Inside the city lord's manor, the old city lord spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and it was difficult for him to fight against the divine might of the divine path that was descending from the sky. What's going on? Could it be that the Fire Emperor has really come personally? The experts in the city lord's manor were all affected by the pressure of the saintly way that descended from the sky. Before such an absolutely powerful existence, no one dared to even think of resisting. The cultivators in the city were in despair. Under the pressure of the divine Tao, they were extremely frightened. This kind of fear spread out from the depths of their souls. Everyone looked up at the divine sun that was descending from the sky. Their faces were filled with shock and despair. They had all given up resisting. OM! At this moment, the void trembled. A layer of immortal light appeared in the void. On the immortal light, immortal runes were faintly discernible and intertwined, forming ancient immortal diagrams. Each immortal diagram attracted the energy of the Great Tao, shrouding the entire Luoxia city. The defensive Grand Formation of Luoxia city was activated. The Grand Formation was activated, emitting immortal light. All the cultivators in the city felt their bodies lightened, and the pressure was greatly reduced. This is, on the mountain peak outside the city, the Fire Ape Emperor couldn't help but feel a little surprised when he saw this. The immortal formation protecting Luoxia city was extraordinary. It was a saint formation. A mere small city actually has the protection of a saint formation? The Fire Ape Emperor murmured to himself. This was truly unbelievable. One should know that Luoxia city was only an inconspicuous city. Even the city lord was only an immortal emperor. If it was any other time, the Fire Ape Emperor wouldn't even spare a glance at such a small city, but the current situation was different. Saint formation, is this the work of those people? A majestic voice came from the sky, sounding incomparably majestic. At this time, the Fire Ape Emperor stood on the mountain peak, glancing in all directions. He wanted to find those people, but he couldn't find any Saint Realm beings. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the divine sun collided with the layer of immortal light. A terrifying fluctuation spread out, and the layer of immortal light that enveloped the entire Luoxia city shook violently. The moment the divine sun collided with the immortal light, all the cultivators in the city coughed up blood. Even though the immortal light had neutralized most of the force, it was still enough to hurt them. Even the immortal emperors were no exception. At this time, the old immortal emperor in the city lord mansion crushed a jade talisman in his hand. Grandpa is in danger. In the courtyard, Yennefer immediately received the news from the old immortal emperor. The jade talisman in her hand glowed. Her expression changed drastically as she ran to find Gufei. At this time, Yennefer couldn't find Gufei because Gufei and the old tortoise had already flown up to the sky. They had completely concealed their presence, so no one could sense their presence. Even the Fire Ape Emperor was the same. Who are those two fellas? Saints under Fire Emperor? The old tortoise stood high up in the sky, looking at the divine sun in front of him, then at the golden-haired, white-browed youth on the mountain peak outside Luoxia city. Who cares who they are? Since they are here, there's no need for them to go back. Gufei said flatly. Only that Fire Emperor is qualified to be my opponent. I have no interest in these two little fellas. The old tortoise laughed. He had no intention of taking action. He didn't put the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man in his eyes. I don't want to take action either. What should I do? Gufei said with a shrug. Ask Balan to go. The old tortoise said and sent a message to Balan, who was still in the courtyard. After receiving the order, Balan immediately left the courtyard. The courtyard was also protected by a saint-grade formation. No one could sense Balan's presence in the courtyard. However, when Balan left the courtyard, he was immediately sensed by the Fire Ape Emperor and the golden-haired old man. Roar! Balan let out a furious roar and rushed out from the mountain. He soared into the sky and charged towards the golden-haired old man who had turned into a divine sun and was attacking the protective immortal light of Luoxia city. Chapter 2698. Ever since Balan came to the Heaven Realm, he had been following the old tortoise and Xiaoqing, fighting side by side with Xiaoqing. Although his level of cultivation was not as high as Xiaoqing's, he was still one of the old tortoise's most powerful generals. Roar! Balan roared. The mountains and rivers moved, and the terrifying sound waves spread out. Several nearby mountains immediately collapsed, turning into dust and dissipating in the void. Following that, everyone saw an incomparably shocking scene. They saw an incomparably huge fire Qilin rushing out of the mountain, leaping up and pouncing towards the divine sun in the sky. The aura of the holy beast spread out in all directions. The entire world trembled under the feet of the fire Qilin, and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out under the fire Qilin's feet. This was the rhythm of shattering the void. "You're finally out." A loud shout resounded, and then the divine sun smashed down towards the fire Qilin that was charging over. The divine flames emanating from the divine sun incinerated the surrounding space to the point of incinerating it. This was not an ordinary fire, but a holy level fire of the way. There were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible in the flames. If a saint was burned by this holy fire, even if he did not die, he would at least lose a layer of skin. Rumble, the void shook. The mountain-like fire Qilin also roared angrily, and then spat out a mouthful of divine fire towards the divine sun. This was a battle between two cultivators of the way of fire. It was not easy to cultivate the way of fire to the holy level. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a natural creature of fire. However, the golden-haired old man was not simple either. Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, the two powerful powers of the divine path collided, erupting with dazzling sparks that illuminated the entire night sky. Fire-shaped patterns continuously collided in the sky, collapsing continuously. The mighty storm of destruction directly shattered the void between heaven and earth. Even Luoxia City below was affected. The city protection formation was constantly shaking, showing signs of collapsing. This made all the cultivators in the city shudder. Once the great city barrier array was broken, the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, although the great city protecting formation was shaken by the destructive storm that swept down from the sky, it did not really collapse. This made everyone in the city heave a sigh of relief. At that moment, the divine sun and the fire Qilin disappeared at the same time. Two figures flew backward. "Old Turtle, who do you think will win?" In the distant sky, Gufei asked Old Tortoise. "I have to say, your question is too unprofessional. Do you think I would say that my men would lose?" Old Tortoise glanced at Gufei disdainfully. He naturally supported Balon. Why would he support Balon's opponent? Gufei smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, the aura of a holiness expert filled the world, and all living beings within a radius of 50,000 kilometers could sense this supreme aura. Who is that fellow? He's actually able to contend against eldest senior brother. On a mountain peak outside of Luoxia City, Fire Ape Emperor looked at the two cultivators of the doctrine of fire in the sky with a serious expression. He felt a bit uneasy. Eldest senior brother seems to have met his match. Fire Ape Emperor said to himself. It's just an old bird. How dare he come here and cause trouble? High up in the sky, Balon held his halberd and coldly looked at the elder in front of him. The elder was also a cultivator of the doctrine of fire, and his original form was a golden crow. Of course, it was impossible for this guy to be a pure-blooded golden crow. Otherwise, there would be no need to fight at all. Balon could just admit defeat. One should know that pure-blooded golden crows were innate divine birds that were truly bred from the sun. Innate divine birds had unimaginable talents, and they were not something that Balon could deal with. You are just a mixed-blood beast. Making me angry won't do you any good. The elder said coldly. He stared at the fire Qilin Balon. His eyes flashed, and his murderous intent soared into the sky. Fire-shaped Dao patterns circled around him. I'm afraid that you might have teeth and bite me. Balon pointed his halberd at the elder and laughed out loud. You were the one who killed my junior brother. The elder said with a gloomy face. What? Balon said in surprise. Could this guy be here to avenge his junior brother? But who is this guy's junior brother? Don't play dumb. My junior brother is the quasi-saint that died outside Luoxia City. The elder's eyes turned sharp and vicious. If this guy had not killed his junior brother, he would not have cared about this at all. His master had summoned him, so he had no choice but to come out. Oh, you're talking about that little fella. Do you think that an existence like me would kill a quasi-saint? Balon said unhappily. He was not someone who would bully the weak. A saint killing a quasi-saint was not something to be proud of. My junior brother is invincible in the same realm. Who among the quasi-saints can be his match? The elder said proudly. His junior brother was a peerless genius. He had cultivated for less than 1,000 years and was already a quasi-saint. The speed of his cultivation was so fast that even their master was shocked. Otherwise, this little junior brother of his wouldn't have been valued by his master and nurtured so heavily. Ha! Balan couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing the elder's words. Invincible in the same realm? This guy thought that his junior brother was a martial artist. This is the truth. Unless a saint takes action, no one can kill my junior sister. The elder's face turned even gloomier. The truth is, I didn't kill your little junior brother. Since you're here, I'll send you to reunite with your little junior brother. Balan's battle intent surged. A powerful murderous aura spread out from his body. You're not qualified to kill me. The elder was filled with battle intent as well. Even though this was what he said, he knew that he had met his match. This fire Chelan wasn't easy to deal with. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Let's let the truth speak for itself. Balan waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and struck. The divine halberd pierced through the void and struck down at the elder's head. On the surface of the divine halberd, there were Tao patterns in the shape of flames appearing. Swoosh! At this moment, a beam of flame burst out from the elder's body. It turned into a bird's beak and flew towards the incoming halberd. This was a magic weapon that the elder had obtained. It was a magic weapon crafted by a powerful being of the Golden Crow race. Its name was the Golden Crow's Beak. As long as one were to be pecked by this Golden Crow's beak, even a saint would be severely injured. Clang! The Golden Crow's beak clashed with the divine halberd in Balan's hand, giving off a metallic sound. Balan could only feel a huge force coming from his hand. The divine halberd in his hand almost flew out of his hand. Shocked, he hurried to dodge it. The elder was shocked to see that Balan was able to withstand his attack. Swoosh! The elder took out the Golden Crow's beak and attacked Balan. The gigantic beak pierced through the void, displaying an incomparably powerful force. Preposterous! Balan roared in anger. He waved the gigantic halberd in his hand and charged forward. The divine halberd in his hand kept colliding with the Golden Crow's beak. The divine halberd in his hand was not an ordinary sacred weapon. It was a killing weapon. However, Balan had yet to display its true power. At this moment, Balan became serious. Although the Golden Crow's beak was incomparably powerful, it couldn't really suppress Balan. The two powerhouses were evenly matched, and it was not an easy task to determine a victor. Everyone was watching the battle nervously. The Lord of Luoxia City naturally hoped that Balan could defeat the elder and drive him away. He was also very puzzled as to why these great figures were eyeing his Luoxia City. Luoxia City was only a small city. In the eyes of these great figures, a small city like Luoxia City shouldn't be in their eyes at all. Rumble, the void trembled. The two great experts fought from the sky to the ground, and then from the ground to the sky, fighting to the sky. Everywhere they passed, everything was mercilessly destroyed. In the end, the two great experts fought deep into the mountains. The entire mountain range was shaking as if doomsday had arrived. The battle lasted for several hours. Then, the elder retreated. The Fire Ape Emperor didn't attack and retreated as well. Baron and the old man fought to a standstill. The two of them were evenly matched, and neither was able to suppress the other. In the end, both of them ended up with injuries. Gufei and the old turtle didn't attack. They just let the elder and the Fire Ape Emperor retreat. Although Balan was seriously injured, Gufei grabbed him into his inner world and threw him into a heavenly spring of life after he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Under the nourishment of the endless life essence contained in the heavenly spring of life, Balan completely recovered in half an hour. Even the internal injuries left by years of battles were completely healed. However, the elder wasn't so lucky. He was carried back to the fiery Saint Palace by the Fire Ape Emperor. The elder was seriously injured. He was almost split in half by Balan's halberd. The terrifying crack extended from the back of his head to his tailbone. You lost too. The golden-haired middle-aged man walked out of the fiery Saint Palace. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry when he saw that his eldest disciple was seriously injured. Who the hell is he? The golden-haired middle-aged man stared at the Fire Ape Emperor and said in a deep voice. Master, I'm useless. The elder said while gasping for breath. Master, he is very strong. Eldest brother tried his best. The Fire Ape Emperor explained. It really is a demonic saint. The golden-haired middle-aged man sensed a powerful aura from the elder's wound. He couldn't help but be moved. This was the power of the great path of the demonic Tao. That is a fire qilin. I think there must be an even more powerful existence behind it. Chapter 2699. Someone has injured my disciples consecutively. Seems like I'll have to make a trip myself. The golden-haired middle-aged man stood outside the gates of the fiery Saint Palace. He raised his head and looked at the void in front of him. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the endless void and see Luoxia City. Master is going to make a move himself. Big Brother Wu Jin and the Fire Ape Emperor were extremely shocked. One should know that their master hadn't made a move for many years. It seemed like this time, their master was really angry. The golden-haired middle-aged man then took out a pill and passed it to the black gold elder. Thank you, master. Elder Wu Jin hurriedly received the pill respectfully. It was a saint pill refined from extreme yang fire essence. Although the saint pill was only the size of a thumb, it was enveloped by a layer of fiery light. It emitted a dazzling radiance, like a small divine sun. This is a golden sun saint pill. Looking at the saint pill in the black gold elder's hand, the Fire Ape Emperor's eyes lit up. This was the saint pill that all fire elemental living beings dreamed of. Big Brother Wu Jin got a blessing in disguise. He got a saint pill like this. Without any hesitation, the old man swallowed the saint pill. Soon, a fiery glow appeared on his body and his injured body began to heal at a rapid pace. The terrifying and hideous wound on his back was healing quickly. The black gold elder, who was on the verge of death, was invigorated after taking the golden sun saint pill. An extremely powerful fire elemental aura was emitted from his body. Go back and heal up. The golden-haired middle-aged man waved his hand and said to the black gold elder. Master, your disciple would like to serve you. Please allow me. The black gold elder knelt down in front of the golden-haired middle-aged man. You should recuperate from your injuries first. The golden-haired middle-aged man said impatiently. His disciples were defeated one after another. He was in a bad mood and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Big Brother, at that moment, the Fire Ape Emperor, who was standing beside the black gold elder, secretly pulled the black gold elder's clothes. His master was furious and no one dared to go against him. Yes, master. The golden-haired old man didn't dare to say anything else. He knew his master's personality very well. If he was defeated, it would be the same as slapping his master's face. I'd like to see who dares to kill my disciple. As the golden-haired middle-aged man spoke, his body blurred and he disappeared into the void. Not even the Elder Crow Gold and the Fire Ape Emperor could see how he left. Suddenly, a divine flame avenue rushed over from afar and stopped in the sky above Luoxia City. Then, a figure walked over from the divine flame avenue. This person was like a supreme sovereign of the Tao of Fire. In an instant, he arrived above Luoxia City. Are you done yet? Just after it stopped for a while, an incomparably powerful aura came from the direction of the Luoxia City. This made Gufei very angry in the courtyard. Old Tortoise, go take care of it. Gufei transmitted his voice to Old Tortoise. F***CK, why don't you go? This seems to be your territory, not mine. Old Tortoise transmitted his voice to Gufei. If you don't do something, Luoxia City is going to be destroyed by that guy. Old Tortoise added. Sigh. Although Gufei didn't want to do anything, he had no choice but to do so at this time. This guy was a holy sovereign. Even a holy venerable had come. Such a powerhouse could easily break the Luoxia City's Great City Barrier formation and completely erase Luoxia City from the world. Swoosh! Gu Fei's figure disappeared into the void. In the next second, he appeared in Luoxia City. At this time, all the living beings in Luoxia City were paralyzed on the ground because of the golden-haired middle-aged man's arrival. They were extremely terrified. The aura of a holy sovereign made all the living beings in the city feel like they were going to have a mental breakdown. No one could resist such an unparalleled aura. However, the moment Gu Fei appeared in the city, all the living beings in the city let out a sigh of relief. The terrifying aura that made them unable to stand had weakened a lot. "Who are you?" The golden-haired middle-aged man looked down at Gu Fei in the city. His eyes flickered as he sensed an aura from Gu Fei that was not weaker than his own. "Who I am has nothing to do with you." Gu Fei looked up at the figure in the sky and said indifferently, "It's your people who killed my disciple." The golden-haired middle-aged man's tone was incomparably majestic. He didn't show any anger, as if he was a supreme existence that dominated the life and death of all living beings in the world. "So what if I am? So what if I am not?" Gu Fei suddenly laughed. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the golden-haired middle-aged man in the sky playfully. "Kill!" The golden-haired middle-aged man was enraged. However, people like him didn't show their emotions. He directly made his move. A giant hand that emitted monstrous divine flames instantly covered the entire world and slammed down on Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a Saint Venerable spread out from the giant hand, causing all living beings within a radius of millions of miles to be terrified. A Saint Venerable was too powerful. Even in an incomparably stable world like the Heaven Realm, a Saint Venerable's full strength could affect an entire region. Gu Fei didn't act immediately after seeing this scene. Rumble, the giant hand slammed down from the sky, causing the void below it to constantly shatter. Even the chaotic energy was blown out. The great formation of Luoxia City immediately collapsed. The layer of immortal light formed by the power of the great formation instantly shattered like a layer of exquisite porcelain. At this time, Gu Fei threw a punch. There was no monstrous divine fluctuation or dazzling divine light, it was just a casual punch. However, it was this punch that shattered the huge hand that came crashing down from the sky and dissipated in the void. Yes. The golden-haired middle-aged man couldn't help but be moved when he saw how easily Gu Fei broke his great technique. This person is not simple, he is a formidable opponent. Gu Fei stood in the city and didn't soar into the sky to fight the golden-haired middle-aged man. "How dare you look down on me?" The golden-haired middle-aged man was furious. He directly sat down in the void and activated his Xian Qi. Suddenly, countless meteorites appeared in the sky. He had actually summoned the meteorites from the starry sky. Rumble, the sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Countless meteorites turned into balls of fire and smashed down on Luoxia City. "What, we're dead this time." Chapter 2700. The golden-haired middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He summoned meteorites from the sky with his strength. Countless meteorites moved quickly in the air. They rubbed against the air and turned into balls of fire. In the pitch-black night sky, countless fireballs fell from the sky. This scene shocked everyone. They were all stunned and dumbfounded. Is that all you've got?" Gu Fei smiled contemptuously, then stretched out his right hand and pressed it towards the sky. In the next moment, the void trembled and the countless fireballs that fell from the sky immediately exploded. The countless meteorites seemed to have hit an invisible wall and were all intercepted. The golden-haired middle-aged man saw that his great technique was broken again. He couldn't help but be furious. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. At this time, the Fire Ape Emperor and the others who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. Their own teacher was fighting and yet he was defeated. How was this possible? Some important figures from the fiery Saint Palace came as well. One should know that the golden-haired middle-aged man was second only to the Fire Emperor. His action naturally startled many people. Jin Yan has met his match. An important figure from the fiery Saint Palace said. He's always been arrogant. He thinks that no one can suppress him except for the Fire Emperor. It seems that he has kicked an iron plate this time. Someone said. His tone was quite dissatisfied with the golden-haired middle-aged man. Teacher, the Fire Ape Emperor heard these people and couldn't help but worry. His always invincible teacher had met his match today. In another direction, on top of a mountain, many people stood. The one in the lead was the old tortoise. He couldn't help but come out to watch the battle. Goofy is acting tough again. Doesn't he know that acting tough will get him struck by lightning? The old tortoise said to himself. Rumble, at this time, the sky and earth shook. The golden-haired middle-aged man, Jin Yen, made his move. Endless fire elemental power condensed into a divine bird. It was a three-legged golden bird that was bathed in divine fire. Within the endless fire, there were flame-shaped patterns faintly visible. The three-legged golden bird soared into the sky from Jin Yan's body, then swooped down towards Gufei in Luoxia City. Wherever it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Ha, if it's the real golden crow, then I might be a bit afraid. However, it's just a three-legged bird created by a great technique. Do you think such a great technique can deal with me? This is too funny. Gufei laughed. He waved his hand and displayed the 9 heaven-punishing swords. A dazzling swordlight soared into the sky and cut the golden crow into two. The remaining power of the swordlight did not dissipate. After splitting open the golden bird, it still slashed towards Jin Yen. What? Jin Yen was incomparably shocked. He pointed out with a finger and directly shattered the incoming sword light. He discovered that the other party's sword light was somewhat similar to the Eastern Earth Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu's flying immortal swordsmanship. The Flame Emperor and the ancient Yuan Celestial the Arch were allies, so Jin Yen naturally knew about the ancient Yuan Celestial the Arch. I'll use you as a test subject. Gufei's body shone with dazzling sword light. 9 rays of sword light circled around him. He stretched out his hand and drew one of the sword light into his hand. Virum. The sound of a sword rang out in the void. Gufei waved his hand again and the sword light that he had drawn into his hand immediately soared into the sky, piercing towards Jin Yen in the sky. Whoosh! At that moment, Jin Yen flipped his right hand and a mirror appeared in his hand. He did not hesitate and directly held the mirror towards the sword light that was piercing towards him. A dazzling mirror light rushed out of the mirror and collided with Gufei's heaven-punishing swordsmanship. The two forces dissipated at the same time. The sword light and the mirror light both disappeared into the void. Virum. The void trembled and the ancient mirror in Jin Yan's hand shook. Runes constantly awakened on the mirror and an extremely powerful aura of the divine path spread out from the mirror. The Golden Sun Mirror? The Fire Ape Emperor, who had been watching the battle from afar, could not help but be shocked when he saw his master use a ritual implement. Was that young man really that strong? The Golden Sun Mirror was a treasure of the Fire Saint Palace and would not be used lightly. Sky-covering palm. Gufei shouted and directly used the sky-covering palm. A giant chaotic palm shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slammed towards Jin Yen. Jin Yen was both shocked and furious. He activated the Golden Sun Mirror with all his might and beams of fiery light rushed out of it, trying to pierce through the sky-covering palm. However, the power displayed by the sky-covering palm was terrifying. Even the fiery light from the Golden Sun Mirror could not withstand it. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jin Yen was sent flying by Gufei's palm. Jin Yen roared in anger. He could not accept the fact that he had been sent flying by Gufei's palm. The ancient mirror in his hand continued to burst with dazzling divine light. Hum! At this time, 9 rays of sword light shot into the sky from Luoxia City and slashed towards Jin Yen. Each ray of sword light was incomparably dazzling and emitted extremely sharp sword chi. Jin Yen was shocked. The opponent's sword light was too similar to the soaring immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. However, he knew that this was not the soaring immortal sword light. These 9 rays of sword light were much more powerful than the soaring immortal sword light of the ancient heavenly emperor. Swoosh! Just as the 9 sword lights were about to strike Jin Yan's body, Jin Yan's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared into the void in an instant. Jin Yan had actually dodged the attack. Boom! In the next moment, a 3-legged divine bird the size of a mountain rushed out of the void and swooped towards Gufei and Luoxia City. The terrifying pressure of a saint venerable radiated from the divine bird, causing the surrounding space to collapse and crack. It was terrifying to the extreme. Die! Gufei directly punched out. Vast chaotic force surged, and the terrifying fist force directly sent the 3-legged divine bird flying. Blood splattered in the air. Is that all? At this time, Gufei soared into the sky and punched again. His fist displayed a terrifying might that caused people's hearts to palpitate. The 3-legged divine bird was blown away once again, and the boundless fire chi dissipated. The projection of the 3-legged divine bird dissipated, and Jin Yan's figure appeared in the void. Chapter 2701. The golden-haired middle-aged man was the ancestor of the Golden Crow clan. Although he was not a pure-blooded Golden Crow, his abilities were definitely on par with a pure-blooded Golden Crow. It was rare to see a pure-blooded Golden Crow in the world. Even in the ancient times, no one had seen a pure-blooded Golden Crow. Some said that the pure-blooded Golden Crow was extinct and that it was impossible for such a Golden Crow to appear in the world again. However, some also said that the pure-blooded descendants of the clan were still alive. They just lived in seclusion and wouldn't come out easily. However, among the descendants of the Golden Crow in the South Mountains of the Heaven Realm, there had never been another pure-blooded Golden Crow. The Golden Crow ancestor's cultivation was undoubtedly strong, but he was still lacking compared to the Fire Emperor. This ancestor was second only to the Fire Emperor in the Fire Clan. However, the Golden Crow ancestor, who was second only to one person in the Southern Mountains Fire Tribe, had suffered a setback. He was actually suppressed by an unknown person. How is this possible? The Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fire Clan who were watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. How could the Golden Crow ancestor be defeated? One should know that the Golden Crow ancestor had lived for countless years in the immemorial era. He was a powerful existence in the same era as the Fire Emperor. Back then, the Fire Emperor and the Golden Crow old ancestor were fighting for the control of the Fire race. The 2 experts of the Fire race fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Finally, the Golden Crow old ancestor was defeated by one move and passed the throne of the Fire race. The Golden Crow ancestor had always been arrogant. He had fought countless battles in his life and had only lost once. It was to the Fire Emperor. He lost by one move. Although the Fire Emperor defeated the Golden Crow ancestor and sat on the throne of the Fire Clan, it was a Pyrrhic victory. This was enough to show how strong and terrifying the Golden Crow ancestor was. Like disciple, like master. Your disciple is so useless. You are even more useless. Gufei soared into the sky in an incomparably powerful manner. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body, causing the entire space to tremble under his incomparably powerful aura. A saint, and a martial arts saint, you. At this moment, the old master Golden Crow could no longer maintain his composure. He was both shocked and enraged. To think that this human would turn out to be a saint of the martial Tao. The path of the martial Tao was extremely difficult to cultivate. However, once one managed to cultivate it, one would be an invincible existence within the same cultivation state. Old ancestor Golden Crow had experienced that great era, so he naturally knew how powerful and terrifying a martial saint was. Preposterous. So what if you're a martial saint? You still have to die. Gufei's disdain and disregard infuriated the Golden Crow patriarch. He summoned the Golden Sun Mirror with all his might, and the ancient mirror immediately turned into a ball of dazzling divine light that soared into the sky like a real sun, illuminating the night sky. 1 into 10, 10 suns illuminate the sky. The Golden Crow ancestor roared and used all his strength to detonate the power of the Golden Sun ancient mirror. Boom! The entire sky shook violently as if it was going to flip over. Then, 10 divine suns appeared high up in the sky. This was an extremely shocking scene. 10 divine suns had appeared in the sky, and every single one of them emitted an extremely horrifying energy wave. Especially within the 10 divine suns, there was a faint silhouette of the Golden Crow. Go to hell! The Golden Crow Patriarch activated the 10 divine suns and slammed them down at Gufei. The entire sky was instantly sealed by the power of the 10 suns, cutting off all of Gufei's escape routes. Seeing this, Gufei did not appear immediately. He allowed the 10 suns to descend from the sky and press down on him. The pressure from the heavens could not affect him at all. Boom! Boom! The heavens and earth shook as if they were about to collapse. Everyone in the Luoxia city below was stunned. Looking at this scene, everyone's jaws dropped. This scene was way too shocking. At this moment, the power of the pure sun that descended from the sky was extremely powerful. However, in the face of this incomparably powerful attack, Gufei was still as calm as the clouds and wind. At this time, all the cultivators in the Luoxia city were on the verge of a mental breakdown. The pressure from the heavens was too powerful and terrifying. Just SOSO. Watch how I break the 10 suns. Gufei was bursting with confidence. He just punched upwards, and the powerful power of the Great Path immediately surged out from his fist. Just this blow alone shook the heavens and earth. Boom! With a loud noise, the martial arts power that erupted from Gufei's fist collided with the 10 divine suns that descended from the sky. The 10 suns trembled at the same time. The power of the 10 suns was so powerful that even Gufei could not help but be moved. Although his punch blocked the 10 suns from descending, the 10 divine suns were not destroyed by him. Good heavens, Gufei knew that if he did not get serious, he would not be able to defeat this guy. Take another punch from me. Gufei roared and once again punched upwards with his right fist. The strongest power erupted, and an indomitable aura erupted from his body. 9 chaotic Tao patterns emerged on Gufei's body, and the powerful pressure of a saint venerate erupted from his body, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Even a saint would have to bow down in front of Gufei. Boom! 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 3 divine suns exploded under Gufei's fist. The sun Tao patterns dissipated in the void, and the monstrous fire swept up to the sky, burning the void until it was annihilated. What? The Golden Crow Great Ancestor looked at this scene in disbelief. The strength of his opponent had exceeded his imagination. A saint venerate of the martial way was really invincible among those of the same level. Fight! The Golden Crow Great Ancestor gritted his teeth and continued to direct the remaining 7 divine suns to suppress Gufei. The Golden Crow's shadow inside the 7 divine suns became clearer, emitting the might of the Golden Crow. The innate divine bird flapped its wings inside the divine suns. A terrifying power of destruction spread out from the 7 divine suns. The void was annihilated, and the chaotic chi was vast and mighty. Each of the divine suns emitted a terrifying power that could destroy the world. It was like the end of the world. Master, the Fire Ape Emperor, was dumbfounded at this scene. This was the first time he saw his master go all out. This made him nervous and excited. Gufei is in trouble. Far in the sky, the old tortoise stood on the clouds and muttered to himself. The old Golden Crow's cultivation was not weak, which made the old tortoise appreciate his talent. It would be great if he could make the old Golden Crow join his side. The old tortoise knew Gufei's temper. Once this guy got serious, he might accidentally kill the old Golden Crow. Chapter 2702. 7 destructive suns descended from the sky. The terrifying pressure caused the world to crumble. The sky above Luoxia City was destroyed, turning the void into a chaotic void. I want you to accept your defeat wholeheartedly. On Gufei's body, 9 primal chaos Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. He soared into the sky and completely ignored the 7 divine suns that were pressing down. Then, he swung his fists and smashed them directly at the divine suns. Is he crazy? Seeing Gufei's actions, the Fire Ape Emperor and the other experts of the Fiery Saint Palace were stunned. This man actually dared to go head-on against the old ancestor. Everyone found it hard to believe. However, a scene that shocked the Fire Ape Emperor and the others even more happened. The human punched out and a divine sun that exuded a torrential aura of destruction exploded. The golden raven shadow inside the divine sun shrieked and dissipated. This is unbelievable. All the experts of the fiery Saint Palace were petrified. They stood there blankly, forgetting to think. Even the Fire Ape Emperor, a saint-level expert, felt his mind going blank. At this moment, Gufei displayed his peerless battle prowess. With a single punch, he actually managed to blow up all 7 divine suns. Kacha. The sound of something shattering was heard. An ancient mirror was destroyed in the blazing sunfire. An ancient saint weapon was destroyed just like that. The blazing sunfire covered the entire sky. Gufei's figure moved rapidly in the sea of fire, heading straight for the golden crow old ancestor. The battle between 2 saint venerables was so intense that even the heavenly Tao was trembling. Even some of the super antiques that had been in slumber for countless years were awakened. Normally, the Fire Emperor should have sensed a battle of this level long ago. However, the Fire Emperor had yet to appear. The golden crow old ancestor provoked him. It's his bad luck. A figure appeared in the sky. When he saw the person fighting with the golden crow old ancestor, he couldn't help but be shocked. But he quickly calmed down. Bam! At this moment, a muffled sound came from the sea of fire. Then, a figure flew out from the sea of fire. Drops of blood dripped down from the sky. The golden crow old ancestor had been defeated. Furthermore, he had been thoroughly defeated. Close combat had always been the advantage of cultivators. Once a cultivator closed in on them, it would be a tragedy. With just one punch, Gufei had turned the once insufferably arrogant golden crow patriarch, who had only been defeated once in his life, into a black eye, and was sent flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. Ancestor Golden Crow was inconsolable. When he stabilized his body, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he came to a stop, he saw a figure flash before his eyes. That human had already appeared before him and punched out. That hateful fist rapidly enlarged in his eyes, and finally blocked everything. Bang! Kacha! Gufei punched Patriarch Golden Crow's nose bridge and broke it, causing his nose to bleed profusely. But to the Golden Crow old ancestor, the pain on his body was nothing. What he truly cared about was the contempt and disdain that the other party had towards him. Kill! Fire-shaped Tao patterns appeared and interweaved on the Golden Crow old ancestor's body. A supreme saint venerable aura emanated from his body. The injuries on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The Golden Crow old ancestor opened his mouth and spat out a huge seal. This was a fire seal that was shrouded in raging flames. The aura that emanated from the fire seal was simply too terrifying. At this moment, Gufei's fist had arrived in front of the Golden Crow old ancestor. Without thinking, the Golden Crow old ancestor used the fire seal, wanting to suppress Gufei. Bang! Gufei did not care about the fire seal. He punched out and landed on the fire seal, causing it to tremble violently. When Gufei saw that this fire seal was able to withstand his punch and did not shatter, he knew that this fire seal was not simple. It was not something that an ordinary Saint Venerable artifact could compare to. At this moment, the Golden Crow old ancestor was already stunned by the battle strength that Gufei had displayed. It was no longer as simple as being moved. Others might not know the power of this fire seal, but he was very clear that this fire seal was an ancestral artifact of the Golden Crow clan. It would not be used casually. Bang! Gufei punched the fire seal again. This time, the fire seal was actually blown away. The Golden Crow old ancestor quickly retreated. Swish! Gufei used the 8 desolation steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up to the Golden Crow ancestor and stomped down. This was the 8 kill steps, causing the entire space to tremble. Bang! The Golden Crow old ancestor was directly trampled down from the sky by Gufei. He fell from the sky like a meteorite and smashed into a mountain peak with a boom. Rumble, the mountain collapsed. Rocks flew everywhere and dust rose high into the sky. The descending golden crow old ancestor had directly smashed a mountain into pieces. Roar! The golden crow old ancestor's deep roar came from the billowing dust. He had never suffered such a heavy blow before. He had never been in such a miserable state. Trying to kill me? What a joke! High up in the sky, Gufei looked down at the billowing dust and said disdainfully. Then, 9 primordial Dao patterns rushed out from his body and turned into 9 primordial sword lights. Each of the sword lights emitted extremely sharp sword chi waves. This was the sword intent of the heaven-punishing 9 swords. Gufei directly used the heaven-punishing 9 swords. With a wave of his hand, the 9 sword lights immediately soared into the sky and slashed downwards. The primordial sword lights were like rainbows that directly pierced through the void. The 9 sword lights descended from the sky and destroyed the void, causing the ground below to tremble violently. The 9 sword lights all slashed towards the golden crow old ancestor. The golden crow old ancestor turned pale with fright. He immediately crushed a jade talisman and escaped just as the 9 sword lights were about to descend. Go! The Fire Ape Emperor immediately turned and left. Even his master had escaped. How would he dare to stay here? If that martial Saint Venerable were to attack him, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Why hasn't the Fire Emperor appeared yet? Up in the sky, the Southern Mountains God Emperor muttered to himself. He initially thought that this battle would alarm the Fire Emperor. Then, the Fire Emperor would fight against Gufei and both sides would suffer. However, this was all in the Southern Mountains God Emperor's imagination. When the golden crow old ancestor was defeated by Gufei, the Fire Emperor still hadn't appeared. Roar! Chapter 2703. The golden crow old ancestor was defeated. This battle had a far-reaching impact, causing all the big shots in the Southern Mountains to remember Luoxia City. Even the Southern Mountains Divine Emperor didn't dare to provoke Gufei's group. However, to everyone's surprise, the battle had spread for billions of miles. As long as the Fire Emperor was in the Southern Mountains, there was no reason he wouldn't be able to sense it. However, the Fire Emperor didn't appear. The experts of the Fire Saint Palace immediately retreated when they saw the golden crow old ancestor's defeat. No one dared to stay. They ran away faster than rabbits. Gufei didn't chase after the golden crow old ancestor. The golden crow old ancestor wasn't a match for him. He didn't even use the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to defeat the golden crow old ancestor. Although the golden crow old ancestor was powerful, he wasn't a threat to Yi Futian. Killing such an existence wouldn't affect Yi Futian much. Of course, if the golden crow old ancestor was a subordinate of the primordial emperor Xian, Gufei wouldn't show any mercy. Gufei wasn't afraid of the Fire Emperor either. In fact, he had an invincible Dao heart ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation. He had never been afraid of any opponent. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would retreat first and work hard to improve his cultivation. In the end, he would trample his opponent under his feet. The Fire Emperor was definitely not a strong opponent. Although he had formed an alliance with the primordial Heavenly Emperor, he didn't make a move when Gufei attacked the primordial Heavenly Emperor's lair. Gufei didn't want to be enemies with the Fire Emperor either. He already had enough enemies. Of course, if the Fire Emperor really wanted to stand up for the golden crow old ancestor, he wouldn't mind beating the Fire Emperor up. The end of the battle shocked everyone. Soon, the great sects and clans in the Southern Mountains learned of Gufei's identity and origin. Back then, Gufei had become enemies with the primordial Heavenly Emperor in the Eastern Earth of the Heaven Realm. Some people also dug out the Violet Emperor of the Eastern Earth. He even killed the Violet Emperor. The Violet Emperor was the primordial Heavenly Emperor's only son. Gufei's killing of the Violet Emperor meant that he had formed an irreconcilable feud with the primordial Heavenly Emperor. Gufei did not return to Luoxia City. Instead, he returned to his courtyard in the mountains. Everyone knew that Gufei would win. Old Tortoise had already returned to the side courtyard. Yenner and Guling came out from the side courtyard to welcome Gufei. "Dad, your sword technique is too cool. Teach it to me." As soon as Gufei sat down, Guling hugged his right arm. "Ha, only now do you realize how handsome your father is." Gufei reached out and rubbed Guling's head as he said with a smile. "Ha, father, you're too narcissistic. I'm saying that your sword technique is cool, not that you're handsome," Guling said cunningly. "Linger, don't mess around," Yenner said. Guling stuck his tongue out at Yenner, but he still didn't want Gufei to teach him that extremely handsome and extremely powerful sword technique. Helpless, Gufei imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to his precious daughter. The 9 heaven punishing swords was a supreme sword Tao. Not everyone could comprehend it. Although Gufei had imparted the sword intent of the 9 heaven punishing swords to Guling, how could Guling comprehend it in such a short time? She was only interested in learning this sword technique because she pestered Gufei to learn it. However, she soon discovered that the sovereign sword Tao was not something that she could comprehend at her current level. Thus, she tossed the sovereign sword Tao aside. On the second day of the battle, someone came to visit Gufei. It was the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. However, this emissary of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by Baron before he could even enter the courtyard. This Southern Mountains God Emperor is too insincere. This was Balan's explanation for the envoy who chased away the Southern Mountains God Emperor's envoy. Following that, all the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains sent people over. No one dared to ignore a ferocious person like Gufei. Gufei's deeds in the eastern lands of the heavenly realm had already spread to the Southern Mountains. This ruthless person actually dared to go to the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor to undergo his tribulation. He even attacked the lair of the ancient heavenly emperor and killed one of his powerful clones. Who was the ancient heavenly emperor? He was the ruler of the entire eastern lands of the heavenly realm. Compared to the fire emperor, he was even more powerful and mysterious. Gufei was already regarded as the most dangerous person in the heavenly realm by all the sects and clans. They didn't want to offend this peerless villain. However, the various forces of the Southern Mountains God Emperor only sent envoys to probe Gufei. Hence, these envoys ended up the same as the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor. These people are too insincere. Balan's words were still the same. This surprised all the great sects and clans, but it was within the expectations of the rulers of these great sects and clans. Gufei was a fierce god who wouldn't submit to just anyone. Even the envoy of the Southern Mountains God Emperor was chased away by him. The envoys of the other sects and clans were nothing to him. The courtyard, which was originally peaceful, was bustling with activity these few days. Countless people wanted to meet Gufei, and some even came to ask him to be their master. Outside the gate of the courtyard, there were many youths who came to ask for a master. "My boss doesn't accept disciples." Balan had become the guardian of the courtyard's gate. He stopped everyone from entering, be it the envoys of the sects or clans, or the youths who wanted to learn from him. In fact, some of these youths were talented, but Gufei was unmoved. It wasn't that he didn't want to accept disciples, but it wasn't that easy to become his disciple. A long time ago, Gufei had a plan to accept 5 disciples: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Among the 5 elements, Gufei had already accepted disciples of metal, wood, water, and fire. Among these 4 disciples, one was his daughter, and the other was his grand disciple. Now, he only lacked one disciple, and that was an earth elemental disciple. 5 elements as one. Gufei really wanted to know how powerful these 5 disciples would be once they fully matured. This could be said to be Gufei's ambition. Since ancient times, there had never been a 5 elemental cultivator who could shake the world. This was Gufei's own idea. He had a premonition that 5 element martial artists could absolutely become the strongest existence in this world. Gufei sent a sound transmission to Balan, who was guarding outside the courtyard, telling him to let those who came to ask for a master kneel there. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to see if he could accept a disciple with an earth elemental physique. However, these young people kneeling outside the courtyard did not meet Gufei's standards. Gufei knew that the sects and clans of the Southern Mountains range had sent their most outstanding disciples of the younger generation to the courtyard where Gufei was. Actually, all the forces of the Southern Mountains range wanted to rope in Gufei. One must know that Gufei was a peerless savage. Whoever could rope in Gufei would have the qualifications to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains range. Who didn't want to be the overlord of the Southern Mountains range? All the clans in the Heaven Realm had the ambition to be the overlord. However, not everyone had the qualifications to be the overlord. The appearance of Gufei was the hope of all the clans. Of course, the tricks of the clans in the Southern Mountains range could not be hidden from Gufei. He did not want to become the pawn of the clans in the Southern Mountains range. However, the news of Gufei accepting a disciple had spread far and wide. As a result, more people kneeled outside the courtyard. These people wanted to try their luck. However, after half a month, Gufei did not appear at all. No one had become Gufei's disciple either. Thus, many people retreated, but many continued to persist. Half a year had passed. Gufei was still living a peaceful life in the courtyard. He grew flowers and fished. Days passed just like that. Guling, on the other hand, was extremely wild. She disappeared every other day. Her disciple, Yan-Er, was very obedient and did not go crazy with Guling. Yan-Er cultivated very hard. She had the wood elemental physique and the innate Dao eyes. This kind of physique was absolutely heaven-defying. Under Gufei's personal guidance, Yan-Er's cultivation level increased rapidly. The wood elemental martial physique had an innate advantage. Her body contained a large amount of vitality. This kind of physique, when cultivated to the great success realm, was simply immortal. Yan-Er quickly cultivated to the immortal realm. She directly underwent the tribulation in Gufei's inner world. She became the fastest disciple among Gufei's disciples to become an immortal. After Yan-Er became an immortal, the happiest person was the old city lord of Luoxia City. In the past half a year, the number of people who wanted to become Gufei's disciple had increased. Every day, when the sun rose, there would be countless people kneeling outside the courtyard. Such a scene was truly too spectacular. Even Balan could not help but be amazed. Gufei's charm was too great. However, after nightfall, the countless young men who kneeled outside for a day began to return home. There were not many who actually stayed. One had to know that most of these young men came from the clans and sects in the Southern Mountains range. They were all proud people. They would have long cursed if they had to kneel here for a day. Among these countless young men, there were not many who really wanted to become a disciple. However, after Gufei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, the Fire Emperor did not come looking for trouble with Gufei. There was not even a shadow of the Fire Emperor, let alone challenging Gufei. The attitude of the Fire Emperor surprised all the sects and clans in the Southern Mountains range. This was not the style of the Fire Emperor, who had always been strong. One had to know that ever since the Fire Emperor woke up from his long slumber, he had been fighting until he conquered half of the Southern Mountains range. Only then did he stop expanding his territory. No one knew what the Fire Emperor was doing. The moon in the sky. At this time, Gufei stood by the lake in the courtyard and looked up at the bright moon in the sky. Today was an important festival on the Kunlun ancestral planet in the human realm. It was called the Mid-Autumn Festival. This was a festival of reunion. Gufei thought of many things. Some long-lost memories resurfaced in his mind. Chapter 2704. A peaceful life was what Gufei yearned for, but he also knew that it was only temporary. Ever since Gufei defeated the Golden Crow Old Ancestor, Luoxia City became lively. The city was bustling with people and cultivators could be seen everywhere. Not only the major forces of the Southern Mountains, but all the super forces of the heavenly domain had their eyes on this inconspicuous little city. Luoxia City was originally one of the countless cities under the Southern Mountains God Emperor's control. It was located in a remote area and the city lord was an old immortal emperor. The Southern Mountains God Emperor never expected that a lowly city lord under him would have a connection with Gu Fei's mission. This was definitely a good thing for the Southern Mountains God Emperor. With the Luoxia city lord as the middleman, he and Gu Fei would have a chance to join forces. The alliance between the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor made the Southern Mountains God Emperor feel a great threat. If these two emperors joined forces against him, he would lose his territory. Fortunately, Gu Fei's appearance had completely disrupted the plans of the Fire Emperor and the ancient Heavenly Emperor. Without the ancient true body, it was impossible for him to contend against Gu Fei. If he could join forces with Gu Fei, he would have a chance to take back half of the Southern Mountains. However, the Southern Mountains God Emperor also knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. It was impossible for a peerless person like Gu Fei not to know the reason why he was looking for him. No one was willing to be used by others, especially by those incomparably powerful existences. The peaceful days continued to pass day by day. On this day, the sun was shining brightly. On a rugged mountain path 100 miles away from Luoxia City, an old man in ragged clothes was leading a 7 or 8-year-old boy towards Luoxia City. "Grandpa, drink some water first." The little boy took the gourd from his waist and handed it to the old man. "Grandpa is not thirsty." The ragged old man was sweating profusely. His clothes were drenched in sweat. He wore a straw hat and reached out to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. "Grandpa, we've been walking for half a day. Why don't we find a place to rest before we continue?" the little boy said. His clothes were tattered, and his face was dirty. However, his big eyes were black and shiny, and they exuded a spiritual aura. "All right." The old man patted the little boy's head and looked around. He saw a small forest by the side of the mountain path, so he led the little boy to the small forest. The scorching sun scorched the earth, making it very stuffy. The old man brought the little boy into the woods and sat on the grass, enjoying the rare coolness. "Grandpa, is the person you mentioned willing to accept me as his disciple?" the little boy asked the old man innocently. "Yes, he will definitely accept you as his disciple." The old man looked at the little boy and said seriously, "Is that person very powerful? Can he beat those bad guys?" The little boy tilted his head and said, "That person is definitely the strongest existence in this world. Those bad guys are no match for him at all." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes became incomparably deep. "If that's the case, then I will worship him as my teacher and ask him to teach me the most powerful ability. Then, I will avenge my parents," the little boy said fiercely. His eyes were red. "That's a must. You have to kill those people yourself." The old man seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled and his eyes became incomparably fierce. "Yes, Grandpa." A childish voice sounded. "All right, let's continue our journey." The old man stood up from the ground and said to the little boy. This pair of grandfather and grandson had a story. They didn't seem to be ordinary people. The old man's face was a little pale. Although his clothes were tattered, his exposed hands were white and flawless, as if they were carved from divine jade. The little boy was also not an ordinary little boy. Although he was dirty from head to toe, he was a piece of unpolished jade. The grandfather and grandson continued their journey. The mountain road was rugged, but they didn't walk slowly. When the sun went down, the grandfather and grandson arrived outside Luoxia City. They took advantage of the fact that the city gate hadn't been closed yet and entered Luoxia City. The grandfather and grandson didn't have anything valuable on them. They couldn't afford to stay in an inn. They could only spread a layer of withered grass in a small corner of an alley. Then, they lay on the withered grass and rested. The next day, at dawn, the old man and the little boy got up. They inquired about the city and went directly in the direction of the city lord's mansion. At this time, in the city lord's mansion of Luoxia City, the old city lord was holding a banquet. Because today was very special, the old city lord's granddaughter had returned. This made the old city lord very happy. Yenner hadn't left the courtyard for more than half a year. Since Gufei's family lived in the courtyard, the old city lord moved to Luoxia City. This was because Gufei liked peace and quiet and didn't want to be disturbed. In fact, even if the old city lord also lived in the courtyard, he wouldn't be able to see his precious granddaughter. This was because yen are usually cultivated in Gufei's inner world. Gufei's inner world was full of spiritual qi. It was a treasure land that countless cultivators dreamed of for a long time. Cultivating in such a place would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. On this day, Yennefer asked for a day's leave from her grandmaster and returned to Luoxia City to visit her grandfather. This was a family banquet. Although there were only the old city lord and Yennefer, the dishes on the table were incomparably sumptuous. One must know that the old city lord was an immortal emperor, so he could get some rare delicacies. Just as the old city lord was holding a banquet to welcome Yennefer, two ragged people appeared outside the city lord's mansion. One of them was an old man, and the other was a little boy. The old man led the little boy directly to the gate of the city lord's mansion. Halt! An armored guard standing outside the gate of the city lord's mansion immediately blocked the old man and the little boy with a divine spear in his hand. We want to see the city lord. Please pass a message for us. The old man said politely to the guard. What? The guard thought that he had misheard. His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He then looked at the old man and the little boy from head to toe. Hurry up and get out of here. Our city lord is not someone you can see. The guard waved his hand disdainfully and said. These two fellows were even worse than the beggars in the city. The fact that they wanted to see the city lord made the guard feel incredulous. He couldn't imagine what kind of relationship the city lord had with these people. Please pass a message for us. We really want to see the city lord. The old man refused to leave. Io, are you done yet? The guard was annoyed. He glared at the old man and swept the divine spear in his hand. Just as the guard's divine spear was about to hit the old man, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the guard's divine spear. Don't hit my grandpa. A childish voice was heard. The person who grabbed the divine spear was the little boy standing next to the old man. What? The guard was extremely shocked. He never expected a 7 or 8-year-old boy to be able to grab his divine spear. He wanted to pull the divine spear back. However, he realized that he couldn't. The little boy's strength was shocking. Roar! The guard roared and exerted his strength. However, at this moment, the little boy suddenly let go. The guard didn't expect the little boy to let go of his spear so suddenly. He immediately lost his balance and took a few steps back. Bam! His back hit the wall hard. The guard was furious. He raised the divine spear in his hand and stabbed it at the little boy. You've gone too far. The old man snorted angrily and took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately erupted from his body and his turbid eyes shone with a bright light. Who are you? How dare you come here and behave atrociously? The guard was shocked and quickly stopped. These two grandfather-granddaughter pair were not ordinary. Perhaps they really had some background. Could it be that they really knew the city lord? The guard was not stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to guard the gate. Not everyone could be a guard at the gate of the city lord's mansion. What's going on? At this moment, a divine general walked out. Sir, these two men wish to pay a visit to the city lord. The guard said to the divine general. You want to see the city lord? The divine general couldn't help but size up the old man and the little boy. He frowned as he couldn't see through the duo. The city lord has something to do today. He has given the order that no one is to disturb him. You two should go back. The divine general said to the old man. How arrogant. The old man sneered. What did you say? The divine general's eyes immediately shone with an extremely sharp light. He stared at the old man as a powerful aura of the divine way radiated from him. Immortal spirit. The old man's eyes lit up. He wouldn't care about immortal spirits under normal circumstances. But now, his cultivation base was half crippled. With his cultivation base half crippled, he was no match for an immortal spirit. We're not people you can afford to offend. You'd better ask the city lord to come out, the old man said. At this moment, the divine general was bewildered and uncertain. All right. The divine general thought for a moment before he turned around and entered the city lord's mansion. Soon, the divine general came out again. He opened the gate and welcomed the old man and the little boy. Then, he led the old man and the little boy into a courtyard behind the city lord's mansion. In the courtyard, an old man and a young girl were having a meal under a big tree. You two want to see me? The old city lord stood up and looked at the two people in front of him curiously. Although they were dressed shabbily, their temperament was extraordinary. Not bad. The old man nodded.